Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the second and final days of a competition here at the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. My name is Tony Leifert, and glad to have the pleasure of your company for the next few hours of great slaloming talent. And yes, indeed, right inside this tent, taking a little bit of shelter from the early morning rain. According to our on-site meteorologist, the rain should clear around about 11 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. But in the interim, we're going to have our amateur skiers take to the water. We're going to start off first with Colin Vidmer, then go on with Matthew Skoog, then John Mama, Stephen Burdick, Tyler Olson, Jaden Burdick, Adam Krueger, along with Trenton Oberdorf, Sarah Burdick, Avery Joe Wiley, Whitney Olson, and Jenna Oberdorf. So, my name is Tony Leifert, as I previously mentioned, and we've got some great skiing to come. We've also got our pros as well, and also during the course of the day, you'll get an opportunity to vote for your skier of the day. The skier of the day will actually win this, provided by 2U Healthy Snacks. That trophy for the skier of the day. All you'd need to do is to go to waterskibroadcasting.com. Waterskibroadcasting.com is the place to go for the skier of the day trophy. So we've got some great action taking place. We've also, as I mentioned, we've got the pros coming up a little bit later on. We start with the women's head-to-head competition, and things are looking good in that respect for a good portion of our pro skiers. We've got the women's coming up first, then we'll have the men's. And then we will continue on with our competition in the bracketed third round of competition. So great skiing to come, and when we return after these messages, we will bring on our first skier. This is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we'll return right after these.
Here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Well, welcome back to Hilltop Lake. As you can see, the weather is a little bit wetter this morning for some of our competitors. They will be going off the dock first. Our first competitor out will be Colin Vidmer. And he's getting ready. In about 2 minutes, our boat will leave that dock with him on the tow line. Not too sure what speed or line length he'll be going in at this juncture, but looks like he's equipped for the rain at least. He's got the goggles on. He's gotten everything situated. Even got the long pants on to keep his legs warm just before he heads out onto the water. And he will be out first in about a couple of minutes. And then we'll continue moving on from there. All right, so we've got our gate judges reporting for duty. Our second batch of gate judges are on their way to the opposite side of the lake to install themselves in the tower. And then once all that has occurred, then we'll probably run the boat up and down to make sure that everything is mechanically sound in that respect. and then we will continue on with the event. So we had some fantastic skiing yesterday. Some runs into deep 41 off for a good portion of the athletes. Nate Smith getting as far as 2/3 the way down 41 off to set the pace for the other skiers to follow. And then there was a pack jam of competitors around 3 buoys and 2 at 41 off, and the majority of those advance through to the next round of the competition. There you go. There is the leaderboard from the men's slalom competition. Corey Vaughan, the last person in with 2 at 41 off. An absolutely thrilling score for him to advance through. And just take a look at number 9, Chris Parrish and Martin Bartowski on the outside looking in with their scores of 2 at 10.25 meters. And the reason why Corey Vaughan advances, and they don't, is because Corey Vaughan actually has a superior backup score. So that kind of gives you an idea of how close this event was. And we've got the women's leaderboard in the pro competition as well. Thank Alice for pulling that up. Seeing Karen Trulove with 3.5 at 38 off advancing. Then Vanessa Veek with 4.5 at 11.25 meters. And then come in the top 6 the scores into 10.75 from the likes of Elizabeth Montavon, Samantha Dumala, Ali Nicholson, Manon Costar, Whitney McClintock-Rini, and our leader. The only person to get through 10.75 meters is Jamie Bull, and she will be skiing against the number 8 competitor in the competition, which will be Karen Trulove in the head-to-head brackets. So, with that in mind, it's going to be a little bit of a while before we see our pro skiers, but in the interim, we will have the amateur competition, and here is our schedule for today. We're starting off with our amateur athletes at 8 a.m. or a little bit after. It's 2 minutes after 8 now, Pacific Daylight Time. And then at approximately 12:30, then we'll have the top 8 pro women in head-to-head action, followed by the top 8 pro men in head-to-head action. And all said and told, we're going to have about 72 participants spread evenly, fairly evenly across each gender. So that's what we got going on. And momentarily, that Nautique towboat will leave the dock. But before we do that, let's have a look at the boat that we'll be using to pull them. The Ski Nautique with the 6.2-litre PCM engine, 450 horsepower of grunt out there, producing 465 foot-pounds of torque. So that's what we'll be using. And as I say, it's a little bit damp, a little bit rainy at the moment. But rest assured, by the time we get close enough to completing the amateur round of skiing and get ready to bring on the pros, the sun should certainly have its hat on, so to speak, and brighten up the day beyond the clouds. So that's what we got about to take place. Our first skier out is just chomping at the bit to get out there on the water. That is Colin Vidmer, or Wiedmer, however it's pronounced. I'm going with the German pronunciation, as it is a rather Germanic-sounding name. And then we'll go on to Matthew Skoog, then John Mama, Stephen Burdick, Tyler Olson, Jaden Burdick, Adam Krueger, then Trenton Oberdorf, Sarah Burdick, Avery Joe Wiley, Whitney Olson, and Jenna Oberdorf. That's in the first section. Then we'll have another section of 12 more skiers, and then that will be replicated twice more after that before we get to the pro section of the competition. Doing his best to stay warm, and the pink shorts certainly help for Colin. And there is one of our drivers in the pro section of the competition. That is Becky Lathrop, and trying to get everything situated before we go in.
Where's the running order? Where's the boat stuff? Right here.
All right, and before we go on to our competitors, we'll take a quick break and we'll return to the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. We'll return momentarily.
Here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Well, hello and good morning once again. I'm Tony Leifert, and this is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. We're about to go on to our amateur round of competition, the third and the final round of amateurs. They actually skied on Friday for 2 rounds, and they return for Sunday to give us a little bit of an appetizer, so to speak, before we go on to the third round of bracketed action so far as the pros are concerned. We've just run the boat up, and now we're going to run it down to check in on any potential mechanical issues that could arise and get them rectified as soon as possible. The time right now here in the northwest corner of the United States of America, at least the contiguous states, the state of Washington. It is a little after 8 a.m., about 10 past 8 precisely, and the timing might be a little bit wrong, but do realize that when we do live stream, there is a thing called latency involved. So whatever you see now was actually programmed into your camera, into the camera about 30 seconds earlier, and takes about half a minute to get to you on your desktop or on your cell phone or what have you, and depends upon your connection as well. So there you go in that respect. We've got Colin Vidmer about to take to the water. That boat has made its return trip. So just trying to resolve one or two technical details.
Okay. Becky, is it all right? Boys? It's lifting out of there. It's bigger than it was.
The ski go.
Hear me now.
Huh?
All right then, folks, just moments away from starting. It looks like our competitor about to take to water is putting his foot in his bindings. Looks like the boat is on dockside and getting ready to pull Colin Vidmer. We're also trying to get some vital information on his starting line length and speed. We'll get that to you in just a moment or so. Okay, at 34 miles an hour at 22 off or 55K 16 meters, it is going to be Colin Vidmer.
There's a mid and a light.
All right then, so here we go. Colin Vidmer now. Opening pass 16 meters. He's a men's 2 competitor, which means that in order for him to ski onto the next line length, he'll actually have to run this pass and the one after at 36 because the 34 mile an hour max speed doesn't come into effect until men's 3. And Colin Vidmer in all kinds of trouble out there, but he's still able to stay on track and run 16 meters. Not at all smooth there from start to finish. And Colin Vidmer just getting into all kinds of trouble there. And the weather probably certainly isn't helping him out there with the rain coming down. But this is the northwestern part of the United States. It does rain here on a frequent basis. But I'm sure that Colin Vidmer is used to this kind of skiing and this kind of weather condition. So a decent effort there on pass number 1, but he got himself in deep on a couple of these turns and just had to dig himself out in a hurry. So that is Colin Vidmer. Now, let's see what he can do at 36 miles an hour coming back. I believe that's going to be the next... It is 36 miles an hour, yes. Now, there is such a thing as zero-base scoring, of course. I mean, he could have gone... Technically, he could have gone to 14.25 meters and stayed with the boat speed at 34 miles an hour. But in this instance, going the old-fashioned way and going and hitting max speed first before the line gets shortened. So, this is Colin Vidmer. Good to have the pleasure of your company, folks, no matter where you happen to be around the world, checking in on our amateur round of skiing before we go on to the pros a little bit later on in the day. But I tell you what, the boat speed is a little bit higher, and it just so happens that Colin Vidmer skiing is starting to level out a little bit. There you go. Nicely done. It got himself very, very tidy for 36, and certainly had to because the amount of heat that he was generating off that turn into buoy number 1 was quite significant, and just allowing the ski to go down course a little bit aerial coming into these turns, especially into his 2-4 side. He is a left foot forward skier, almost overloaded off number 3, but managing to just stay calm, just not panic too much. And I wonder how foggy those goggles are after 2 passes. It's certainly a challenging situation to undertake skiing out there with the rain hitting your eyeballs there at 36 miles an hour, and obviously the speed going across from buoy to buoy is going to be that much higher. All right, then, looks like Colin Vidmer's getting a little bit of local crowd support out there. And he's going to come back in on 14.25 meters. 28 off, or 14.25 meters. Our only men's 2 skier according to this list, which means that our next category is going to be men's 3, where they're max out at 34 miles an hour. This is our first and quite possibly only skier that we have on this list of amateurs that will actually shorten at 36 miles an hour. But look at him go. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep off buoy number 4. So that is Colin Vidmer with a 3 1/2 buoy total. 3 1/2 at 14.25 meters. So getting broken over at the waist there into buoy number 2, a little bit stiff with the knees into that buoy. And it just seems to me that his weight distribution coming off number 2 into number 3 could use a little bit of help. And the ski was starting to chatter into buoy number 4, and then it was just a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond, coming round buoy number 4. So, that being said, our next competitor to take to the water, he'll be chasing down that score on 14.25 minutes, and will have the advantage of skiing at a max speed of 34 miles an hour should he get to that point. His name is Matthew Skoog. Skoog is his last name. I do beg your pardon. I'm having trouble with the Norwegian-sounding names at this point.
I've known Tony for 20 years and he mispronounces my
He does kind of look Norwegian, though. Very much so. We're just missing the helmet with the horns and everything, and the red, white, and blue a Norwegian flag and all that kind of stuff, and maybe one of those traditional horns, I guess. So, Matthew Skoog is about to take to the water. We'll get his particulars as he hits the water. Becky's put the rope on the pylon. Looks like our boat driver, Alan Pickrell, getting ready to jam that lever down and bring Matthew Skoog into the course. So, Becky, what say you? 34.22, exactly the same speed and line length as Colin Vidmer, our first competitor out, 34.22 or 55k, 16 meters. But the one advantage that Matthew Skoog has is that after this pass, he can shorten down to 14.25 meters because he's a men's 3 skier and they have that privilege. All right, then, here we go. Matthew Skoog. Round number 2, and just trying to a little bit delayed there off buoy number 3, but managing to get it back for 4, 5, and number 6 there. He's certainly in a little bit deep with that opening pass of 16 meters at 55k or 22 off 34 miles now. A little bit stiff in the knees on the entrance gates and not getting much angle as a consequence. Barely actually made it through the gates. So Matthew there with a 6 buoy count. And don't forget to subscribe to the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel, and you'll be informed as to when new content is uploading by hitting the bell icon a couple of times, and also be informed as to when new live webcasts are being broadcast. For the first time in the history of TWBC, we have two separate events at two separate locations being broadcast live at once. We've got this event, the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and right on the other side of the United States is the IWWF U17 World Championships taking place live in Santa Rosa Beach in Florida. So for those of you that are total water ski addicts, you can actually set up a couple of tabs on your PC, with one tab on the U17 Worlds and another tab here, and watch some great skiing on each one of them. Okay, here we go. This is Matthew Skoog coming into the course at 14.25 meters. He started off at 34.22. Round number 2, round number 3. Look at him go. He's getting pushed in a little bit onto 4. A little bit of a delay off number 4, but he's still there. He's still fighting away, and there he goes. Round buoy number 6. Haha, there you go. That is a 6 buoy count at 28 off. Yeah, there you go. We got some cheering from our little section down there by the dock. Yeah. Matthew Skoog, the Skoogmeister. A little delay off buoy number 1, which could have sent him into the drink a little bit early, but he managing to make it up there on his better side turn, which is 2, 4, and 6. He is right foot forward. Right foot forward skiers have the advantage of having better 2, 4 side turns and also a more stable gate shot, whilst needing to stay neutral so far as the 1, 3, 5 side turns are concerned. So Matthew Skoog getting ready for 13 meters. And great to have the pleasure of your company, folks. My name is Tony Lightfoot here at the Hilltop Lake facility, just outside Arlington in the great northwestern state of Washington. We've got Matthew Skoog on the water right now, 14.25 meters cleared. He's going to come back in on 13 meters, and we'll see what he can do. He still certainly need a better start with the entrance gates and rolling that ski into through those gates to get himself set up for one, because 13 meters or 32 off is certainly a different kettle of fish compared to the previous pass which he just run, and just barely run if we're being honest. So here we go, 13 meters or 32 off for Matthew Skoog. Round, a little bit of a delay off number 1. He's always going to have to work to stay on top of the water, unfortunately. Doesn't quite happen for him, but he has taken the lead with 1.5 on 13 meters. That is Matthew Skoog. Very shoulder heavy off that gate shot into buoy number 1, and even deeper with his left shoulder coming into the number 1 buoy. And then he just lost his balance and his equilibrium round the turn. That's a big word, isn't it? Equilibrium. But so far as Matthew Skoog is concerned, all it means for him is that he got 1 1/2 buoys at 13 meters. And that's a beautiful shot from one of our sponsors, Miles Sand and Gravel, for all your gravel and sand needs. Get in touch with Miles. They have several locations and facilities across the great state of Washington. So if you're in need of sand and gravel, they are the folks to get in contact with. All right, then, on the dock side, getting ready to take to the water is none other than a skier who originally comes to us from the great state of Iowa, and makes his home here in the Northwest, and working with the Syndicate brand. His name is John Mama. So at the end of that dock, and Becky Lathrop will give us the numbers from the towboat and tell us what speed and line length he's coming in on. A lot of activity dockside, and we'll see what transpires with John Mama. So, Becky, what say you?
Just a little tailwind? Is that where the wind is blowing? Yeah. It's like the rain's going that way.
You can see where it is.
Pretty flat water out here. Morning, John. How are you? Good to see you. Easy. Oh, sorry. Too much working on the house.
Oh, here we go. Bold move there. Let's see if this one can succeed. For John Mama, coming in at 28 off at 34 miles an hour, or 55K, 14.25 meters. Electing to go with the full wetsuit out there. Trying to ease his way into the pass and trying to stay warm at the same time. Looking pretty strong out there. In that Syndicate brand long wetsuit, along with the ski that he's riding, which I'm sure is the Syndicate Pro. Pulls out and gets ready for the next line length of 30 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot long. For those of you watching slalom skiing for the first time, the course width is 37.5 feet wide, and with each successful pass at the maximum boat speed, for each of these competitors, the rope gets shortened after each successful 6-buoy count. So in this instance, John Mama has completed the pass of 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. And for those mathematicians out there, 28 from 75 gives you 47 feet. Yes, trust me on that one. And you use that 47 feet of line to get round a slalom course that's 37.5 feet wide. It gives you about 9.5 feet to spare on each turn. But it gets more and more difficult with each successive pass that you clear, because we shorten the rope each time. Such as this next pass, which is going to be 32 off. 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line leaves you with 43 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys. Now, on a course that is 37.5 feet wide, you now have about 5.5 feet to spare to get round all 6 buoys. In terms of the metric system, the course is 11.5 meters wide. So by the time that rope gets shortened down to 11.25 meters in length, I think you've already done enough math in your head for this time of the morning. So let's just suffice to say that with each completed pass, we shorten the rope, and it gets more and more difficult to get out to buoy's width. And there we go. That was a 30-meter run. That immediately vaults John Mama into the lead position. So now he's gotten through the 30-meter line. Now it comes down to 12. Now 12 meters or 35 off means that the rope now is 40 feet from the pole out to the handle. And taking that into consideration, John Mama has 2.5 feet of spare line to get round the buoys. Now that might actually sound a lot. That's about half the height of a regularly sized human male. It may sound a lot, but really, once you get to 12 meters, a lot changes and a lot has to happen in order for a skier to successfully run that pass and run it in a way that is conducive to running even more buoys on shorter line lengths, because there's a certain amount of resistance that needs to be applied against that towboat, which produces 465 foot-pounds of torque with its 6.2 litre PCM engine. I'm talking about the Nautique towboat, of course.
I'm not recovering as quickly as I used
now becomes a case of how much of that torque, how much of that foot poundage can you resist going from one side to the other and still stay on top of the water, running buoys. He's in the lead, mind you. He's the only person to have gotten through 30 meters or 32 off. And here he comes with this particular run of 12 meters. This is Jolma, round number one. Brings the handle in, whips that ski across, brings the handle to his outside hip. Not the wisest course of action. And unfortunately, bringing the handle to the outside hip lengthens the end of the turn and puts you in a very, very tight spot when it comes to making contact with the handle and going cross course. So Jolma getting in a little bit deep there with buoy number 2 and number 3 on the back heel trying to get that ski turned, and unfortunately because of the previous buoy error, unable to do that. But he is in the lead, mind you, with a score of 3 on 12 meters, 3 on the 12-meter line, or 3 at 35 off for Jolma as he returns to the dock. So with Jolma establishing the lead with a score onto 12 meters, and actually interesting to note that the lead has changed hands 3 times in as many skiers, and it started off with 28 off, then it continued on to a score of onto 32 off, and now we've seen a skier into 35 off. So good to see that little bit of progression. It's going to be hard to replicate that to other passes going forward. Our next competitor out is going to be Jaden Burdick, and we await his speed and line length. My name is Tony Lightfoot. For all of you that are just tuning in, great to have the pleasure of your company here at the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Our pros will actually take to the water a little bit later on in the competition, but you are watching in the meantime the amateur round of competition, the third and final round of amateurs. They done 2 rounds on Friday, and the third of them you see right here and now. All right, so there was your schedule of action for today with the amateurs, and with the pros coming up in relatively soon afterwards. We estimate around 12:30, but depending on how quick we get done with the third round of amateurs, it could be a little bit sooner or might even be a little bit later, depending upon how much of an impact the weather has upon proceeding. At 34 miles an hour at 28 off, or 55k, 14.25 meters, it is going to be Jaden Burdick. Jaden Burdick, our skier on the water right here and now. Alan Pickerel is our guy at the helm of that towboat. There we go, 14.25 meters, Jaden Burdick. So not looking bad at all, getting through the opening run of 14.25 meters. That is Jaden Burdick. We wait to see him on the instant replay. As you can see, rather misty conditions out there, looking at our instant replay camera. So having to work his way through that. The rain has kind of dissipated in its intensity for a moment at least. And while you watch him go through this particular run of 14.25 meters, the rope at the other end has been shortened down to 13 for his next pass. This is Jaden Burdick. So, Stephen Burdick it is, and we've got Tyler Olson around the dock area. You might not see him. He's a little behind the cameras right now, but he is most certainly around, just trying to get warmed up. He is one of our junior skiers in this event. He skis in the boys too.
The wind's coming the other way.
All right then, so here we go. We have got on the water Stephen Burdick on 13 meters. Chasing down the lead by Jolma with 3 at 35 off, or 3 at 12 meters. Nice extension around buoy number 2, continuing to roll there off number 3. In good shape round number 4, mind you, as he gets round number 5, allowing the ski to fully rotate, and if it requires him to go a little down course off each turn, then so be it. Obviously, the best way to actually negotiate the slalom course is to be aggressive off the first and second wake and direct the ski out into a tight line, and to be wide and early for the buoy, so you can execute a concept called backsiding, which is basically the ski coming round and making its way towards the area of the next buoy while still turning round the backside of the buoy that you are on, hence the expression backsiding. Good effort there to get round number 4 on the instant replay, and Stephen Burdick looking in very, very good shape there on that ski. Decent effort, and I like what he's doing out there as he chases down the lead score now. He's now on 35 off. He's at that point in men's 3. We have 3 men's 3 competitors. We've just seen Matthew Skoog with 1.5 at 32 off, and then followed on with our previous skier John Mama with 3 at 35 off. That's 30 meters and 12 meters respectively, and we are on 12 meters right now, 35 off for Stephen Burdick. Here he comes. Let's see what he has to offer us. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. He's trying to chase down that top score of 3. He's in good shape to do it, though. He's round number 3. He's going to make a play on 4. He's got the lead here in this round in men's 3. And look at this. He's still there. He's still on top of the water. He flips that ski round buoy number 6, keeps the tight line, barely makes it through the exit gate. And now we're on to 11.25 meters off 38 off. So in as many skiers, their scores have been on 14.25 meters, 30 meters, 12, and now we're going to have a score established as a lead score in men's 3 on 11.25 meters. So there, looking at the instant replay and the effort that was put in there by Stephen Olson to get through that run, and I am entertaining questions and comments through the YouTube chat, and looks like our first question of the morning is, what's the water temperature at Hilltop? Well, I can't provide you with the exact temperature at the moment, although if someone along the shoreline can actually give me the water temperature, because I think it's actually measured in the towboat. They do actually have a water temperature gauge. But with this much I can tell you, it actually feels warmer in the water than it does on the outside, if that makes sense. We'll get you the water temperature. It'll just take us a little while to answer that question, Griff. But thank you for asking. And for those of you fans that are watching, we'll try and entertain with some answers to some questions. If you're watching on the YouTube player on Warski Broadcasting's YouTube presence, on the right side of the player is a chance for you to comment, throw in a question or two, and I'll endeavour to answer them. All right, then. There is, on the water, Stephen Burdick, 11.25 meters of 38 off, and provisionally inside buoy number 3. So, looks like the consensus is across our officials is that he scored 2, and you can see that very plainly through the entrance gates. A good start, decent start. Little off balance, mind you, so he had to take a check on there to correct himself. Got round number 2, but if you do make an error on 11.25 meters, the chances of you making up for that error quickly are severely diminished. But however, he got round that number 2 into the wakes. Just couldn't get outside buoy number 3, however much he tried to sell it. All right, then. Now we move from men's 2 and men's 3 to boys 2. Next skier up is going to be Tyler Olson.
Got condensation on the inside of the
We'll get determination as to his line length and speed. So let's see what Tyler Olson has got for us. I'm sure this is going to be fun to watch, and we'll get the numbers. All right, so looks like we're going to do a little bit of a scenic route tour of slalom skiing with boys 2 and Tyler Olson. He is going to go in at 26 miles an hour at 15 off. 26 miles an hour is 43K, and the line length is 18.25 meters. Don't ask me how I know how to convert 43K extrapolate 43K out of 26 miles an hour. I've been doing this a little while. You almost have to hum that into your head. 26 is 43. There you go. All right, then. Here we go. 26 mile an hour. Resplendent in that USA vest. Coming through with the opening run. Round number 4. A little bit of counter rotation into number 5 and got into a little bit of awkward shape coming in. Was almost too narrow there. But Tyler Olson running his opening pass. So not too sure at what division they actually shorten at 32 miles an hour. I think boys 2 actually is one of the 2 youth divisions to where they actually shorten the line at 32. In that case, he's got a little bit of work to do before he gets to that point. So that is Tyler Olson. At 26 mile an hour at 15 off. We now move up to 28 miles an hour or 46K. Line length still on 18.25 meters or 15 off the standard 75-foot line. And 75 take away 15 is how much? Yes, indeed. 60 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys. And it gives him a substantial amount of room to get round. But he still has to be aggressive, though. Can't afford to be complacent, even with the line at 15 off. This now is a 28 miles an hour or 46K. All right, so not looking bad at all for that run at 28 miles an hour or 46K, 18.25 meters. All right, then. Looks like we got a few comments coming in, or at least one more. Tyler Ricky Bobby Olson is from Winlock Lake, that is not too far away from here, about an hour or so away. And from what I gleaned yesterday from the midpoint skier meeting is, there's a whole family of skiers that have gone into the sport purely by actually building a 2-lake facility that started off small, but started bringing in more and more competitors into the sport, and that's always what you want to hear. There is Tyler Olson with 28 miles an hour or 46K with the line at 15 off or 18.25 meters. All right, so now we've got Tyler Olson. Now we are at 30 miles an hour, or 49K. Doesn't take much to get him out the water, and he is up on top very, very quickly indeed as the boat now rounds the island and gets ready to bring him into the course at 30 miles an hour or 49K. And they've still got more comments, and apparently there are about 14 youth skiers at Winlock Lakes. Thanks a lot for that information there from Colin Oberdorf, who I'm sure we'll see a little bit later on. Oh, and again in a little bit deep there on that particular run, and just unable to continue on at 30 miles an hour or 49K. Looks like it's going to be 3.5. The consensus of our officials suggests that. So 3.5 at 49K. But looking at the opening portion of this run, getting round number 1 and number 2, it certainly shows a lot of promise. But it just seems to me that as he gets across the wake off number 2 into number 3, it comes up a little bit narrow, and oh, look at that, and his foot comes clean out of the binding, out of the back binding. So I'm sure that's not the most pleasant of circumstances to be under, but it's going to be 3.5. Couldn't even get stable enough with the back binding to ski for a full 4. But that is a Tyler Olson, otherwise known to his friends as Ricky Bobby. Tyler Olson from Winlock Lakes. And it's about 60 miles north in Portland, Oregon. Well, not miles north of Portland, Oregon, which is a little ways south of here. If your geography is kind of challenging to you, then yeah, they live. These family of skiers are located a little ways south of here, probably about close to about 2.5 hours away. Probably closer to 5 whenever you factor in Seattle traffic. All right then, so Jaden Burdick is our next competitor to go. And we await the numbers, the speed and the line length. And we'll see what that is in just a moment. And this, the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am.
Miles, sand, and gravel. There's 2 of these places down where I live. Like one's like right across there's like a highway kind of a few blocks over, and there's a big gravel pit there, and then over by Tenino, there's another one. It's a big outfit. They're the big guys. And then Brandy, this guy that dug our lake, Olympia Sand and Gravel, he's like, oh, they're the big guys. So they don't just do the sand and gravel, but they do all the utilities and stuff too. Like they've got a big building, they're going to lay all that.
So continuing on, looks like I'm getting little snippets of information here and there, and Tony Bondonzi, who's tuning in, I'm sure from either Texas or in Florida right now, and heard that yesterday that the water temperature was about 73 degrees, which is actually quite frosty for skiers from that part of the country. I mean Texas and Florida. So if you are skiing in those kind of climes, count yourself lucky.
He works for them. He skis at one of their gravel pits kind of nearby.
Coming in on 18.25 meters. I think he'll be into the course at 49K. We'll get confirmation of that, and by way of extension for the next boat speed, because it certainly looks like on pass number 1 that he's clean enough to clear that, and we'll move on to the next boat speed. So, Jaden Burdick. Jaden One-Wheel Burdick. I'm not too sure why. And Jaden is from Chelan in Washington and skis on the Columbia River. Again, all kinds of skiers with different backgrounds as to how they come into the sport, and how they practice and achieve success out there on the water. So there we go, getting through that particular run, and a brilliant effort. So yes, indeed, he came in at 30 miles an hour for his opening pass, and which means that 32 miles an hour is going to be his next run. The line length is still 18.25 meters, or 15 off. All right, then, here we go. Round buoy number 1. Oh, nice power up there off buoy number 1. Left foot forward there, so hardly surprising that he has the ability to do that on that side of the course. A little bit of a rough turn on buoy number 4, but number 5 he was able to make up for that deficit and is able to get through 32 miles an hour. So, great effort there. At 52K, 18.25 meters. Behind that Nautique towboat. So our Nautique towboat pulling our competitors here, and also pulling the competitors at the U17 World Championships taking place at the same time in Santa Rosa Beach. For those of you that are the ultimate skiing fans, you can open up a couple of tabs on your browser and have one tab watching the action here from the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and on that second tab check in on what's going on in Santa Rosa Beach right now. All right then, so Jaden is a boys free competitor, which means that his maximum speed can stay at 32 miles an hour, and the line length is going to be shortened down to 16 meters. 32 miles an hour, 22 off for the next run, or 52K, 60 meters, however you want to express it, whether it be feet and inches or metric. I have that information for you. All right, then, so here we go. This is the 16-meter line, or 22 off. Boat speed still the same, 32 miles an hour. Here we go. That is Jaden there. Ooh, a little bit of a hard hit there around buoy number 6. But that was at 22 off, or 60 meters. Boat speed remaining the same as the previous run. Nice turn into towards buoy number 1, but he kind of flattens off a little bit in the wakes. And getting a little bit aerial there into buoy number 2, which is halfway to be expected, because no matter what bow brand that you use, there is going to be that 16 meter or 22 off hump generated by the rooster tail, and that has the ability to throw the unsuspecting skier into the air and force the skier to go into somewhat of an aerial edge change. So there you go. That is Jaden Burdick getting round all 6 buoys. Now the wakes narrow out and get a little bit easier to cut through. The line length is going to be 14.25 meters, or 28 off. However, the line is going to be at 14.25 meters, 28 off. That's the rub. That means you're going to have to work a lot harder to get to buoy's width and to actually stay with the pass. As we look down on Adam Krueger, first of our 2 boys for competitors in this amateur round, the third and final round of slalom skiing for them. Still have a lot of great skiing to come, folks. We've got the head-to-head women's pros, and also the men's pros to come directly afterwards. 14.25 meters. Now he's starting to struggle a little bit. Round buoy number 3. Come on, keep the ski ahead of you. And not too sure about that one. We're going to have to take a look at the instant replay on that one, because I'm sure the judges are going to take a look at that buoy number 5. They didn't make any real attempt to sell buoy number 5, and there's probably going to be a good reason why as we take a look. And the judges are discussing this, and the judges are discussing this and coming through with a score as he runs in. The judges are saying the majority is a 5. So that's going to be the score for Jaden Burdick. It's going to be 5 at 14.25 meters.
Exactly. It's the optimized rope for master line.
Travis got me. Like a kid's
They got like 12 ropes.
I mean, it's really...
Like on a fishing boat.
Yes. You can see how those guys can throw their lines out and get their feet caught in it and get yanked into the water, right?
You might see that today. Let's hope not.
Second group, third group, that's okay.
All right then, so Kyle Oberdorf, a mountain of information here coming through for our next competitor. Coming in at 30 miles an hour, 15 off, is Adam Junior Nightmare Krueger. Is another one of those youth skiers from Winlock Lakes. We got other information coming through. Okay. All right then. So not looking too bad on the opening pass there for our skier on the water. It is Adam Krueger. It's 30 miles an hour at 15 off, or 49K, 18.25 meters. He's in exactly the... he's in boys 4, which I think actually skis to 34 miles an hour before they shorten the line. But with zero-base scoring, there could be a whole bunch of combinations before we get to that point. But we'll see what happens in the fullness of time. So on that opening pass there from Adam Krueger, it is going to be 49K, 18.25 meters. Or 30 miles an hour, 15 off. And now he moves up to the next speed, which is going to be at 32 miles an hour, 18.25 meters, keeping the line length the same, but moving the boat speed up a notch or two. So, continuing to roll right along. This is Adam Krueger rolling into the course. Round number 1, a little bit of a bounce there. Round number 2 for Adam, and continuing to work his way through this pass at 32 miles an hour. A little bit buffeted from one side of the course to the next, but he controls that very, very well indeed. And good effort. Now, the next question that I've got coming through is by none other than Thomas de Gasperi. answering his question, how many amateurs are left in this round? Obviously, he's in town somewhere and wanted to know exactly how long it's going to be before he takes to the water. Well, I can answer that question for you there, Thomas de Gasperi, because out of the full extent of skiers, which is 44 skiers in our amateur competition, we are currently on skier number 7. So that right now we've got about 37 or 35, 36 skiers remaining. So at about 6 minutes a skier, then that you can probably work that out in your head anyway. So there we go. But keeping our attention firmly fixed on Adam Krueger. He's gone through 32 miles an hour at 15 off. 32 miles an hour, 15 off, or 49 or 52k, 18.25 meters. So he's gone through at 30. He's come through it back at 32. And by the sound of that boat, it looks like it's going to be 55k or 34 miles an hour. Boys 4 competitor. Oh, look at this. This is still on 18.25 meters at 34 miles an hour. Working its way. That boat is really, really... Oh, wow. Look at that. Good skiing. Great effort there to get round all 6 buoys. Had to struggle a little bit, but he was patient where he needed to be. The times come through. It certainly is consistent with 34 miles an hour. The maximum speed for boys 4 slaloming. So in the last season or two, the AWSA has added 2 more youth divisions, bringing a total to 5, and those 5 are spread across the 2-year increments from age of 9 through to the age of 17. So coming in at 22 off, 16 meters is going to be Adam Krueger. So 22 off, 60 meters. Now he's really got to dig down deep and come up with something that keeps him on the slalom course for a little bit longer. It's going to be at 22 off, and the boat speed now remains the same from here on out. So let's see how far he can get down the line length of 22 off or 60 meters as our crowd of spectators is starting to swell around the starting dock. It is a little bit rainy out there, a little bit damp, but the folks up here in the northwestern part of the United States are fully prepared for the contingencies thereof. Okay, so this is 16 meters at 22 off. He is round buoy number 1, a little exposed to the boat. And even more exposed to the boat this time, but he manages to get the ski off outside buoy number 3. Looking to go round number 4. Oh, and he was just so close to just settling down and running that run. So there we go. That was Adam Krueger with his score. I believe it's going to be 3 1/2 provisionally. 3 1/2 provisionally at... on the 16-meter line. Just a little bit stiff coming in as that number 4 and just trying to reach for the handle with the outside arm, and it was just a situation that he couldn't really get himself clear of. So there we go. That was Adam Krueger with 3 1/2 at 22 off, 3 1/2 at 22 off.
Jump sites around here. A lot of the jumps that do exist, like a lot of them won't really, like I won't jump off some of them anymore. Like I won't go off right here until it gets rebuilt, and I won't go off ski park, it's too old, not maintained.
So coming in, our next skier coming in at 22 off. I believe that's also at 34 miles an hour. So Our first skier to come in on a line length shortening that's shorter than 18.25 meters among our youth divisions. There we go. That's going to be Trenton Oberdorf. He's from Surrey in Canada, but spends a good portion of his spring and summer at Winlock Lakes. Let's see what he's got. Trenton Oberdorf. So, nicely done with the 60-meter opener, and I believe that was at 34 miles an hour, although actually, according to information I just received, boys 4's top speed of 36 miles an hour, but many of them shortened at 34 miles an hour because, well, for a good portion of them, 36 miles an hour is just way, way too fast. And that is one of the benefits of the zero-based scoring. It gives the skiers a little bit more flexibility to score high buoy counts based upon their personal preference, whether they go with the higher boat speed or go with the shorter line length. 16 meters. All right then. So that opening pass there was at 30 miles an hour at 22 off. My apologies for giving you slightly wrong information there. Now, because he's already on a line length shortening, he can move up to 32 miles an hour while still keeping at 22 off. This is actually a wise choice, and I've always said, so far as coaching slalom is concerned, that many skiers should actually try the 16-meter line or 22 off, even though you're working your way up the speeds on 18.25 meters, because my figuring is that you've got to look with the end in mind, and obviously you're looking to progress through your slalom skiing through 18.25 meters, and you're obviously trying to clear that. But at the same time, you want to be prepared for the day that, hey, you get through 18.25 meters at maximum speed, but then 16 meters or 22 off hits you like a truck, so you want to try and prepare for that by just going at a slower speed at 22 off or 16 meters and prepare for it that way. Great skiing so far. So that was at 32 miles an hour, and now it's going to be intriguing to see what speed he decides to shorten, whether it's going to be at 34 miles an hour or 36. All right, so here at the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, this is our third and final round of amateur skiing.
Now coming back in at 34.22.
34 at 22 off. 34 miles an hour, 22 off, or 55K 60 meters. Oh, look at him go round buoy number 4. He's still there at 30. Look at that recovery. Oh, man alive, he gets round number 6. I thought he was dead and buried round number 4. But I tell you what, he more than made up for that distance and actually ran that pass early. And given his Germanic sounding name, das ist sehr gut. There you go. Great skiing there. And just look, he had to double pull to get outside buoy number 4, but managed to stay relaxed. little bit of a shoulder charge into buoy number 5. Dropped that ski into its edge change very, very quickly into number 5. And then we looked at buoy number 6. And tell you what, great, great effort. All right, now we're maxing out at 34 miles an hour. We're going to go to 28 off. So the line length now is 14.25 meters. The boat speed is 55k for those of you that understand the metric system far more than the feet and inches. It is going to be 28 off now, 14.25 meters. And I tell you what, if he keeps that level of aggression up, I'm sure he'll get quite deep into 14.25 meters. Let's see what happens here and now. Boat speed ramping up to 55k or 34 miles an hour. Here comes Trenton Oberdorf now. He's got to attack this run. Round buoy number 1, handle up a little high. Here comes Trenton round buoy number 2, little bit exposed. Round number 3, can he make it outside number 4? Unfortunately not. But there is going to be at least 3 buoys there to add to his total. So there, taking a look at the instant replay, Trenton Oberdorf with his run. That was a 3 at 14.25 meters. 3 at 14.25 meters. A good stout effort there from him as we round off boys 4. And now we go on to girls 2. And girls 2 will feature Sarah Burdick. And obviously we were a little bit, we discussed the merits of actually going in at 34 miles an hour as the top boat speed, or 36 for a particular division, such as boys 4, and actually it's mainly too fast for mum to take on board. Good comment there from Marina Oberdorf, and that's actually a PB for Trenton. Way to go, wee man, apparently. So a PB there, a 3 at 28 off. So good skiing there.
Is he here? Have you seen him?
With who?
Wiley?
Brian,
Yes. I just saw him walking down.
he won't miss. He's reliable.
All right, so now we've got Sarah Burdick.
But he won't
But he's
miss.
prepared, though. He's prepared. Not skiing. I'm looking at...
All right, then. So here we go. We've got Sarah Burdick. Just won girls 1 at the national skiing at 32 off. Yes, I do actually remember the name. It's certainly... Yes. I was at the Nationals about a week or so ago, and although I concentrated on announcing for the Tricks and Jump events on Lake 2, the name of Sarah Burdick did crop up, and she won the girls 1 category at the Nationals and skied into 32 off. So starting off with the line length of 18.25 meters, or 15 off. We'll get the indication as to the boat speed, and of course confirm the line length at the same time. So Sarah Burdick now getting settled in, and the boat speed, I'm sure, will be raised. We'll see how things pan out. 30 miles an hour now. So she actually started at 28 miles an hour with the line to 18.25 meters. Now she's going to come back at 30, or 49 kilometers an hour. So now, having started at 28 miles an hour, 18.25 meters. This is now 30. Good strike off buoy number 1. Right foot forward skier, which means the 2-4-6 side turns are going to be more effective, including the gate shot outside the course. Let's not forget that the turn outside of the slalom course before you come in, almost as important, if not more so, than the 6 that come afterwards. So that is Sarah Burdick. That was at 30 miles an hour, now getting ready to go to 32 miles an hour. And to the best of my knowledge, the maximum boat speed for girls 1 slaloming is the 32 mile an hour speed. And for those of you watching this event for the first time, I thank you very much for doing so. Our pro event takes place a little bit later on today. And for those of you tuning in to the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel, be sure to subscribe and also hit that bell icon a couple of times to be informed as to when new content is uploaded and when live events come on stream. All right then, so we've got Sarah Burdick. She started at 28 miles an hour, moved up through 30, the pass that you just saw her run, and now gets ready for 32 miles an hour or 52 kilometers an hour. 32 miles an hour in girls 2. All right, so there we go. There's Sarah Burdick at 32 miles an hour. Now things start to get a little bit trickier. That boat speed, even though it's still the same 2 mile an hour increment as before, there is a noticeable rise in tempo and need to actually bring the ski into a more dramatic turn and to still stay ahead of the course. But at 32 miles an hour, seemingly very, very good out there on the slalom course for Sarah Burdick. Likes the backside of 135 side of buoys a little bit more than 246, which is a little unusual considering her stance on the slalom ski. She is right foot forward and getting more power from the 135 side than she's getting off with 246. So now it's going to be at 22 off now. She's decided to go with the line length, the next line length of 22 off. She's cleared 28, 30, and 32 miles an hour. And now she is coming back in on the 16-meter line. "22 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Keeping the flow going on this one. This is 16 meters, a harder pass for her to attain from start to finish. There we go, that's 16 meters. Certainly getting a money's worth here for her effort out in the water. That's the second time she's visited the island on the northern end of the lake. So looking at this once again, it just seems that when the line gets shorter and the boat speed goes higher, she ramps up the intensity, and that's always good to see from any level slalom skier. Not getting overawed by the occasion or the event. And there is Sarah Burdick now getting ready for 14.25 meters. 28 off the standard 75-foot line. It leaves her with 47 feet to get round all 6 buoys. She has no deficit against the buoy. She has actually about 9.5 feet to spare to get round all 6 buoys, but now the boat speed's at her maximum. The rope length is shorter and now requires a little bit more intensity round buoy number 1. Handle up high, getting broken over into number 2, and will ski for the wakes and will score provisionally 2 buoys at 14.25 meters. 2 on 28 off for Sarah Burdick in the girls 2 division. So good athleticism there into buoy number 1. A little bit slow off the get-go round buoy number 1. The handle coming up high, and she got broken over into number 2, and not even too sure whether she actually made it round buoy number 2, if we're being honest. But the judges The judges' consensus is 1 on 14.25 meters. The judges have confirmed 1, and that will be her final score in this 3rd round of amateur skiing. Now, before we end off our first section, we've got 3 competitors. We've got Whitney, Olson, and Jenna Oberdorf. But before those 2 competitors, in girls 4, we've got Avery Joe Wiley. All right, here we go now. We have got Avery Joe Wiley, or Emo Joe Wiley. Looks like she's going to come in on 18.25 meters for the opening run. The line certainly looks long enough to suggest that. All rolling in for the entrance gates. A little bit late through those gates, if I'm being honest. Round buoy number 2, a little bit out of sorts there on the opening pass. Working the handle way too much on the end of the turns, and that is affecting her balance on the slalom skis. So on the opening pass, she's got a little bit of work to do technically in order to continue skiing. She scores 6 buoys, which is pretty good. But a little flat-footed through the entrance gates into number 1 on this instant replay. So looking at Avery Joe Wiley on this instant replay, a little bit late into number 6, but she got the pass underneath her. We'll wait for the boat speed, and we'll wait for the line length for shortening on either aspect of her run. It's going to be 32 miles an hour coming back. She started in on 18.25 meters with the speed of 49k. Which translates to 30 miles an hour at 15 off for Avery Joe Wiley. So good pull out there for the entrance gates. A little narrow. She made herself into buoy number 1, but managing to keep the ski out ahead of her. Dropping in hard on buoy number 3. Number 4 is going to be tough as well, but round number 5, allowing that ski to run down course in order for her to complete more of her turn at the tail end of that one. And probably realizes at this point that she certainly has to buckle down and come up with an effort that will keep her very, very much in play so far as slalom skiing is concerned. That pass for Avery Joe Wiley was at 32 miles an hour. So Avery Joe Wiley, Emo Joe Wiley to her friends. No relation to one of our sponsors, Wiley's Water Ski Pro Shop, which is based in Seattle in Washington State. And basically the go-to company for the vast majority of the elite jumpers worldwide for their binding products. There are very seldom other bindings used for elite level water ski jumping, and pretty much all of them are produced by Wiley. But here we go. This is Avery Joe Wiley coming into the course now. Look at her go. Ooh, and getting in a little bit deep at 22 off there. That is Avery Joe Wiley. A 3 buoy count is going to go her way. Okay, so that is a score of 3 at 22 off, I believe the confirmed score is going to be. She is done. So now we're down to our final 2 competitors in this first section of amateurs. We split them off into groups of 12. And after we get done with one group, then we change out our officials, change drivers, so on and so forth. As Avery Joe Wiley pulls off and gets back to the shoreline and swims in. Okay, so our next competitor to take to water from Winlock Lakes. This is Whitney, Olson.
Well, it's only fed back. Yeah, it's only giving you that.
All right now, so that is Whitney Olson coming into the course. We're going to get the details of our opening pass. We haven't gotten them yet from our official in the boat. But it looks like it's 18.25 meters anyway. And So not a bad opening pass there for Whitney Olson on 18.25 meters or 15 off. So rains are still continuing to peter down now. Wait to see what boat speed is. Okay, so she went in at 30 miles an hour on 18.25 meters or 49k at that line length. Now she's going to come back in at 32 miles an hour. She's a girls 4 competitor, which means that her top speed and max speed is going to be 34 miles an hour or 55k. Sun's trying to push through a little bit, but it's going to be a little bit of a while before those clouds disappear. Still raining a little bit as well. Oh, and Avery Joe Wiley at 32 miles an hour, 18.25 meters, couldn't get much of anything going on. So it looks like it is going to be one and a half at 32 miles an hour, 1.5 at 32 miles an hour at 18.25 meters, and that represents the totality of her heifer out there on the slalom course, with one last competitor to go before we make our official change. So looks like a consensus is on 1 1/2. So our next competitor, last competitor in this section of the competition. And just to remind you, good folks, and based upon the information I just received, this is a single round amateur competition for today's purposes. This being Sunday, there was, by extension, an amateur tournament which took place on Friday. I was under the impression that the amateurs skied a single tournament across 3 rounds. 32.22 or 32 miles an hour on the 52k on 16 meters for Jenna Oberdorf. So Jenna, the generator Oberdorf, about to take to the water, has aspirations of being a firefighter.
Thank you, Mark. We'll bring Steve down, and next you can get her right back.
Yep, this is Jenna coming in at 32 miles an hour, 22 off, or 52k 60 meters. There you go. Good, powerful stuff so far. Come on, Jenna. Round number 3. And, a little bit of a bounce into number 4. Now working hard just to stay on top of the ski. And there we go. That was at 32 miles an hour, 22 off. 32 miles an hour, 22 off, or 52k 60 meters for Jenna Oberdorf.
We're going with the 3 continuation 6. So you have a majority. So we're at a 9-4. So both scores 3. Majority 6 to a 9-4.
Okay, so just taking a look at the instant replay again, including her approaching. Ooh. Looking at that instant replay with Jenna Oberdorf, she's definitely thanking her lucky stars at this point in the proceedings based upon the imagery that I see. and we'll see if she can continue on to the next speed, which is either going to be at 34 miles an hour on the same line length, or keeping it at 32 miles an hour but staying on, but advancing on to 14.25 meters. 34 miles an hour. She's going the speed route. She's going to go to 34 miles an hour for the max speed for women's competition. 34 miles an hour or 55k. Line length is still on 16 meters or 22 off. Here she comes. Jenna Oberdorf. Round number one, good strike there. All gotten broken over on number two, and her excursion into the slalom course ends on the 16-meter line. All right then, so looking at Jenna Oberdorf, and again round buoy number one, a little exposed into number two, just drops in, and the ski just actually makes contact with the buoy at that point, so it looks like it's going to be 1 1/2 for Jenna Oberdorf. And, well, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro Slalom competition. And we'll return with more action in our second section of amateurs right after this.
Here, multiple world champion, world record holder, using the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion. test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Well, hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We return to amateur slalom action in just a few moments, and we've had some pretty decent scores so far. We've had one score among our amateurs into 11.25 meters in our early section of the amateur competition. Don't forget, we still got the pro head-to-head women and men's competition to take place around about 12:30. In the afternoon Pacific Daylight Time, and the time right now, for those of you wondering, here in the Pacific Northwest is about 9:45 a.m. So we still got a good amount of time to go with our amateurs before we head headlong into the women's and men's pros. There's our schedule of events for today. The amateurs started at 8 a.m., or just a little bit after that, and we're continuing on until its conclusion. We have a total of 44 amateur skiers spread across several divisions. Start with from the girls' junior divisions all the way up to our most senior of men's divisions. So all that to come before we go into the pro section of our event. My name is Tony Lightfoot, pleased to be here in the Pacific Northwest for the second time in as many years, and certainly a departure from much of what I do so far as announcing is concerned, with the cooler temperatures up here in the Pacific Northwest. Kind of reminds me a little bit of my time in Blighty, as it were, otherwise known as England, and this invokes very, very fond memories of those times with the rain and a little bit of drizzle out there in the water. Puts a little bit of texture out there, and we'll see what happens with our next set of amateur competitors.
You want it? I gotta go help John move this one. They're not?
They're already getting warmed up.
All right, we have Genevieve Keimbaum coming out at 32 miles an hour, 15 off.
Genevieve, 32 miles an hour, 15 off confirmed.
32 miles an hour at 15 off. 32 on 15 off, or otherwise known as 52K, 18.25 meters. For Genevieve Keimbaum. In this section, we got women's 1, women's 2, women's 3 and 4 and 5, and then we got men's 5 to round off this particular section of the competition. This is Genevieve Keimbaum, women's 1, getting a little bit pitted out there from buoy 1 from from 2 into 3 as well, but managing to stay on top and get cross course and look pretty good in the process. So there we go. That is Genevieve Keimbaum.
Adam, one of our dudes had to go to the bathroom or something, so Adam's covering for him, I don't even know. I just called Adam for something.
So Genevieve Keimbaum. So Genevieve Keimbaum there with so there we go, Genevieve Keimbaum with 32 miles an hour, 18.25 meters, 52.18. Now she's going to come back in at the max speed for women's competition, 34 miles an hour. Still on the 18.25 meter line, or 15 off, getting a little bit out of sorts there on number 2 and 3. I'm not too sure what she's saying to the boat crew, but I don't think much of it is broadcastable. But there you go, just... Oh, and that will bend a fin or two. A reminder to our competitors that portion of the lake is quite shallow. So there we go. That is Genevieve Keimbaum with her score about 2/3 the way down this run. Just gotten pitted out on buoy number 1 and just got pulled directly into number 2. Nothing close to a backsided turn in that instance, and got driven forward by her shoulders, getting round buoy number 4 on that one, and that is going to be about it there for that particular effort. That is 4 on 18.25 meters. That is 4 at 15 off, 34 miles an hour. All right then, so now we're going to go on to women's 2. Now this is going to be interesting. Starting off at 28 miles an hour. On 22 off, it is going to be Brittany Granger. 28 miles an hour, which is 46K on 16 meters for those of you tuning in from places around the world, which you are doing in your multitudes. We're into the second batch of amateur skiers. Here comes Brittany Granger. Let's see what she's got. Attempts a turn. Woo, getting around buoy number 1. Is actually talking to herself a little bit on this pass. Trying to mumble something, I'm sure. Round number 4, a little bit broken over into number 5, but she has enough of a lead and a backsided turn on some of those attempts there. But good skiing there from Brittany Granger at 28 miles an hour on the shorter line length of 22 off, or 16 meters. So now she's going to move up to the next boat speed, which is going to be 30 miles an hour. All right, then. Looks like we're getting indications from our officials, even though it seemed at first glance that she actually ran the pass. The officials are reporting back that she scored a 0 for this particular effort. We're going to take a look at this one more time with the instant replay. So rolling in on the entrance gate, and we just look at this frame by frame by frame, and made contact over the fin, and the reaction on the face absolutely tells the complete story there. And she was hoping to get away with that one, but unfortunately was not going to be the case this time around. So Brittany Granger, a 0 gate and a 0 score, unfortunately for her in this instance. All right, then we move on from women's 2 to women's 3. It's going to be Ali Fluke coming up next.
I know. Thank you.
But anyway, and then I tried to Google it yesterday to find it. You know, because I didn't remember exactly.
So as our weather gets settled down a little bit, it's becoming a little, well, it's less rainy. It's more drizzly right now than anything else. So shouldn't impair the skiers' vision too much, depending upon how sensitive the skiers are to drizzle out there. Skier on the water is Ali Fluke. Not too sure what line length or speed she's coming in at, but we'll find out after she's attempted pass number one. Here comes Ali Fluke. This is women's 3. Beautifully executed one into number 2. Look at this. This is a stylish effort out there for Ali. Seems to be in full and total control over that run. So at 34 miles an hour, 15 off, looking in very, very good shape on the opener.
Dockside is good. Great there.
All right, then, so having cleared 34 miles an hour on the 18.25 meter line, Ali Fluke is going to come in at 22 off now having achieved a pass at the highest boat speed that women can compete at. The line gets shortened with each successive run. So this is Ali Fluke in women's 3. Let's see what she's got there, 16 meters. By what she's done so far, she seems rather comfortable on the slalom ski. Look at this. Beautifully executed run. There you go. That is Ali Fluke. Good, solid effort there from one end of the course to the next. All right, so Ali Fluke there with her second run. That was at 16 meters or 22 off the standard 75-foot line. It left her with a good amount of room to get through that pass. So now the line length is 14.25 meters. It's at 28 off, giving her 47 feet to get through this pass. There we go, continuing on from number 1 and number 2. Good strike on number 3. She seems to be all over this one, although she gets into a little bit of a deep situation off number 4, but managing to get round all 6 buoys there on 14.25 meters.
power.
Oh, 6 of a 94, that's 6 of a 9.
The camera has to provide the challenge.
Well, I mean, it's gonna send something down to HDMI. I'm just wondering if it's powerful enough to do anything.
So just looking at Ali Fluke once again, 14.25 meters. Yeah, the handle coming up a little bit high and was temporarily off balance. So that was Ali Fluke. Ali Fluke there on 14.25 meters. Now we're seeing her coming back on 13 meters. It's been a while since we actually seen the 13-meter run, or an attempt thereof. From last time we saw that, Stephen Burdick was out there on the water, who eventually scored 2 at 11.25 meters. So here we are, right here, right now, Ali Fluke. Good pull out for the entrance gates, making sure that the line stays tight in her turn for number 1. Round number 1, good strike. A little broken over into number 2, but managing to still allow that ski to go out wide and unfortunately try to execute a turn that was way too hard for her to manage. And in this instance, Ali Fluke looks like it is going to be a 2 and 1/2 on 30 meters. 2 and 1/2 on 30 meters. The only skier in women's 3, obviously taking the top honors in that division in this amateur competition. Now we will transition on to women's 4. Christine Jolma. We'll see what she's got for us coming up next.
Who is on dock side?
But he doesn't have a walkie.
Nothing good.
Coming in at 30 miles now, 15 off.
Christine Jolma, 30 minus 1.5. Open.
30 miles an hour at 15 off for Christine Jolma. Round that turn, accelerating up to speed. 30 miles an hour, 15 off. Women's 4 competitor, she will shorten at 34 miles an hour, provided she gets there. Not getting much of a turn on the back of that ski. She is left foot forward and exposing herself pretty harshly towards the boat on the tail end of those 2-4-6 side turns. And there you can see, I mean, even with the gate shot and an opportunity to fully rotate that ski into number 1, just losing a lot of ground by a stance on the ski. The fact that that ski is fairly fast going cross course at 30 miles an hour is about the thing that saves her at this point. Plus the fact that her stance is left foot forward, which means that she can use the 1-3-5 sided turns to get her back on track if she does encounter some form of deficit from the left-hand sided turns. All right, so what have we got here? We've got some great skiing to come in this section of the competition. My name is Tony Lightfoot. You are watching On the Water at this time, Christine Jolma, and it's going to be women's 4 slalom skiing. A little bit drizzly out here, but hopefully the sun will peek through and start to dry out a little bit of the wetness here at Hilltop Lake for the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am as we look at Christine Jolma. We are into women's 4 competition. Oh, look at this. Round buoy number 5 is in good shape for number 6 and continues on looking very, very good indeed there on 32 miles an hour. Still staying with the same line length for 15 off. So a little bit stiff into number 2, but I tell you what, she got that ski to come round, but she just needs to have a little bit more faith in her 2-4 side because, I mean, she throws the ski into its edge change. The ski looked like it's going to come round and fully rotate on her, and she just shifts her weight towards the back and doesn't allow it to fully rotate. However, that number 4 was about the closest thing that I've seen so far from her to achieving a full effectiveness from that side turn. And we'll see what she can do with the pass coming up. It's going to be 34 miles an hour. 34 miles an hour at 15 off for 55k, 18.25 meters as the boat now accelerates up to that speed, the maximum speed for women. Turns for number 1, looking okay, using number 1 to good advantage. Oh, allowing that ski to come to bite a little bit at the end of 2. Look at that, round number 4. Now she's starting to find her rhythm, now starting to find her flow, and a good effort in running all 6 buoys on that particular run. So, good skiing there from Christine Jolma. 34 miles an hour, 18.25 meters. Now she can have the rope shortened from 18.25 meters to 16, or from 15 off to 22 off. So now looking back at dockside, and we got a healthy crowd of people there getting ready to ski among our competing athletes, along with some support crew that are around. And at 34 miles an hour, at 22 off now, we got Christine Jolma. Making the turn around the island now, approaching the course with the boat speed at maximum, 34 miles an hour. Let's see what she's got. Rolls in, a little flat coming through the wakes yet again off that gate shot, but coming in round number 2. She's still there, but unfortunately unable to make a play on buoy number 3. And therefore, Kristen Jolma will get the majority from our officials as being 3 buoys on 14.25 meters. It's going to be actually 3 on the 60-meter line, I beg your pardon. So she actually went through 30. Went at 30, came back at 32, ran 34, and then that was an attempt on 16 meters. So it's so far the consensus is 3 on 16, and I suspect that score will hold up. All right, then we now move to women's 5, and our sole competitor in that division is going to be Lisa Toms. Lisa Toms, our next competitor to take to the water here at the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am competition. This is our last round of amateur skiing. Now, so far as you wondering how she is, how the amateurs are skiing and where we are on the list, we are just a little bit shy of halfway through the amateur list of skiers. And actually just received some information from one of our spectators regarding Christine Jolma. I suspect that's who it is, coming back from a broken ankle and had a major surgery on that ankle about 2 seasons ago. So upon reflection of that information, skiing pretty well. But still, in my opinion, needs to work on that 2-4 side to gain full effectiveness from that turn. This is Lisa Toms. Looking good out there. Oh, beautifully executed number 3 and number 4, keeping everything in alignment. There you go, Lisa Toms. All right, then. So we've just seen Lisa Toms get through that opening pass, which I believe was at 32 miles an hour, 15 off. We'll get full confirmation of that. That was at 30. That was at 22 off for the opening pass. I do beg your pardon. Now she's going to come back in at 32 miles an hour, 28 off, or 14.25 meters. Women's 5 maximum speed, therefore, is 32 miles an hour. But I tell you what, not looking bad. I tell you this from Lisa Toms. Round nut number 3, a good strike into number 4. Continuing to roll here with this particular run. Round buoy number 5, number 6. Superb effort there. Supreme skiing out there from Lisa Toms. And that attempt at 28 off, successful. Now getting ready for 32 off with the same boat speed of 32 miles an hour. Or the next pass being 52K at 30 meters. Nice pull out there and just rolls in and just maintains a cross-course direction. Good handle control and just meets up with the handle at the tail end of that turn and then lets the ski work for her and continue to go cross course. And here we are at the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. And Lisa Toms out there and skiing on the same brand of ski as one of my favorite men's pro athletes out there, Adam Caldwell. And actually, one of the questions that came in a little bit earlier, which I've yet to address, is have you had any update on Adam Caldwell from last weekend, as he seemingly got hurt? Well, haven't had too much haven't had too much in the way of recent information, but from what I was able to ascertain, actually broke 5 ribs, and 4 in the front and 1 on the back. And if that is the case, I certainly wish Adam Caldwell the very best of luck in healing, and hopefully he'll get back into competitive action really, really soon. Oh, there, that was Lisa Toms getting in a little bit deeper with that particular run at on that particular run of 13 meters. It's certainly a big transition to go from 14 to 13 meters. Handle up a little bit high, which delayed the full completion of that turn and its effectiveness. Handle up even higher, run number 2. Number 3, where she got back on track, the handle got in a little bit deeper on her body there, and getting round number 4, but things went pear-shaped in a hurry there, even on a strong side turn and being right foot forward. So it is going to be a 4 buoy count, 4 buoys at 32 off of 4 at 13 meters for Lisa Toms as she skis into the shore. So a fantastic effort there from Lisa Toms. She'll ski in. A little bit shallow there, but she manages to stop before damaging her ski too much. All right then, so Scott Peterson, the first of 6 competitors in this section of the competition, all of them in men's 5. We'll see what Scott Peterson can do when we pick him up and take him into the slalom course. We're now halfway through the second batch of amateur skiers. We do them in batches of 12 competitors, there and thereabouts.
Peterson, 34 minus 28. Opener.
All right then, so here we go. This is Scott Peterson. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. His speed, his maximum speed, is going to be at 34 miles an hour or 55k. Good strike off number 5 and good to go round number 6. That is Scott Peterson. Decent effort there. Okay, so round buoy number 3 and number 4. A little bit stiff, though, at the tail end of that turn. He is a left foot forward skier, which means that he can actually take advantage of that turn to reduce the deficit there. Gotten round number 6, and we look forward to seeing him go back into the course. So, taking a look down the entire length of the lake there, our rather artistic shot there being brought to you by one of our TWBC camera crew, Trey Melton. We thank him very, very much indeed as he picks up upon our skier on the water, Scott Peterson. He's run through 14.25 meters now. This is 13. There you go, round buoy number 2 and number 3. Good to go around number 4. Oh, a little bit loose off number 4. Now he's going to have to work this one out and in a hurry. Oh, and I don't think he got round buoy number 6. That's going to have to be confirmed by the judges, of course, but we'll take a look at the instant replay to confirm whether he got round the buoy. The judges are conferring right now. And they are suggesting that it's going to be 5 buoys on 13 meters or 5 at 32 off, a pass that he typically runs. We'll look at this once again as we get towards the point where things started to go all over the show for Scott Peterson. I beg your pardon. Round number 4, he gets round number 4. Let's see if he makes it round number 5. Yes, he does, barely, and then he was so far down course off 5, just getting inside buoy number 6, very, very clearly there, missed the 6th buoy, and Scott Peterson didn't even try to sell that. So, there we go. That is Scott Peterson. Men's 5 continues. Our next competitor is going to be Mark Tim. Mark Tim is our next competitor to go. We'll get the numbers from our boat judge in just a moment or so. We're yet to get the info. Coming in on exactly the same line length shortening as our previous skier, Scott Peterson, but with the boat speed at maxed out at 34 miles an hour. This is now Mark Tim. 14.25 meter start. Ooh, look at this. Getting a little bit behind the boat here and having problems getting round number 4 and 5 and number 6. So a decent effort there from Mark Tim. Now, obviously, the most important turn is the one outside the slalom course. It's the one that accurately puts you within the realm of the gate shot into number 1. He's left foot forward, which means that he can take advantage of these right side turns more than his left. Little broken over, I fancy, round buoy number 2, but he's still able to salvage as much of that turn as he can before he gets around buoy number 3. And there you see on number 3, then he gets back into his line, back into his rhythm on the slalom course. And there we'll defer to the fact that he got round all 6 buoys there on that particular run, which means that that Mark Tim comes back in on the 30-meter line, 30 meters or 32 off. Boat accelerating up to maximum speed for men's 5, which is at 34 miles an hour. Here he comes, Mark Tim. Excellent round buoy number. Whoa, and just gotten on the back of the ski and just could not shift his weight far enough forward to allow that ski to turn efficiently. It all starts with the gate, comes through and tries to control more of his speed than gain more room to actually bleed that speed off coming into number 1. Actually, I think he made a slight amount of contact round buoy number 1, which kind of distracted his effort on his way to number 2, and that is all she wrote for him. All right, Bob Bankert is our next competitor. He's in men's 5. We'll get the numbers coming through our radio communication in just a moment. But we are on skier 9 of 12 in the second section of amateur competitors. And once we get towards the end, we'll make our penultimate round of changes with the boat driver, with the boat judge, and the tower officials. So heads up for our officials. We are on skier number 9 of 12 in this section. So if those next batch of officials can ready themselves, it would certainly mean the world to us so far as keeping everything running smoothly and efficiently. Bob Bankert coming in on the 22 off line length, which is on 16 meters, 34 miles an hour. 22 off or 55k 16 meters. We shall see what occurs with Bob Bankert. Rolls in, but then rolls back on his ski on his approach into number 1. He's a lefty. I mean, could be forgiven for not having the best of gate shots going into buoy number 1, but now he's very much in rhythm inside the slalom course, and he can really work those edges from one side to the next as Bob Bankert gets through that opening pass of 16 meters. So, those of you that are watching on the webcast, thank you very much indeed. You are watching the amateur section of skiing in the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Our pros will be hitting the water a little bit later on in the proceedings. We are on skier number 21 out of 44, so we are a little short of halfway among our amateur skiers, and a short while after we get done with the amateur skiing, then we will go into the women's head-to-head section of the competition. followed by the men. So coming back at 28 off the standard 75-foot line, it is going to be Bob Bankert behind that Nautique towboat by Correct Craft. 450 horsepower of grunt there from that PCM 6-liter engine. So here we go right now. We have got Bob Bankert. 30 meters or 32 off. Looking at him going from one side of the course to the next. Look at his style. Look at his precision out there as he gets around all 6 buoys. No worries on that particular run there for Bob Bankert. That was at 28 off, or 14.25 meters, with the boat speed remaining the same, 34 miles an hour. So Bob Bankert looking at him on the slalom course and looking very, very precise there on that particular run of 13 meters, or actually 14.25 meters. Now he's going to go in on 13 meters, or 32 off. For those of you that are watching here on the webcaster player, on the right-hand side of your player, there is a section for you to add some comments. So we'll try and read off a few of those comments as they become available. Was able to glean a whole bunch of information so far as our junior skiers was concerned, and I thank the people who were behind those messages. We'll see what we can do with our remaining skiers on this list. If you have such little nuggets of information that could well be of use, please share them with our announcer here, which I would humbly say is yours truly. Here we go. This is a Bob Bankert getting through 30 meters. A very, very hard strike into buoy number 1, especially on the back of the ski. Left foot forward, he was able to recover from that and get the ski across course through to number 2. And then it was just a case of just trying to replicate that rhythm about 2 more times. The turn going from 3 into 4, and then obviously 5 into number 6. So Bob Bankert now gets ready for 12 meters. All right, so there we go. Bob Bankert getting ready through 13 meters, and 12 meters coming up very, very soon. Yes, this is 35 off coming up right now, or 12 meters. Here comes Bob Bankert. We've only seen one person get through 35 off so far. In the early stages of our amateur competition, unfortunately, Bob Bankert isn't going to join that particular skier. The skier whom I'm referring to is Jaden Burdick, who slalomed a good while ago and got a scoring of 2 at 11.25 meters. Now, Bob Bankert, this was 35 off or 12 meters, turned really hard towards the entrance gates and just couldn't hold enough of his angle into buoy number 1, which meant that the end part of that turn was severely compromised, and now he was just playing catch-up after number 2, gotten round buoy number 3, broke forward, and then it was basically curtains there for Bob Bankert with a score of 3 buoys. It was 3 buoys there at 35 off or 12 meters. Decent score there for Bob Bankert, but one wonders how far he would have gotten on that pass if he didn't turn quite as hard for the entrance gates at 35 off. All right then, next competitor coming up is Paul Keimbaum. Okay, coming in at 34 miles an hour at 22 off. Paul Keimbaum. So adopting that pronunciation now. Paul Keimbaum coming into the course 34 miles an hour at 22 off, or 55k, 16 meters. Looking in good shape, though. Paul Keimbaum, opening pass, 34 miles an hour, 22 off. So now that is Paul Keimbaum with that pass at 22 off. Now we're going to go to the next line length. It's going to be 14.25 meters or 28 off for Paul Keimbaum. Looking at our latest message from Michael Chestnut. Looking good, Bob, so to speak. Obviously, that is Bob Bankert, our previous competitor. So I'm sure he'll appreciate that that vote of support. And keep them coming, folks. Those of you that are watching on the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel and viewing this webcast there, go to the right side of that webcast player and throw in a comment or two. We certainly appreciate it there. And kind of lets us know what's going on in the world outside this facility here. Or maybe some of those messages are coming to you coming from one or two folks that are watching this on their data plan on their cell phones. There's that to consider too. All right then, Paul Keimbaum with that run at 14.25 meters or 28 off. All right, coming back on 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. This is Paul Keimbaum. Oh, broken over at the waist, seriously into buoy number one. And now looking to recover on buoy number two. Left foot forward skier, which means he can turn the right side of the course better than he can on the left. And just about makes it. Oh, my word. What a pass there for Paul Keimbaum. And just looking at our alternate angle there, just gotten broken over at the waist there on buoy number one, but miraculously takes advantage of that turn and goes cross course. Paul Keimbaum, that was at 32 off. There aren't going to be many more instances down the line where he can get away with something like that, and 35 off or 12 meters might well be the straw that will break the camel's back, so to speak. But we'll see, though. We'll see if he can pick it up a little bit for the remaining passes to come. Obviously being a little optimistic, of course, by saying passes, but you just never know. You never know what will happen, and we'll see what Paul Keimbaum can do with the run to come up next, which is going to be the 12-meter line. All right, then. So now we're at the point where we're at 12 meters now. This is 35 off. Boat speed now accelerating back up to 34 miles an hour. 12 meters, 35 off. Let's see what he's got. Entrance gate number 1. Boom, hits that. Oh, and almost collides into the shore. Wow. That is going to be a 1 buoy count. So our judges are conferring, and they are with the consensus of 1 buoy at 35 off. But just take a look at his approach. Good extension. Just brings the handle up a little bit high. It jolts his head coming off the buoy. And one of our more spectacular falls of the day, Paul Keimbaum, with 1 buoy on 35 off or 12 meters. Certainly spectacular to the last there, Paul Keimbaum. As we now work our way to our penultimate skier in this section of the amateur competition, it is going to be Doan Kovarick. All right, so we've got Doan Kovarick.
Yeah. He's got the
coming in at 28 off now. 28 off or 14.25 meters for the opening run. Doan Kovarick. Oh, a little bit loose coming into the gates at 28 off. Not a very inspiring start, but I tell you what, once he's in the course and he's establishing his rhythm, doesn't look too bad. So Doan Kovarick, handle up a little bit high with his entrance gates into buoy number 1. Doan Kovarick going cross course. And with his turning technique, as I'm looking a little bit closer to this, I'm making comparisons here between Doan Kovarick and actually Jennifer Lapointe in terms of technical turning style out there. They're very, very similar indeed. And Doan doing a fine job out there with the left foot forward and the neutral side turn, which is on the left side of the course for him. Doan Kovarick there with the run of 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. We're looking in at our crowd around the dock. I'm sure some of you over there would probably give a little bit of a wave to our spectating audience on our webcast. I see Lisa Toms down there. I see one or two other faces that I recognize. And Doan Kovarick coming back on 30 meters or 32 off. The standard 75-foot line, leaving him with about 43 feet to get round all 6 buoys on a course that is 37.5 feet wide. Oh, look at this. Doan Kovarick on 30 meters. Oh, a little bit of a hard snap off buoy number 5, but still has enough in hand to get round buoy number 6 and run the pass. So Doan Kovarick there getting ready for 35 off or 12 meters coming up. He started off at 28 and then followed on with this effort. Just turned his ski and just set into a predetermined position and then just went with it, especially out of number 2 into number 3. Number 3 has his best side turn on the right side of the course. And not looking bad at all for the majority of the pass, although number 5 was a little bit wayward. Almost lost his balance completely, but he returned to his default position soon enough and gave himself enough room to get round buoy number 6. That was at 32 off or 13 meters. Boat speed is still the same though, 34 miles an hour. And that's where it will stay between now and the end. He is our second to last skier to go in men's 5. It is a 12-meter run coming up next for Don Kovarick. All right then, folks, eyes to the slalom course. We've got Don Kovarick on 12 meters now, or 35 off. Entrance gate, number 1. Good hard strike off number 1, a little exposed into number 2, and I don't think he'll get it outside number 3, and the judges might... the judges are coming through. Looking at this instant replay again and just taking a look out off on buoy number 2. It's kind of obscured a little bit there by that shot, and we'll see with the alternate angle instant replay to see if he actually made it round that turn. So we're going to get ready for Richard Doan to hit the water. Okay, so confirmed score for Don Kovarick is, I believe, a 2 buoy count at 12 meters, 2 at 35. 34 miles an hour at 22 off the 34 on the 16-meter line. And Richard Doan, let's see what he's got for us. And a very, very unusual way of coming into the course for his entrance gates. Richard Doan actually doing something akin. Actually doing something rather akin to a full countercut for the before the slalom course. And trying to replicate one or two of the turns from inside the course and placing it on the outside. The ultimate one-handed gate shot. A little bit wayward coming into buoy number 1 despite all of that. So Richard Doan looking particularly strong on that ski. And Certainly produced a rather unusual way of coming into the slalom course. Now, obviously, that's going to work for him in certain venues like this, where there is plenty of room on each end of the course. But just imagine if he was to ski somewhere like there's one site I know in Utah that is extremely short on both ends. Actually so short that you actually have to create an overlapping slalom course in order to accommodate it for the lake of that size. Now here comes Richard Doan. Now more back to a conventional type pullout for his next run. He started off on 16 meters. This is now on 14.25 meters, or 28 off. Little bit broken over, a little bit down course. Richard Doan. Here we go. That is the run from Richard Doan on 14.25 meters. So 6 buoys confirmed there for Richard Doan. And working his way through the course using a bent handle. A lot of skiers found that using that type of handle actually alleviates pressure on the wrist and actually aids in more ergonomic grip on the handle. That certainly works for a few skiers, and it's certainly a viable preference. Obviously, things get a little bit complicated when it comes to measuring the handles and making sure that it's checked out to be the right length whenever you put pressure on that handle when measuring. 32 off, or 13 meters now for Richard Doan. Here he comes, approaching the course, 34 miles an hour. Here is Richard Doan. Round number 1. Good to go round number 2. This is 13 meters now. He started on 16, came back on 14. This is now 13 meters. Ooh, getting broken over a little bit there off number 5, but he still had enough in hand to get round buoy number 6. Our final skier in this batch of amateur skiers. We are on skier number 24 of 44, so 20 more skiers left before we round off with the amateurs and go into the pros. Richard Doan looking very good at 32 off. Good hard strike there off buoy number 3 into 4, but keeping the ski very much in contact with the water on number 4. His better side turn, being right foot forward. His left side turns on the course are going to be ones that he can take to his full advantage while staying neutral on his right side turns, those turns being 1, 3, 5, of course. Ooh, starting to feel a little bit warmer now as the sun is rising up a little bit higher. I mean, we can't see the sun, but trust me, it's there. Water temperature we believe to be in about the low 70s Fahrenheit. The air temperature is significantly cooler than that. Let's see what Richard Doan can do to round off this section of our amateur competition. A little bit of a delay off number 1. Round number 2 is even more delayed here. Getting round buoy number 3, broken over at the waist and bows out on 35 off 12 meters. Didn't get the start that he would have liked. And we're going to be interesting to see how much of a play he made on buoy number 3, taking a look at this instant replay from a little bit further down the slalom course. Very, very exposed into number 2. Tried to get back into the game on his onside turn. But yes, I believe he got round buoy number 3. So there, Richard Doan with a 3 projected score of 3 on the 12-meter line as he crashes in for the completion of that run. All right, then. That completes our second section of skiers in the amateur portion of the competition. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and you are tuned in to the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition. We've got two more sections of amateur competitors totaling 20 skiers, and when we return after these messages, we will join the first of them. Back in a few moments.
Here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. I am a fighter.
All right then, folks, good morning and welcome back to continued action of the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition. We've done with 24 skiers so far in this event, or actually maybe 23 because there was a scratch halfway down the second section. But we've got 20 more skiers lined up to end off the amateur section of this competition, and then shortly afterwards we will go into the pro level skiing. So for those of you that just joined us, welcome. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to announce here for the second time in as many years of asking, as part of the webcasting team with TWBC. Behind the computer and hitting the buttons is our technical director, Alicia Bagnoli. Our crew consists of John Waldron, Trey Melton, and Adam Abear. And we also have a great band of helpers and volunteers that continue to work with us, and we certainly appreciate them for their efforts going forward. So, our first competitor to go in this section of the competition, with Kelly Bollinger now taking the helm as driver. We've got Kathy Gibson about to take to the water next, followed by Alison Paulson, Sue Pickerel, Kyle Oberdorf, David Dewar, David Skirvin, Jarrett Jolma, Shannon Strickland, Craig Tate, and David Miller in this section of the competition. And we obviously certainly look forward to seeing David Miller in the Masters men's competition, one of the top competitors in his age and skill bracket. So be sure to check in with the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. Subscribe if you haven't already done so, and hit that bell icon a couple of times to be informed as to when the latest content is available. All right then, so 22 off for 16 meters, 34 miles an hour. Or is that 32 miles an hour? 32 miles an hour, I believe, is the boat speed. 16 meters or 22 off for Kathy Gibson. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. And a 6 buoy count there for the opening pass there for Kathy Gibson. At 32 miles an hour at 22 off. The should be coming back at 28 off or 14.25 meters. 28 off. The next line length pass for Kathy Gibson. All right, then, continuing to roll along, we have got Kathy Gibson on the water coming back at 28 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving her with 47 feet to make her way through this pass. And look at her go, and keeping everything flowing round all 6 buoys there. That is Kathy Gibson. The boat speed still remains at 32 miles an hour. or 52K. And she'll be coming back at 32 off or 30 meters for the next run. As we continue live coverage of the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition. And this weekend and on this very day, in fact, making history here at the TWBC, where we're live webcasting two simultaneous events with a distance of nearly 3,000 miles between each location. The other event to which I'm making reference to is the IWWF U17 World Championships, which is currently taking place right now in Santa Rosa Beach. For those of you that want to join in on that coverage and stay with this one, all you'd have to do is on your browser, whether it be Mozilla Firefox or Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome or Apple Safari, open up a couple of tabs and make sure that you've got players playing on each one from the Hilltop and one from Santa Rosa Beach. Here we go. This now is Kathy Gibson. This is 30 meters or 32 off. Entrance around buoy 1 and number 2, broken over at the waist and unable to get outside number 3. So 2 at 30 meters, 2 at 32 off is going to be her lot. Getting a little bit stretched out into buoy number 1, but still managing to come through with a decent effort there to get round number 2. Just gotten broken over at the waist and couldn't offer too much in the way of resistance to get outside number 3. But there we go. That was Kathy Gibson. We thank every single one of you that's joining us at this stage of the competition. You're watching the amateur round section of this event. And there is our schedule for today. Water Ski Pro Tour stop number 8. A 4-star competition for the men. A 5-star competition for the women. Making history in this competition where the women's field, the total prize purse, actually exceeds that of our men's competitors. So kudos to the organizers for making that happen for our female pro competitors. Next competitor up, about to take to water is Allison Paulson. All right, so our boat judge is Gordon. And Gordon will have the information that we need, and the officials can start scoring with.
That's a bad boy. It's like 4.
Okay, at 32 miles an hour, 28 off, or 32 or 52K, 14.25 meters. Allison Paulson now approaches the slalom course. Allison Paulson now. Good pull out for the entrance gates. Skiing in women's 6. Maximum boat speed for women's 6 is 32 miles an hour. Looking in fine shape there for that particular run. Allison Paulson with the opener here at 14.25 meters and doing a grand job out there. Keeping a direction and allowing that ski to dictate where a handle lies in relation to her hips in the turn, and allowing that outside part of her body to rotate and get cross course as quickly as possible without losing posture, while while making sure that her down course time beyond each buoy is at a minimum. So here we go. We've got Alison Paulson, skier number 26 of 44. All right, here we are. This is Alison Paulson now. 13 meters, next line length. Let's see how she gets along. This is at 32 miles an hour. Don't forget the maximum boat speed for women's 6. Oh, look at this. Round buoy number 3. She's still there, a little exposed into 4, but managing to keep the flow going. Round number 5. Oh, yes, nicely done. The final third of that slalom course certainly was a best on that particular run, and she got through that, and she enjoyed the heck out of that one. No two ways about it. That is Alison Paulson. She's gotten through 30 meters. Right foot forward, which means she won't get too many favors offered to her around buoy number 1. It's opposite side turn. Round number 2 gotten broken over with a little bit of a delay, and number 3 was a case of just trying to let the ski rotate round and keep herself nice and stable. That number 4 didn't look too bad, but as I say, the final third of the course is where she managed to make up the most ground, giving herself maximum room and width to get round buoy number 6. So that was 30 meters. Now we're going to go to the 12-meter line, the blue loop, for Alison Paulson. All right, here we go. This now is Alison Paulson. Round 12 meters, getting round to buoy number 3 and tries to make a play on number 4. And not too sure whether she will do likewise into number 5, but it's a good effort there. The judges are conferring right now. We'll see what the score is going to be for Alison Paulson. This is the 12-meter line, looking at the instant replay. Got him broken over at the waist into number 3, and yep, so the ski managed to get outside buoy number 4. Looking at it closely on our instant replay, and yes, 4 buoys there confirmed by our officials. And there we go. So just highlighting one of our sponsors there, that is Miles Sand and Gravel. We thank those guys very much for their support and for all your gravel and sand needs. Check in on Miles with various locations across the great state of Washington. So here we go. We're now moving on to Sue Pickerel. We're now into women's 7. And then the remainder of this batch of skiers is a combination of skiers from men's 4, then Masters women and Masters men. And then our last batch of skiers are primarily all men's 7, with the odd smattering of men's 6 and international men. .28 at 15 off now. 28 miles an hour, 15 off for Sue Pickerel. You'll notice that the boat speed has been slowed down significantly here for her. One of our officials in this event, this is Sue Pickerel. Entrance. You'll also notice that the line is significantly longer as well. This is 15 off, or 18.25 meters. The rope is exactly 60 feet long. And using all of it to get round these 6 buoys at 28 miles an hour. So that is Sue Pickerel. Because this is women's 7, her highest boat speed that she can go is 32 miles an hour. And upon a successful completion of that run, then the line gets shortened. But let's try not to put the cart before the horse a little bit too soon there for her. We're watching 28 miles an hour at 18.25 meters. Our next boat speed that we'll see her at is going to see, we're going to see is 30 miles an hour. So. All right, then. This is Sue Pickerel. This is now 30 miles an hour on 18.25 meters, or 15 off. Oh, leaving the ski behind her a little bit on buoy number 1. Our sole women's 7 competitor, Sue Pickerel, getting round buoy number 4 and number 5 and allowing the ski to run down course and complete a lot of its turn and angle generation. That is Sue Pickerel. That was 30 miles an hour. Let's see what she can do at 32 coming back as she gets ready for that particular run. Line doesn't get shortened after this run. It gets shortened after a successful run at 32 miles an hour. But let's have a look at 30 miles an hour once again as she gets a little bit shunted off buoy number 1, a little exposed into number 2, but still managing to guide her ski on the outside hip around effectively. Nicely attempted turn on buoy number 3. She is left foot forward, which means that that side turn was a turn that she could make up the most ground with. Number 5, nice little safety check there. Realized that the pass was pretty much in the bag. Didn't have to do anything substantive to get round through that pass. And so Sue Pickerel getting ready now for 32 miles an hour on the same line length for 15 off, or 52k on 18.25 meters, if you prefer the metric parlance to these speeds and line lengths. All right, then. So here we go. This is Sue Pickerel. 32 miles an hour. Come on, Sue. Round number 4. Can she make it outside buoy number 5? Yes, she can. More importantly, can she make it round number 6? She's going to have a stab at 22 off coming up for Sue Pickerel. Okay, so a little bit of a correction there to be made. She came back at 30 miles an hour with the shortened line length, so women's 7 apparently actually has the max speed of 30. My apologies for that. That pass attempted by Sue Pickerel was at 30 miles an hour with the line length at 22 off. So now she's going to come back in at 28 off. 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, or 14.25 meters. So there we go. So some good skiing there on tap there from Sue Pickerel. 30 miles an hour is her max speed. All right, here comes 28 off, or 14.25 meters now for Sue Pickerel. Oh, getting into all kinds of shape there into buoy number 1, and I don't think she had enough room to make a play on number 2. Just turned in, realized she didn't have enough resistance against the boat, and just barely got round that first buoy. And that ski just reared up on her and went skyward there into number 1. Just got the ski round and was looking at number 2 and just realized that she was way, way down course by the time she made a play on it. So it's going to be a 1 buoy count. 1 buoy at 28 off there for Sue Pickerel to round off her effort in this competition. Next competitor up. We now start our batch of men's 4 competitors, and the first of them is going to be Kyle Oberdorf.
Keep pulling.
So, our competitor on the water. He is referred to as the Old Man by members of his family. Kyle the Old Man Oberdorf. 34 miles an hour at 28 off. So 6 buoys there on that opening pass for Kyle Oberdorf as we check in with the instant replay, hopefully. So Kyle Oberdorf started in at 34 miles an hour, 14.25 meters. Okay, coming back in on the 13-meter line, having run the opening pass of 14 meters, or 28 off. This is now 32 off for Kyle Oberdorf. Looking at, gone broken over at the waist. Now he's really having to struggle, unfortunately, as a result of that error on number 2, or even a little further back into number 1. Unable to make up that deficit, and will have to make do with 2. So that is a 2-buoy count at 32 off, or 30 meters. Just gets a little bit broken, I'd say a whole lot broken over off number 2, so much so that he had to spend quite a bit of his energy and time to get his head and shoulders up. And there we go. That is Kyle Oberdorf with 2 buoys on 30 meters, or 2 at 32 off. All right, then. David Dewar is about to take to the water next. At 34 miles an hour, 22 off, 34 miles an hour, 22 off, or 55K, 16 meters. It is David Dewar now. 16 meters now for its opening pass. Boat speed rocketing up to 34 miles an hour, or 55K. Let's see what he's got for his opening pass. Very nicely done there. I like what he's doing out there on the slalom course. And a good opening pass there for David Dewar. We'll take a look at this one more time as he makes his approach into the course. Just slowly rolls that ski over and just allows that ski to cast out on buoy number 1. Number 2 looked very, very impressive indeed as he worked his way from one side of the course to the next. Didn't really look like a man that was terribly perturbed about running that pass at 22 off. For many of these skiers, 22 off is a rather rudimentary pass. It's certainly the first of the major short line loops that a skier, a developing slalom skier, undertakes. But then you get to a certain point at 22 off where it actually becomes a little bit too easy, and the line actually feels too long. And at that time, then the skiers really start working hard to make sure that their 28 off passes, or 14.25 meters, are as rock solid as they can be, and to the point where they can actually start in on that particular line length. Here we go. This is David Dewar. This is 34 miles an hour with the line length at 28 off, or 14.25 meters. Good strike off number 4. And this looks as easy as pie for him. Round buoy number 6. Beautifully executed run at 28 off. So coming back now at 32 off for the next run. It's not looking too bad for David Dewar so far, with his opening 2 passes, recording some impressive turns and equally impressive acceleration from one side of the course to the other. He's run 16, he's run 14, or 22 and 28 if you prefer the feet and inches parlance. And now gets ready for the next line length for 32 off, or 30 meters. All right, here we go. Right here, right now. David Dewar one side of the course to the next. Brilliantly executed pass there for David Dewar. On boat side camera, getting everything there on that particular run. David Dewar there getting through 32 off and looking in grand shape here for this particular run.
So when, let's say, Adam, the guy is ready, they switch to Wade.
So there we go. That is a David Dewar with that run at 32 off or 13 meters. We're down to about the sixth skier from last in this section of the amateur competition. We got David Skirvin coming up next, followed by Jarrett Jolma, Shannon Strickland, Greg Tate, and David Miller. And that will conclude the third section of 4 so far as amateurs are concerned. And now, here we go. We've got David Dewar coming back on the 12-meter line, the blue loop. Well, gotten broken over off number 1 and had absolutely no hope of making it round. Buoy number 2 with a start like that. So 1 at 35 off. 1 on the 12-meter line is going to be the final extent of David Dewar's scoring. 1 on 12 meters or 1 at 35 off. Didn't get the best of starts, got broken over, and if he'd put any more pressure on that line, he probably would have ended up in Seattle and broken out of the front of the ski. So David Skirvin coming up next behind that Nautique towboat. So, coming out of No Name Lake, this is David Skirvin. Coming in at 34 miles an hour at 22 off or 60 meters. This is David Skirvin. David Skirvin now. This is at 60 meters now. So this is the 60-meter line for David Skirvin and makes very, very light work of that particular run. Getting through all 6 buoys, no worries there for him. So working his way to the yellow loop, which is 28 off. That will be the next pass attempt by David Skirvin. A vital member of our official team in terms of creating our solutions for our technical problems out there on the water. Whether it be our towers, whether it be our buoys, so on and so forth. David Skirvin doing a fine job in that respect. So let's see what David Skirvin can do at 28 off or 14.25 meters as we look along dockside. Jarrett Jolma is there getting ready for his turn, pacing around nervously around the dockside. Here we go, coming in on 28 off. Nicely rolled over edge there off the entrance gates there for David Skirving. One of our taller skiers in this competition, standing well above 6'4". And they're doing a fine job with that particular run. That is David Skirving with 14.25 meters. Easy does it there for him. So a good effort there from David Skirving there with that run at a 28 off the standard 75-foot line. 47 feet of line he used to make it round all 6 buoys. Now the line starts getting a little bit shorter with 32 feet, leaving him with a few less feet to work with. 43 feet is precisely. 13 meters. Let's see what he can do with 13 meters now. 32 feet off. Here we go. This is David Skirving. Turns away. Now getting broken over a little bit into buoy number 1, but still managing to stay on top of the water. Left foot forward skier, which means that he can crank off a good turn off number 3 rather. Nice to relax 4, round number 5. David Skirving gets round all 6 buoys at 32 off. Checks up on a couple of these turns a little bit to make sure that he stays on top of the water and doesn't overstretch his balance. And I tell you what, off that gate into number 1, things didn't look particularly awe-inspiring. He turned and then we got broken over at the waist, which could have been curtains for a lot of our competitors. But he does have some pretty good core strength, as he was able to match the veracity of that turn on number 3 and number 5. And in order to get that ski outside of number 6 to constitute a full pass of 30 meters or 32 off. Now things are starting to get a little bit dicier now. 30 meters we've just seen cleared. Now we've got 12 meters on the immediate horizon for David Skirving. All right then, folks, here we go. This is David Skirving. Now an attempt on 12 meters, the blue loop. Round number 1, good stretch on number 2, keeping the ski moving. Round number 3, let's see what he's got for number 4. He's early and wide on 4. Can he keep this pace up? Yes, he can. Can he make it round buoy number 6? Oh, my word. Got such a good turn off number 4 and approach into number 5 and then dumped everything on that turn. Looked pretty decent off buoy number 2, even though he got caught with the handle up a little bit high. Then brought the handle down a little bit low to continue on with the pass. Ski running wide. And then took too much out of that number 5, was unable to maintain his cross-course angle, and then has to make do with a 5 buoy count there. So there we go. That was David Skirving. Our next competitor out is Jarrett Jolma. All right, then, coming in at 28 off for the opening pass, Jarrett Jolma. Good effort there. Good resistance against the boat at 14.25 meters. Nicely done there for Jarrett Jolma on his opener. So Jarrett Jolma looked in very, very good shape on this pass. We're on skier number 31 of 44. So we've got about 13 skiers remaining in this amateur round of competition before we get things prepared for our head-to-head competition in the women's and the men's competition. Coming back now with the pass of 30 meters. It's the green loop for Jarrett Jolma. Good strike, good attack there, good attacking posture there on that particular buoy. Good to go now with a pass of 30 meters under his belt, and not looking in bad shape, as it were. So coming back at 35 off, or 12 meters, Jarrett Jolma looking in very, very good form out there. Resisting when he has to. And just executing some tight turns when he absolutely needs to. So there we go, that's Jarrett Jolma. And to our spectators that have just joined us, thank you very much indeed for tuning in to the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Our final round of pro competition will take place in the next few hours or so. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company here as we get ready for Jarrett Jolma to come in on the next line length pass, which is going to be, I believe, the 12-meter line. He started in on 14 and came back on 13 meters. And we're going to see what he can do on the 12-meter line as he approaches the course with the boat speed at 34 miles an hour. Men's 4 competitor, Jarrett Jolma. Good strike off buoy number 1. Oh, and just didn't quite have the lower half of his body set to take the pull. Tried to turn and didn't have enough of the ski or his body round to take the full-on assault from the towboat. So it looks like a score is going to be 1 1/2 buoys, 1.5 buoys on the 12-meter line for Jarrett Jolma. Handle up a little bit high. It stalled the ski, and he just couldn't get it moving again. So Jarrett is going to have to make do with 1.5 on that line length for 12 meters. We're down to 3 skiers left in this third and penultimate section of amateur skiers. We've got one more section to go after this, therefore. Next competitor in Masters Women's category is Shannon Strickland. So, for those of you joining us, welcome once again to the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. We have a total of 77 skiers in this competition when you combine the amateurs along with the pros. We project a 12:30 start for the top 8 pro women head-to-head, followed by the top 8 pro head-to-head. So women's first and men's second in that respect. And this competition in the Water Ski Pro Tour is 4 stars for the men, 5 stars for the women. Probably for the first time in history, we see a prize purse that's actually bigger for our female competitors than it is for our men. So kudos to the organizers for making that happen. Coming in at 22 off, or 16 meters, 34 miles an hour. This is Shannon Strickland. Skiing in the Masters Women's Division, which is basically a catch-all division for those competitors that slalom to a high level, but want to compete against the very best of talent aged over 35 and onwards. So that is Masters Women. And that is Shannon Strickland with a 6 buoy count of 6 buoy count on the 60 meters, or 22 off. We've only got 2 other competitors in this section after Shannon Strickland. And just to answer one of our commenters who's just posted in, where is this competition taking place? It looks a little cold. Well, it's taking place just outside Arlington in Washington State right now, where the current temperature is hovering around about the 60-degree mark. Water temperature is around about 70 degrees, so it's definitely a lot warmer in the water than it is outside. As you can see on our shot around the dockside, people are bundled up with the cold, but once those clouds clear and and the sun starts to poke through within, I would say, the next few minutes, then it should start warming up a little bit. But we hope that comes to pass, as we see Shannon Strickland come into the course on 14.25 meters, or 28 off, bringing the handle down nice and low off number 1 and maintaining good cross-course posture. Here is Shannon Strickland round buoy number 4 and keeping everything going, keeping the ski out ahead of her. And there we go. That is a 6 buoy count at 28 off. Yeah, there you go. 6 buoys, 28 off for Shannon Strickland, or 6 on 14.25 meters. Just looking in such good form out there, and just really working the edges, really keeping the ski out ahead of her, and each and every instant she makes a turn. If the ski needs to go down course to complete its angle and its cross course acceleration thereafter, then so be it. That's the level of control that Shannon has over her skiing at this time. And we will see what she can do with the passes to come ahead. She has run through 16 and 14, or rather 22 and 28 off. Now the next line length is going to be 13 meters, or 32 feet off. Shannon Strickland now. All taking a big old shunt there in round buoy number 4 into 5. But I tell you what, she is a fighter out there. So a 6 buoy count at 32 off, and now has a chance of running into 35 off, or might actually run the entire pass. We'll see how far she gets. Shannon Strickland looking in very, very stout shape out there on the slalom course. A little bit narrow into number 5, but I think she knew that as long as she held sufficient enough angle off buoy number 5, that she was already all set to get round number 6. All right, we've got 2 competitors left. One of them on the starting dock now, getting ready, is Greg Tate, competing in the Masters men's competition. We look forward to seeing him, as well as David Miller.
Actually, you know what? You're probably waiting till after this.
So here we go. This is Shannon Strickland now. This is the 12-meter line, or 35 off. Needs an impeccable start to keep this pass going round buoy number 1. Handle up high, takes a big old jolt off number 1, and that distracted her motion towards number 2. She gets round number 2, but not much more beyond that, I'm afraid. So it's going to be a 2 buoy count for Shannon Strickland at 35 off, 2 at 35 off, or 2 buoys on 12 meters. There you see on the instant replay coming into the turn, brought the handle in, took a little bit of slack, and then as she got to the latter part of that turn leading into an acceleration, she just got an almighty jolt, and it just led her ski to ski directly at number 2, and then it was all over by the shout in there. So it's going to be a 2 buoy count there for Shannon Strickland, and a decent score there for her, as we now work our way to our penultimate skier in this 3rd section of amateurs. We're going to see David Miller come up very, very soon, but before him, we'll see Greg Tate first. So coming in on 28 off, or 14.25 meters, the first of 2 competitors in the Masters men's division for this competition. This is Greg Tate. Launches himself into buoy number 1 and manages to get good cross-course angle off number 1 into number 2. Hardly surprising considering that he's riding left foot forward. Oh, but he gets broken over at the waist off number 4. Now he's going to have to use number 5 to maintain that pass by making his way around buoy number 6. There we go. That was Greg Tate. A little bit of a scare about the end of the second third of the slalom course, which is around buoy number 4. But I tell you what, he's going to come back in on 32 off, but taking a look at the instant replay off number 2, number 3 looked pretty impressive, and then things just started going cascading in the wrong direction there for Greg Tate. A big dip of the head round buoy number 4, just had enough to get round number 5, let the ski run down course on number 6 to complete the angle, and was just enough to get outside buoy number 6 on his opening pass of 28 off, or 14.25 meters. All right, here we go. Greg Tate now. looking in good shape there. Certainly better shape here at 32 off than he did at 28 off. Night and day difference there between that pass and the one that you saw previously. So he's going to return at 35 off Greg Tate. So we'll look forward to seeing Greg Tate come into the course at 35 off or 12 meters. There we go, 35 off there for Greg Tate. Getting in a little bit deep on some of these turns and unfortunately losing a little bit of distance down course. But I tell you what, he's still very much on track here. 35 off for Greg Tate, having to stretch super hard to get round buoy number 6. So we're looking at that once again on our instant replay. Greg Tate certainly realizing that he's got to be more resistant behind the boat in order to get early enough for some of these turns. Lost a bit of traction off of buoy number 1, even though that's his strong side turn. But he just kept sane out there. He just kept everything working and just nice and calm out there on the slalom course. Round buoy number 4, looking at the tail end of this run. So some good action there from Greg Tate. As we now look forward to seeing him come back in on 38 off. That is 11.25 meters. And we'll see if he can provide a viable target for our last skier in the Masters men's competition to tackle. And that person is David Miller, who you see on the starting dock right there, getting ready for his turn, getting his boot into the ski. And now we're going to take a look at Greg Tate coming back in on 38 off, which is 11.25 meters. Okay, coming in on 11.25 meters, this is Greg Tate. All getting broken over 11.25 meters. Can't afford to make too many of those mistakes, but he's still out there on the slalom course. He's round buoy number 4, and that will be his lot. So he'll ski into the shore with a score of 4 at 11.25 meters. The final score for Greg Tate. So Greg Tate there with a fine performance on 11.25 meters. So now setting up the score for our last skier in this section to chase. It is going to be none other than David Miller. So coming to you live from just outside Arlington in Washington State. Arlington is on the north side of Marysville in Washington. If you look out on Google Maps or use Google Earth, it's towards the east of those two towns. Current temperature as it stands right now is about 54 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the equivalent of 12 degrees Celsius. And I can tell you this much, the water is substantially warmer than that. So for those of you that are watching this via a webcast and wondering why a lot of our competitors and their respective entourage are actually bundled up warm, that's the reason why. It's going to be a 32 off start, 13 meters there for David Miller. 32 off start for David Miller. Certainly one of the names that has been heavily recognized in 34 mile an hour slalom skiing. Masters men's competitor. 13 meters coming to us out of the Vancouver area of Canada. But trains extensively across the western United States at a number of different facilities. Travels where the weather is typically the warmest, whether it be in Acapulco, whether it be in El Centro in the southern part of California at Imperial Lakes, or maybe somewhere in between. David Miller is very much in tune with his ski. Works extremely hard to get the right settings and tinkers quite a bit, almost to a fault in a lot of people's opinions. But Dave Miller seems to make things work for him at crucial times. So after we go with David Miller, then there'll be 5 more competitors to go in our final batch of skiers in the amateur competition. My name's Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company, no matter where you happen to be around the world. We've got our women's head-to-head and our men's head-to-head pro competition to take place shortly after we get done with the amateur round of slalom skiing. Here we go. We've got David Miller on the 12-meter line, getting a little bit broken over on a couple of these turns, but still able to get the ski round, get to a certain position, make contact with the handle, and then go cross course. So David Miller getting through that pass of 12 meters, now setting himself up for the 11.25 meter run. All right, then, here comes David Miller. This is 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. That gives him 37 feet of line to get round a course that's 37.5 feet wide. In other words, this is 11.25 meters for David Miller. Look at him go around buoy number 4. He attacks buoy number 5. He gets the ski ahead of him, attacks number 6. Our first skier to get through 11.25 meters in this round of amateur competition is David Miller. Using the one-handed gate shot, a little bit of a delay in terms of getting that second hand on the handle. Maybe he figured that a little bit more rotation was necessary out of the ski before going to guns on buoy number 1. But whatever the situation was and however he corrected it, it certainly helped him as he looks in good shape off buoy number 4. Takes a big old jolt off number 4, big hit there. Then he safety checks 5, and then he goes cross course. Beautiful effort there from David Miller as he gets around all 6 buoys on that particular run of 11.25 meters. And for the first time today, we're going to see 10.75 meters attempted with the boat speed of 34 miles an hour. And there you see scenes around the dockside. We've got Paul De Alessandro getting ready to ski, trying to stay warm alongside his compadres on dockside. And now we're going to see David Miller approach the course at 10.75 meters. Ooh, look at that on buoy number 1, 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Look at him go. Round number 3, keeping the flow going. Look at it go round buoy number 4. This is 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. He's down course. Does he flip that ski round 6? Yeah! 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. David Miller will now attempt 41 off, coming up next at 34 miles an hour. What a run. So 41 feet off the standard 75-foot line now. That gives him just 34.5 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys. 34 feet of line, as a matter of fact. And I tell you, some great skiing out there from David Miller. Just really barreled into buoy number 6. He knew that if he'd have gotten a halfway decent turn on number 5, he would have enough room to get round number 6. That's exactly what occurred. So now with the line at 41 off, leaving him with 34 feet of rope to get round buoys on a slalom course, which are separated by 37.5 feet when you measure from the center line of the boats traveling out to buoy's width. Having to make up about 3.5 feet on each turn. There we go. That is David Miller. Look at him go round buoy number 2. He tries to make a play on 3, but unfortunately does not. It's going to be 2 at 41 off at 34 miles an hour. There is your lead skier in the amateur competition. It is David Miller. So 2 at 41 off for David Miller. 34 miles an hour, at 34 miles an hour. Coincidentally, the line length was 34 feet in length. That was 10.25 meters for those of you folks that are watching from outside the United States and understand metric better. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for him, please. David Miller! Whew. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and we're still here with the amateur round of skiing. As we continue on, we've got 10 more skiers to go before we round off the amateur section of the event, and then not too long after that, then we'll go into the pro women's head-to-head, followed by the pro men's head-to-head. You are watching continuing coverage of the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we will return right after these.
try to make a net. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush you blow.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder. Introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1, with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2, with the releasable plate, could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got continuing coverage of the 2021 Hilltop Pro presented by Syndicate. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to be here in this this beautiful part of the world. Dare I say, it's God's country.
All going out at 32:22 confirmed.
So here we go. We've got Paul De Alessandro coming in on his first pass. I believe it's going to be, what is it, 16 meters? 16 meters at 34 miles an hour. So Paul De Alessandro looking a little sensitive to the light outside and I don't know whether whether he typically wears dark shades while he's skiing. Gives off a rather cool vibe to it, though. Decent looking effort there on his opening run of 60 meters, and gets all 6 buoys, so no worries there for him whatsoever. So Paul D'Alessandro, opening effort as the wind starts to creep in to this facility here. So the opening pass was actually 14. Next pass is going to be 14.25 meters. So Paul D'Alessandro then getting through 16. Temperature around this facility here is around about 12 degrees Celsius, or the equivalent of 54 degrees Fahrenheit. Looking in very, very good shape on buoy number 1 on 14.25 meters, or 28 off. 28 off gives him 47 feet to make his way around the slalom course, so he's still got about 9.5 feet of distance outside the buoy line to get the ski round and rotated. And he does that quite effectively on the second run with that particular line length. The boat speed still is constant at 34 miles an hour. Okay, so Paul D'Alessandro skiing in men's 7. We're on the now onto the 30-meter line, and as far as my recollection goes, men's 7's maximum speed, instead of being 34, is actually 32 miles an hour. So that taken on board. We will see what goes on with him with this next line length shortening. He's run through 16, he's run through 14, now it comes down to 13 meters or 32 off. All right then, so Paul D'Alessandro looking in go on 13 meters, 32 off. Oh, look at him go round buoy number 6, having to double pull to get through the exit gates after running 6 buoys, and a good stout effort there from Paul D'Alessandro. Oh, shoulder charge buoy number 1 with his right shoulder coming off the second wake into the turn. That would have taken a good bit of energy out of his system as he tried to rebalance into buoy number 2. Number 3 is where he started to settle down a little bit, though, and get back into more of his default rhythm for the remaining 2/3 of the slalom course, which included the buoy 5, which was his last turn where he could effect a halfway aggressive stance and turn off buoy number 5, round number 6. Just about makes that 30-meter run of 32 off, and now gets ready for 35 off or 12 meters, where he's really going to have to be on his game in order to get far enough down the pass to satisfy his wants and desires. All right, there. Here comes Paul D'Alessandro. Now, let's see what we've got here. This is 12 meters. The blue loop. Entrance. Round buoy number 1. Round number 2. Whoa! Looking at number 3, tried to make a play there, but unfortunately the start, the first third of the course, wasn't quite what he had wanted or anticipated for. So Paul D'Alessandro getting 2 buoys at 35 off, 2 buoys on 12 meters. Taking a big old hit off number 1. getting round number 2, a little bit heavy on the rear foot. Tried to get back on it again, is well down course and well inside number 3 in the process. So there we go. That is going to be a 2 on 12-meter run. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of the competitors and the spectators here still reeling from that performance there by David Miller, who scored a 2 at 41 off just a few minutes ago. We're looking forward to our ladies and the men's head-to-head brackets. And I tell you what, there's some great skiing that we've had so far. And just looking at the dockside area with our syndicate table over there. I see Marcus Brown. I see Robert Hazelwood. I see Jamie Ball out there, looking like a famous painting scene, I would imagine. Hopefully it's not The Last Supper. Here we go. We've got 32 miles an hour at 28 off for Bruce Brinton. Little on the back of the ski coming through the entrance gates. Oh my word, those entrance gates looked a little bit strange to me, but we'll review that on the instant replay. Gets round buoy number 4 and number 5. Right here, and makes a play on number 6 and effectively runs that path. So we'll look at the instant replay. Let's have a look at his timing on this one. Came in, directed the ski, made it through the entrance gate. So he'll be coming back in on the next line length for 32 off, or 30 meters, having run the opener of 14.25 meters. Taking a look down the lake to find Bruce Brinton. We've got how many skiers after him? We've got 8 more skiers to go, and then that will round off the amateur skiing for this weekend. We've seen some pretty decent performances so far in this round of skiing. From the technical point of view, the amateurs skied 2 rounds on Friday in a tournament under a separate sanction, and in this round of amateur skiing, this is a 1-round amateur slalom competition with a separate sanction. All said and told, between Friday and now, these amateurs have been out there 3 rounds of slalom skiing. But look at this for Bruce Brinton, getting through that pass of 32 off. Certainly like his effort out there. Good strikes off each turn. Now his gate shot here was a little bit better, a little less hesitant to coming through the entrance gates, a little flat into number 1, mind you, despite all of that. Now skiing flat into the turns creates a whole bunch of problems, the most significant of which is the fact that he brings a little bit more speed down course, and he has to work incredibly hard to get the ski redirected again to go cross course to be early enough for the next turn. Thankfully, though, the extent of his flat skiing into 135 is limited to buoy number 1, and number 3 and number 5 look pretty decent to me. But 35 off is going to demand that he rise the ski edge to edge, especially with the gate shot into buoy number 1. So whilst Ron Warman is getting ready to hit the water, we got Bruce Brinton already out there trying to bleed off as much speed as he can before the entrance gates into buoy number 1. A little flat there as well. And 35 off is basically the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of maintaining that technique coming into number 1 and maintaining its effectiveness. Just look at the effort that it took for Bruce Brinton to actually bleed off enough speed to make the entrance turn into number 1. Got broken over at the waist, then fell in on buoy number 1, and then it was just a case. Oh, actually, the judges have come through with a 0 count at 35 off. They're discussing it right now, but the indication suggests that his approach into the gate wasn't quite what he was looking for. So it looks like it is going to be a 0 score at 35 off there for Bruce Brinton. And there you go there. We've got we got Ron Warman, our next skier in the men's 7 competition. As he is in men's 7, the maximum speed is 32. All right then, looks like our confirmation from our officials comes back with half a buoy. I beg your pardon. Half a buoy at 35 off is going to be his best score. They were re-examining the gate, but found nothing to penalise Bruce Brinton for. And half a buoy at 35 off is going to be the final score for Bruce Brinton. Okay, Ron Warman, our third skier out in men's 7, is coming up next. All right, Warren Warman coming in on 16 meters, I believe. All coming in a little bit down course on some of these turns. Nicely done. Around all 6 buoys on that particular run. That is Ron Warman. That line certainly long enough to be 16 meters. The boat speed at the maximum for this division, which is 32 miles an hour. Not getting off to the best of starts, and the timing for the gates certainly didn't help him get the type of turn that he would have wanted on number 1. He skis right foot forward, which means his 2-4-6 side turn is going to be more advantageous for him. He'll be in better balance. He can take full advantage of that. And will continue to go cross course as a consequence. So that is Ron Warman. A little late into number 6, but some good skiing there nonetheless. All right, so we've got coming up next, we've got about another 7 skiers. We've got Gary Story, then Chris Lapointe, Dennis Phillips, Kelly Bolender, then Stephen Miller, Mark Hegevalt, and Carl Dennis. Looking down at the south end of the facility. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company right here at Hilltop, and you'll see lots of people around the starting dock and even behind me here bundled up, and with good reason, because the temperature here has dipped significantly since yesterday. Whereas yesterday it was hovering around 70 degrees, it has now been reduced to about 54 degrees or 12 degrees C. And just getting broken over a little bit around buoy number 3, and just doesn't have anything by way of an effective response to that. Actually, into his gate shot, he didn't have enough of a glide into buoy number 1, and had to dig himself out of an almighty hole coming off the gate shot into number 1. Found himself narrow off 1 into 2 as a consequence of that. And then by the time he got down course, he was trying to rush the turns, reaching for the handle, and it was lights out for him at the end of that number 3 turn. So it's going to be a 2.5 buoy score, 2 1/2 buoys at 28 off, 2.5 on 14.25 meters. We're now down to the last 7 skiers of amateurs. Gary Story, our next competitor to take to the water, and we'll see what line length or speed or combination of both he comes in at. 32 miles an hour at 28 off. Still receiving some messages from across the way. Nice message there from Philip Mitchell in the United Kingdom. Also one or two concerning David Miller, who apparently his favorite movie is Footloose. An obvious reference there to Kevin Bacon, of which people are quite sure that he is a doppelganger of. On the water is Gary Story. This is the opening run. I believe it's going to be 14.25 meters at 32 miles an hour. Gary Story there with the opening pass. Looking pretty strong out there, it has to be said. All right, so 14-meter opening pass confirmed, and getting ready for 13 meters. Of course, for those of you watching here and on site, and for those of you watching online, you're most certainly welcome to the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro. If you want to throw in a comment or so by the YouTube player on the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel, you can do so by going to the left-hand side of the player and just throw in a comment or two and let me know what you're thinking of the skiing out there, or just a question in general, whether you have to be on site and actually have access to the YouTube app and our YouTube channel. There's comments you can make directly below the player, but for everyone else watching on a browser, it'll be on the right-hand side. So here we go. This now is Gary Story on 13 meters, a little flat into buoy number one, but I tell you what, he's got some good reflexes and good turns and resistance against the boat. A little bit jittery into buoy number four, though, but he gets round number five, tries to throw in the Mike Shaylander slam dunk round number 5 to get back across course, but unfortunately not too effective there for him. Lost a lot of angle and lost a lot of poise going into number 5 as a result of that turn on number 4. Gets into a good set position off buoy number 1. He's left foot forward, which means his right side turns are always going to be a lot more advantageous for him. But got a little bit out of sorts into buoy number 3, into number 4, and the ski was bouncing around all over the show into number 4. That didn't exactly help matters, and by the time he got to number 5, it was all over by the shouting there for him. It's going to be 4.5 there on that pass of 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. All right, then. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next skier to take to the water, a true legend of the sport of slalom skiing, and coming into the course on 14.25 meters at 32 miles an hour. Looks like coming into the course, we have got Dennis Phillips coming in. We were anticipating Crystal Point taking to the water. But in this instance, looks like Crystal Point is a scratch. Unfortunately, unable to see him ski, but I'm sure we'll have plenty more opportunities to see Crystal Point ski. But in the meantime, Dennis Phillips are looking very, very sprightly out there on the slalom ski at 14.25 meters or 28 off. And a lot of the reason why he ran that pass was the fact that he had good cross-course direction coming off the entrance gates into number 1. A left foot forward skier, which meant that his 2 foreside turns were always going to be a little bit more subtle than his favored side turn of 135. There we go, Dennis Phillips. Good strike off number 4. Number 5 looked pretty good as well. So a skier from No Name Lake nearby here in the great state of Washington. Actually, in Oregon, that lake is situated. Bulala in Oregon, the No Name Lake. But by that extension, it has a name, doesn't it?
Well, the city, the town is Mobile.
Anyway, so that is Dennis Phillips through 14.25 meters to get ready for 13. All right, then, here we go. We've got Dennis Phillips here. Continuing to roll on this particular run. And looking very, very easy out there at 32 off 13 meters. He made that one even simpler than 14.25 or 28. A little on the back of the ski, mind you, but that's no deal breaker as he manages to carve the tip of that slalom ski round to an effective turn and then went cross course almost immediately afterwards. Left foot forward skier, as I remind you, his right side turns are always going to be better for him, as exhibited by that number 3 on the instant replay. And round number 4, and he just from about this point onwards, he was just easing up a little bit to avoid overloading number 5 and number 6 and possibly falling short of the complete run. And that's exactly what happened there with Dennis Phillips. So he completed 14.25 meters and 30 meters, which is 28 off and 32 off respectively. And now we get to see Dennis Phillips in men's 7, skiing at 32 miles an hour on the 12-meter line, or 35 off. Here we go. Entrance round number 1 and number 2, keeping everything working ahead, especially the lower half of his body, just trying to be strong with the hips, especially into number 5. Safety checks 5, gets round all 6 buoys. Nicely done there from Dennis Phillips. Oh my word. That was 35 off there for him. He certainly had to struggle on the final 2/3 of the slalom course, but he certainly got a good lead in on buoy number 1. Didn't roll that ski all the way over on buoy number 1, which meant that he lost a little bit of distance and angle going into number 2. Meant that the handle and the line tightened up on him really, really quickly and rapidly at the end of buoy number 2. Extension of buoy number 2, but I tell you what, he just went after it there off buoy 4 into 5, keeping his hips ahead of him and allowing him to still stay on top of the water. So that is 35 off 12 meters, 11.25 meters beckons for him. That is Dennis Phillips. All right then, and whilst we have Kelly Belenda on the dock looking out to see Dennis Phillips, all-round buoy number 1, 11.25 meters, skiing straight at number 2, takes the hit, gets 2 buoys at 11. That is Dennis Phillips. So Dennis Phillips, just looking at this instant replay, got the start that he wanted, but didn't maintain enough resistance behind the boat to make an effective play on number 2, and that was as much as he got, but a a good performance out there from Dennis Phillips. And yes, indeed, I certainly agree with you there, Stuart Smith. Impressive effort there from Dennis. And Melissa Els is saying, way to scrap it out there, Dennis. So looks like he's got his fans from around the world. Looks like we got some more messages are coming through. We've got Elizabeth Barter. Where are we with the schedule? Well, we are about, how many skiers away? We're 4 skiers from rounding off the amateur competition. A few minutes after that, then we'll go into the women's head-to-head competition, then following on with the men's competition. So let's say 6 minutes a skier. About half an hour, in about half an hour, we'll be done with the amateur skiing, give or take. And then maybe about a few minutes after that, then we'll go into the head-to-head women's competition. So that gives you an approximation of where we are on the schedule and where we are in respect to the pro skier. So, skier on the water is Kelly Belenda. So we've got Kelly Belenda with the opening pass. I believe this one was going to be at 14.25 meters or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. And, of course, every men's 7 skier that you see right now has a maximum boat speed of 32 miles an hour. So Kelly Belenda will get ready for 32 feet off the line, or 30 meters. With the line being at 32 feet off, it means that the skier at this point in the proceedings has 43 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys. Now, when you consider that the course width is 37.5 feet wide, 43 feet might actually sound to be, quite long, with plenty of distance, plenty of length in the road to get round. But whenever you factor in the acceleration, whenever you factor in the ski has to make an almost 90-degree turn and go cross course in order just to get within the realm of the buoy, then you'll start to understand that passes and attempts at 32 off like this one from Kelly Belenda, it's some significant stuff going on. This is 32 off to the best of my knowledge. This is Kelly Belenda. Looking okay, getting himself a little bit in trouble there down course, handle up a little bit high, thrown to the back of the ski, but thankfully he generated enough angle off buoy number 5 to give him just sufficient room to get round buoy number 6. That is Kelly Belenda, and that is a pass of 32 off or 13 meters. We continue to get greetings here on the comments. I've answered the question where we are on the schedule. The greetings from Rito Eberhardt, greetings from Switzerland, and hello to Vince from Rito and Karen, which will be all well and good. But Vince is actually on the other webcast right now, being broadcast from Santa Rosa Beach, because this is a historical moment for TWBC. Producing 2 live webcasts at the same time. The IWWF Under-17 World Championships, which are currently taking place in Santa Rosa Beach right now, is being broadcast on the YouTube channel for TWBC, whilst we have this webcast, the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom, also taking place, and both are being brought to you simultaneously on the TWBC YouTube channel. All right, then. So we have got Kelly Belenda now. This is 12 meters. A bit of a squat there on the turn, approaching the gates in number 1, but he's still there. Oh, look at this. He's still there around buoy number 3. Look at this on number 4. He's still early for 5. Can he make a turn and play on 5 to enable him to get round 6? Oh, yeah. There you go. That is a Stephen Belenda. He gets through that particular run of 35 off. And certainly I had my doubts on this particular run, considering his stance on his ski coming into buoy number 1. Yes, he got the angle, but the positioning, he really had to work to recover going into that turn. But I tell you what, he makes that ski work for him whilst under the greatest of duress at 35 off or 12 meters. Round buoy number 4 takes a bit of a hit and takes the slack out the line and allows the ski to fully rotate underneath the line. Then it was a safety check there on number 5 and just a straight pull into buoy number 6 to really iron that pass out towards the end. So, good effort there from Kelly Bolenda, and he started on the 28 off pass. Started off at 28, then came back at 32. That was 35, and now he's going to have a crack at 38 off, which leaves him with 37 feet of line to get round a course that is 37.5 feet wide. It doesn't take a mathematician to figure out that that rope will not reach the outside of the buoy line, and in which case he has 6 inches of deficit on each turn to try and make up. There's number 1. Round number 2, does he take the snap of the line? Yes, he does. Give it up for him, please. That is Kelly Bolenda. And exactly the same score as Dennis Phillips, who we saw a few minutes prior with provisionally two buoys at 11.25 meters. Ooh, wow! Looking at that instant replay, what I'm trying to get, trying to ascertain what that score was. But if we take a look at that instant replay again, if that's possible, Alice. I'm not too sure what score Kelly Bolenda would have gotten for this, but taking a look one more time, gets round number 1, and then skied almost directly at number 2. Oh, that is very, very close. Making contact with buoy number 2. All right, then, so Stephen Miller is our final men's 7 skier in this competition. We'll have Mark Hegewald in men's 6 and Carl Dennis in international men's to come out afterwards. Being a men's 7 competitor, his maximum speed is going to be 32 miles an hour. So looking at this run once again on the instant replay, that is Stephen Miller. And for those of you wanting to get the latest in live water ski tournament coverage, you can go to the Water Ski Broadcasting YouTube channel, subscribe at the top, and hit the bell icon a couple of times to be informed as to whether new content and new live coverage comes to you via that site. Go to Water Ski Broadcasting's YouTube channel and subscribe. All right then, Stephen Miller coming into the course. Round buoy number 1, looking in very, very stout shape there for this run. Continuing to roll from one side to the next. Good effort there for Stephen Miller. Looking in a little bit of pain when I look closely at this instant replay, just the expression on his face, and while he gets across, a little bit of gritting of the teeth coming into buoy number 2. Maybe showing us more than is more effort out there is being put into this run than is typically the case for Stephen Miller. That was 32 off, or 13 meters. All right, then, let's have a look at Stephen Miller now. Decent effort there on this particular run. This is, I believe, I was thinking that was 35 off, but I'm going to take a double check on that one because that looked very, very easy to be 35 off. Just rolls that ski into the turn and just looks in impeccable shape out there. Yes, he is coming back at 35 off. I did have to take a double check on that one. That was 32 off coming back, which meant that Stephen Miller actually went in on 16 meters instead of 14.25 meters. So the next pass coming back is going to be at 35 off. All right, then, coming back at 35 off, or 12 meters. This now is Stephen Miller. Oh, look at that strike off number 1. Good solid effort into number 2. Keeping the ski moving and keeping it early. Look at him go. There you go. Good effort. And to quote the song line from another famous Steve Miller, keep on rocking me, baby. Or maybe Abracadabra. Just give me any Steve Miller song, I'll make it work. All right, then, Stephen Miller, all joking aside, 35 off, looked very, very smooth out there. So there we go. Good skiing. Nice effort. Well rounded there at 35 off. Not too much there to really pick apart technically, but managing to get through that particular run. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just for your information, for those of you online who are tuned in to our webcast, we've got the Skier of the Day vote for you to participate in. We'll get more details of that in just a moment or so. This is 11.25 meters for Stephen Miller. Round buoy number 1, handle up a little bit high, driving in on buoy number 2. A little bit of a delay there. Using his height effectively to get round buoy number 3. He's round number 4. Can he still stay with the course into buoy number 5? Yes, he can. Takes a safety check on 5. Can he get round number 6? Yeah, just about by the skin of his teeth. Wow. 40 was dead and buried about the about buoy number 4, but I tell you what, he is a fighter out there on the slalom course on 11.25 meters, skiing to the very, very limit of his capability right here. Stephen Miller gotten a little bit buffeted off number 2, really knew at that point that he had to work to run this particular effort. Short on buoy number 4, but he manages to get the ski around quick enough with enough angle to go cross course. Stood up a little off number 5, barely had enough to get round number 6. So now our second skier that we've seen so far get through 11.25 meters and attempt 10.75 meters is Stephen Miller. In the men's 7 category, we saw David Miller. Not too sure whether he's a relation or not. I don't think so. But he scored 2 at 41 off. The closest that anyone has gotten to running 11.25 meters and coming up short was Greg Tate a few skiers ago, but I tell you what, 11.25 meters he's just run, Stephen Miller, and this now is 10.75 meters. He really has to be on his game now if he expects to run this. Round buoy number 1 and on the back of the ski, handle up high. But give it up for him, please. Half a buoy at 10.75 meters. It's Stephen Miller. Good, solid effort out there. Little flat into number 1. But I tell you what, some great skiing there. A little unexpected there from Stephen Miller. But in this 54-degree air temperature day, the water has got to feel really, really nice out there. The water temperature doesn't really change as much or as rapidly as the surrounding air temperature. So it probably still feels like bath water out there for a lot of our competitors. Even so, a lot of our competitors are using heater tops that have the long arms and are composed of some rather thin wetsuit neoprene material, purely there to keep the coldness and the chill off the arms when they actually get up on top of the water. Because when you... So coming in at 55k, 14.25 meters. The boat speed going up to 34 miles an hour as the maximum speed because we are in men's 6. Starting with men's 7, the boat speed, the max speed is reduced to 32 miles an hour. You get to a certain age where that becomes advantageous for you. We're down to our penultimate skier, men's 6. We got Mark Hegervold. Here we go, right here, right now. Men's 6, 34 miles an hour, 14.25 meters. Our penultimate skier in the amateur competition. Skier number 43 of 44 on the list of amateurs. This is Mark Hegervold, 14.25 meters. Looking in fine shape and has a good run there with the opener of 14.25 meters. So, good skiing there for him. Graphic. Okay, so as we bring Mark Hegervold into the slalom course, let me mention to you the skier of the day vote for our pro athletes. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and click on the play item at the very top of the menu at waterskibroadcasting.com. Do that right now and submit your vote for the skier of the day. Could it be a skier of the likes of Jamie Bull? Could it be that performance there from Karen Truelove to see herself through to the top 8 of the competition, or is your selection going to be someone like Nate Smith or even Freddie Winter? Maybe it's Will Asher or someone else. Could be Corey Vaughn. You never know. Select your skier of the day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right, then, here we go. Now, this is Mark Hegervold at 34 miles an hour. This is 32 off. or 13 meters. Nicely done round all 6 buoys. He seems to have a pretty good knack of running that particular run. Trying to get a little bit of warmth here coming through. The sun is still very much up there. It's just obscured by the clouds. Mark Hegervold, 14.25 meter start, and that was 13 meters coming back. Like the way he angles that ski off his 1-3-5 side turn. He is a lefty after all. And good stout effort there on the pass of 30 meters. Now coming back on 12 meters, let's see how far he gets. For those of you watching via our YouTube channel, be sure to throw in a comment or two as you see fit. As we look at Carl Denis on the starting dock, he is getting ready for his run. International men, akin to open men's competition, which means the maximum speed for him is going to be at 36 miles an hour. In the meantime, we got Mark Hegervold, his maximum speed being 34 miles an hour as a skier out of men's 6th division. Whips the ski hard round on buoy number 4, round 5, and an excellent pass there on number 6. Good, solid skiing there from Mark Hegervold. All right then, so let's see. The instant replay just rolled in there with the tip of his ski and just made his way across the course. Oh, just look, gotten broken forward just a tad there into buoy number 3, but not enough to detract him from running this pass. Nicely done there off number 4. A great neutral side turn, just allowing that ski to just come round, and then the line tightens, and then he's off to the races. So that is Mark Hegervold. We're on to our penultimate skier. This is skier 43 of 44 among our amateur round of competition. And if you're wondering what this little trophy is in front of me, yes, this goes to the skier of the day. Vote for your skier of the day among our pros by going to waterskibroadcasting.com. That is waterskibroadcasting.com to give us your choice as to your favorite skier of the day. Obviously, you can vote now, or you can vote a little bit later as we go into the women's and the men's head-to-head competition. Absolutely your choice. Mark Hegervold off number 2, not getting the kind of 2-buoy start that he wanted to, but he will score 2 on that particular line length. That is at 11.25 meters, I believe. All right, so that was Mark Hegervold with two buoys on that particular run. So confirming the 2-buoy count on that run, I believe that was at 38 off, 11.25 meters. And now we're down to our very final skier in our amateur competition. I sure hope that you've enjoyed every bit of our performances right up until this time. We started this amateur round of competition at 8 a.m. a little afterwards, and at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I think it's 1 o'clock. What time is it? Do you have? My phone tells a better story. Okay, yeah, it is 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time. So we've been on the water for a few hours now, and we come down to our last of our amateur competitors. This is going to be Carl Denis, who comes to us out of Canada. And skiing in international men, it means that his maximum speed, for whatever line length he decides to come in on, is going to be 36 miles an hour, 58K. All right, now comes into the course at 14.25 meters. Looking pretty strong across course. I believe I heard a pass of 14.25 meters called, but we'll confirm that for absolute certain from our officials. All right, then. So, Carl Denny on that opening pass, that I believe was to be 14.25 meters or 28 off. 13 meters coming up very, very soon. Here in the roar of that ski nautique towboat accelerating up to 58K. So, Carl Denny now. This is 13 meters. Little bit of a shoulder charge there for the before the entrance gates. Let's see what he's got. Skiing on a rather unusual brand of slalom ski called the Pineapple. About the only one that I... Whoa, look at that. Round buoy number 5. Tries to make a play on buoy number 6. Getting into all kinds of trouble there. And just couldn't really fight his way out of that situation effectively. It all started with the gate pull-out in my estimation here, because he came in with a lot of speed into his gate shot, had to bleed off a bit of it, and actually used the handle on the inside of his number 1 turn to take a little bit more pace off his ski. Into number 4, this thing started to go a little bit sideways on him. He tried to keep some angle away from the boat. But by the time he came to number 5, he was getting drawn closer and closer to each buoy, including that number 5. Got on the tip of his ski, just couldn't get off it, and was very lucky not to sustain a huge crash going into number 6. Well, an even bigger crash going into number 6, if we're being honest. But there you go. It is a 5 buoy count on that particular run of 12 meters there. So... that concludes the amateur rounds of slalom skiing. Whatever skiing that you see beyond this point is among the pros. We have the head-to-head battles in the women's and the men's competition. My name is Tony Lightfoot. You've been an absolutely great audience here along the shoreside and also online. It is almost exactly 1300 hours, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And the next piece of skiing that you'll see will be among our pros, the women's and the men's competition. You're watching the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we'll return right after these.
Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter.
Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back
Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I've got no.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon now. We are at about 1:30 in the afternoon, Pacific Daylight Time, and we are into the final stanza of this competition. We have got the women's head-to-head bracketed final coming up in just a few moments. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and this is Chris Parrish.
Hey, Tony. How are you, buddy?
Not too bad at all. So, as we get ready to go into to the brackets there with the Open Women's Head-to-Head Final, we'll see if we can get those up. But I'll tell you what, we have some of the greatest female slalom skiers on the planet here, and there is the head-to-head brackets there. So, give us your assessment of how things are going to go with starting with Jamie Ball, Karen Truelove.
Oh, that's going to be a great battle. Number 1 versus number 8. You know, Karen's a true veteran, been around the sport a long time, has a lot of experience. And we have, of course, Jamie Bull, who's just been on fire this year, and looking forward to a great bracket there for sure.
All right, then the winner of that bracket will meet the winner of the next bracket. This is an intriguing one, Ellie Nicholson and Samantha Dumala.
Yeah, I see a really good battle here. That could go either way. I mean, they both skied really well, so that's going to be fun to watch for sure.
Absolutely. Now, Elizabeth Montavon was there. She's going to be skiing against Manon Costard, and how do you reckon that one's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, Montavon, you can never count her out for sure. I mean, she could just go out there and just put a huge score on. She's very strong, very focused, and she could light it up. And then you've got Manon, world champion, master champion, super technical, on her A game. It's going to be a great battle.
And a couple of veteran campaigners out there on the circuit. We got Whitney McClintock-Marini versus Vanessa Veek.
Yeah, U.S. Open champ, Whitney McClintock against Vanessa Veek. When I watch Vanessa ski, just super technical, super still. I mean, same thing. She can get down the line and put out a big score. And you got Whitney, obviously, who's got a lot of confidence right now, just winning the U.S. Open.
All right, then. So that's how things stand so far as the women's head-to-head bracket goes. Now let's see if we can take a brief look at the men's head-to-head brackets. Now this had some intriguing matchups. What about that one, Nate Smith and Corey Vaughn?
That's going to be interesting. I mean, obviously Nate is on his game. He's been on his game all year. And then I've watched Corey ski on his new ski this year. He looks really good. He's super fit. You always see him warming up and he's skiing well as well. So it could be anybody's day, and that's going to be a great bracket for sure.
Will Asher, Thomas de Gasperi. That's going to be a classic.
That's going to be awesome. Yeah, they've had some great battles throughout the years, and that's going to be fun to watch.
Now, among the last two skiers to ski yesterday, actually removed Brian Detrick from a potential matchup with Will Asher, but instead Brian Detrick actually gets Robert Hazelwood now.
Yeah, I mean, Brian is on fire. I mean, he is just skiing so well. I know he doesn't do all the events, but the ones that he does, he really just comes and brings his A game every time. And then you've got, young Robert Hazelwood, he's absolutely killing it this year too.
And a resurgence to form from Nick Adams, and he will have to meet up with Freddie Winter.
Yeah, I mean, Nick had a great couple rounds. I mean, he ran 39 both rounds, and he's been here all week training and skiing well, and he's used to the water. And you've got, of course, Freddie Winter, he's on his A game this year and skiing really well, so that'll be a great battle.
All right, then. So those are the head-to-head matchups in both the women's and the men's competition. We're running the boats up and down to make sure everything is in good shape. This is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom. The first of our skiers is about to take to the water. Obviously, it looks like Karen Truelove is going to take to the water first. Jamie Bull actually had the option whether to go with a particular boat or a particular order. And in my mind, I think Jamie Bull actually figured on going second out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good move. I think a lot of the top skiers prefer to go last. And, that's a smart move by Jamie. And then, Karen's going to go out there and give it her all and try to put up a huge score. And it's going to be a great battle.
Absolutely. And there, Karen getting into her bindings a little bit and not too sure whether she is cold out there on the stock. It is 54 degrees out there. I don't think many of these skiers would even practice in temperatures of 54 degrees, which is the equivalent of 12 degrees Fahrenheit, Celsius, I would say.
Yeah, and Tony, I'm loving the body glove top that Karen's rocking. Looking pretty good.
Good. That probably hasn't seen the light of day in years.
No.
All right, then. So there is Karen Truelove, our first skier out, and these competitors, I believe, these minimum starting line length is going to be 14.25 meters or 28 off.
Yeah, that's perfect. Just get warmed up, get the blood flow going, and there's no wind at all, so that won't be a problem for them at all.
All right, then. This is going to be our quarterfinal matchup, the first of our quarterfinal matchups. Jamie Bull versus Karen Truelove, about to take place any moment now.
Tony, it's so funny. You talk to some of the locals here, and they're like, man, it's our driest year ever. It's been over 100 degrees, and here we are.
Testing.
All right, a little bit of a tactical maneuver here. Now, because Jamie has decided, actually chose to go first, but deferred that in terms of actual starting line length, Karen Truelove electing to go with 14.25 meters, and wow.
Yeah, classic Karen Truelove, just so dynamic, so technical, off the wakes out to the turn. I mean, both sides look completely the same on both, and just classic Karen Truelove skiing right there.
And starting our women's slalom head-to-head, that was Karen Truelove with the opening run.
That's not Karen.
No, it isn't. So we defer to the fact that that Karen Truelove actually ran that pass and looked very good in doing so. So we'll wait for her to come back into the course. Both of these skiers certainly well capable of getting into 12 meters and beyond. And yeah, so we're looking down towards the end of the lake to see who our next combatant is. It should be Jamie Bull. This is the 1 versus 8 pairing. I'm Tony Lyford. He is Chris the Tower Parish, and he's all smiles. And you got to 41 off yesterday, which is a pretty darn good score. Unfortunately, not enough to make it through via a backup score, but you certainly had fun yesterday.
I had a blast. Yeah, I gave it my all. It wasn't enough, but I had a great round for sure. Thank you, Tony.
All right, then. Now we've got the comments that come through with the YouTube player. If you want to put a comment in and ask a CP a question, he'll be more than happy to answer. If you go to the YouTube player and be on and place yourself on the right hand side, you'll be able to put some comments in. Okay. This is the first time we're going to see Jamie Bull. Jamie Bull is coming into the course. She wanted to go in first in this pairing, but because she decided to go in on 13 meters rather than start at 14.25 meters, that is why you're seeing her first pass come from the opposite direction there, CP.
Yeah, just so technically dialed in, so strong, so dynamic, just completely destroyed that opening pass for Jamie Bull.
Absolutely, with a few of the swallows just buzzing around a little bit there and just really carving a very good path. Now, out of all the skiers in this particular event, for as someone that is used to these kind of conditions, you would pick Jamie Bull because she comes to us from North Bay in Ontario, and it does get pretty chilly up there to ski.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, this is definitely her environment, her atmosphere, and she's probably loving all of this right now.
Absolutely. So 54 degrees at the last check at the temperature. We'll see if we can get a more accurate reading here within the last few hours. Oh yes, it looks like it's gotten warmer by 1 whole degree. Okay, but it's good though. But it's crisp. It certainly gives our competitors a lot to think about in terms of warming up. We see there Vanessa Veek, who will be on our 4th pairing. She'll be up against Whitney McClintock-Carini. And now here comes Karen Truelove on 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Round number 1, gets a good strike off number 1. Karen Truelove, not one of our taller skiers in this event, but I tell you what, her center of gravity is lower on the slalom ski, which means that if she does get into trouble, she is the quickest to recover from it and to keep on with the run.
Yeah, I love that start. This super still, like you see on the replay here probably, this super still in that pull-out for the gate, and just love watching her ski.
Oh, absolutely. We're taking a look at Karen Truelove from our boat side angle and looking in tremendous shape there off number 1. Just working that ski and because of her ability to actually recover from certain situations quickly, she can actually afford to go down course a little bit more and allow the ski to do most of the effort there for her. As we look at Karen Truelove complete this pass, let's check in with Dockside and check in with Wade Cox. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Tony and CP, thanks for helping us out. This is the most unique part of competitive water skiing. Of any of the traditional 3 event slalom, trick, jump, head-to-head slalom, running the 2 boats. It's a fairly intense sort of part of our sport. It makes it very mano-a-mano, and we're going to see how it plays out. Jamie's coming in at you right now. Back to you.
All right, that she is. Here comes Jamie Bull on the 12-meter line. She opted to go in on her first pass on 13 meters from the opposite direction. Let's see if she's properly warmed up and well in in shape on this particular run. And as she gets round buoy number 5 and number 6, let's give it up, please, for Jamie Bull.
Man, oh man, did she crush that. Holy cow.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
wow.
From the start, I mean, there's just zero hesitation out of the turn on that offside. You just watch right here in this replay right here. Watch this one ball. It's got 90 degrees out of the turn and zero hesitation.
Absolutely good extension round number 1, and just absolutely just puts the ski out there, and nice little bit of counter rotation there. You don't really see it done here with as much intensity as, say, like Samantha Dumoulin and those competitors, but it's very, very much there, and it really helps to stay balanced on the ski, especially into a 2-4 side.
Yeah, I got to watch her this year from the boat, and I was sitting next to Will Asher, and she ran 39, but I was watching all her passes, and I just looked over at Will and I go, man, she is really, really good.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Now Karen Truelove is about to enter the slalom course on the 12-meter line. 12 meters is equivalent to 35 off, or 40 feet of line. So with 40 feet of line and the course being 37.5 feet wide, it gives her about 2.5 feet to get the ski outside the buoy line and to get it round. So, I mean, 2.5 feet actually sounds pretty long, but really it isn't.
Well, watching her last pass, one thing that really stood out is her head never outran her body. Her head is so still through the turn that never, you know, it's a mirror on both sides. She's fun to watch.
All right, to maintain this pairing and to keep it going into 11.25 meters of 38 off. This is Karen Truelove.
Nice gate. Looking good. Nice tight line at one ball.
Little long pull into number 2. That produced the slack at the end of that turn, and she's getting a little bit of slack. But I tell you what, she's quick to recover. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Karen Truelove. Brilliantly executed their 12-meter run. And, you know, she had a little bit of a long pull off number 1, and that brought a little bit more speed into number 2. And she had a slack line pretty much consistently on the end of a turn. But I tell you what, she's an experienced campaigner and knows exactly what she needs to do, what she has to do in order to counter that.
Yeah, 100% veteran, just work her way down the course, no panic, you know, upper body, head still, just waiting for that ski to finish, and like you said, just veteran move, Karen Truelove.
All right, and as we look at her on the instant replay produce a pass of 12 meters, we're going to check in with Wade once again. Who do you have, sir?
Well, I'm solo again, guys, but we're talking about some British Open weather. We talked about it being cold yesterday with a few of the skiers. It's even colder today. There's a slight little drizzle. You can see Whitney's almost fully dressed, and she's skiing next. So for the skiers that do make it through the final, staying warm is going to be crucial. Back to you guys.
All right, then. And, yes, Wade Cox has skied in the British Open, won a couple of times, and over at the Prince's, a Pro-Am, but in those instances, there were slightly less trees to work with. All right, then, here we go. This is Jamie Bull, 11.25 meters of 38 off. Look at this. Good strike off number 4. Keeping the flow going off number 5. And with that, she gets it all the way through the run. Let's give it up, please, for Jamie Bull of Canada.
My goodness. Did you see that 3-ball?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She crushed it.
Look at this replay here. Just in classic 135 offside turn, Jamie Bull. This 3-ball is absolutely ridiculous. You'll see it here. Just tight line out of 1. Just so much space in the 2. Over her front foot here at 2-ball. And then watch this 3-ball here. Just completely crushes it. Wham.
Boom. Just meets up with the handle. Just stands up. Just grip it and rip it, so to speak.
Just easy fasheezy.
Okie dokie. All right, I'll go along with that. There we go, that's 5, and that's number 6. Now, Karen Truelove. Now that's throwing the gauntlet well and truly at her feet. And, wow. Some great skiing so far from Jamie Bull. Now, she's in the water right now, and she's wondering whether she will have to continue on to 39.5 off or 10.75 meters.
As she's smiling.
Yes, indeed. That's always a good sign. That truly is. Let's see if she'll be smiling too much longer on the strength of what Karen Truelove puts out there on the water. This is 11.25 meters or 38 off. Didn't get a particularly good start, but I tell you what, she motors her way through this run. Little down course, back on the edge again, round number 4. She's still there. She's good to go round number 5, and look at this. Karen Truelove runs 38 off.
Wow. Solid skiing, Karen. Wow. Great skiing.
And that is an example of the patience that Karen Truelove has on the slalom course. May not be particularly early between each buoy, but boy, does she have enough patience at the end to allow that ski to whip its way round, establish cross-course angle, and then just continue skiing.
And Tony, how many birds were in that frame? Look at this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
10, 12.
Wow. I tell you.
Good job, Karen. Great
yeah,
skiing.
just allowing that ski to work, establish angle isn't particularly quick off the turns and getting the ski angled away, but she doesn't have to be. As long as that ski obtains traction, however much it takes to go down course to achieve it, she is more than patient enough to execute in that manner. Now, Pickle.
Yes.
10.75 meters.
Here we go. Down to the nitty-gritty.
Getting a comment here from none other than Camille Duval. Nice commentary, Chris.
Hey, Camille.
She's messaging in from Lake Tahoe in California. Let's have a look and see. Jamie Ball, number 1 here. Oh, and gets around buoy number 2. That opens the door, I think.
I am in shock right now.
Wow.
What in the world just happened?
I don't know, but let's take a look at this. And
all the birds?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know whether she has any kind of room for protest here. But I tell you what, round number 1 gets on the edge, but unfortunately carrying in a lot of speed and just realizing that the gig is up. So she dipped her hand in the water in the middle of her S-turn and skied to the wake. And she realizes at this point that it could be wide open. I mean, Karen Truelove, 2 buoys at 39.5 off. I wouldn't say is an automatic for her, but I've seen her produce that score on a number of occasions. So if she gets a halfway decent start on the first third of the course and throws everything at number 3, well, we could have the first of our major surprises in this event.
Yeah, we could, and it just a surprise she didn't really come out of 1. Like you said, she had that down course speed at 2. You saw her kind of really have to pull long to get around 2, and then man, just surprised to see Jamie with that 2 at 39 there. All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. Right here, right now. This is Karen Truelove. She knows what she's got ahead of her. This is 10.75 meters. Round buoy number 1. Gets the one that she needs. Gets it round. And round number 2. Unfortunately, that's going to be 1 1/2. It means that Jamie Ball advances. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our 2 fine competitors in matchup number 1. Jamie Ball, who advances through to the semifinal. And Karen Truelove with her score of 1 1/2. At 39.5 off, who has been eliminated at this stage.
Yeah, and great skiing for Karen, like you're saying too. Just to ski behind Jamie and go out there and run 38. And that 38 off obviously is no gimme, and great skiing of both of them. As you can see there, Karen went for it. So big high five to Karen there. Great skiing, Karen.
Yes, indeed. Showing a little bit of frustration. She knew that she had an opportunity to take down Jamie Ball in this instance. But I tell you what, we've got some great matchups coming. But the winner of matchup number 1, and she's skiing past you right now, is Jamie Ball. And now she's going to get toweled off and dried, and she will get ready for the next pairing that she will have. Her next opponent isn't known yet because that will be decided in the next pairing. It is going to be, well, actually, it's not going to be decided in the next pairing. The next pairing is Whitney McClintock versus Vanessa Veek. Jamie Ball won't know her opponent until we get past pairing number 4, which is Ali Nicholson versus Samantha Dumoulin. And obviously the other pairing we've got to consider is the 3rd pairing between Manon Costard and Elizabeth Montavon. So,
Tony, my question to you, what bib do you like better, the winner's bib or the other bibs?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I like that one.
I like that one. All right, then. So we got Wade Cox on dockside. Let's hear from him and Jamie Bull.
Well, our first bracket winner, and it was quite a bracket. I mean, he's with Karen running the 38. Put a little pressure on your 39.
Yeah, my 38 felt really good, and then didn't really get the start I wanted at 39. Still had to force Karen to turn 2 balls. She didn't get the best start, so happy to move on and hopefully next round get a little better start at 39.
Well, I didn't say in my intro, but I was just talking with Freddie Winter when you guys were skiing. There's sort of an art of surviving head-to-head slalom, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's quite a bit different than our standard kind of just go down the line and do your own thing. You're in the water for a long time. It's pretty chilly out here, so trying to stay warm and kind of stay out of your head, too.
Go get warm. Back to you guys.
All right, then, back with us. And, yes, my name's Tony Lightfoot. He's Chris Parrish. We've gotten one person through into one of our semi-final brackets. That is Jamie Bull. We won't know her opponent until we get past the fourth bracket, but we will know who's going to be skiing in the semi-final in bracket number 2, because that one's next. It'll be Whitney McClintock-Reaney versus Australia's Vanessa Veek. So some fine skiing, no doubt, coming up ahead. And let's see how things pan out, so to speak.
Yeah, here we go. It's going to be a great pairing here.
32 off at 34 miles an hour, coming in from the initial end, the dock end, and Vanessa Veek, I'm sure, will be coming in on that same line length. Of course, there could be a situation where Vanessa Veek, not quite comfortable coming in at 32 off on her opening pass, could end up skiing first. But hang on a second, looks like that question's going to be answered. It is Whitney McClintock taking to the water first at 32 off the standard 75-foot line. It is 13 meters.
All right, U.S. Open champ. Here she comes.
Here we go. Let's take a looky here at the U.S. Open Women's Slalom Champion, and coming back strong after the birth of her first child. And Zane, cute as can be.
Yeah.
Will no doubt be watching his mom there, Whitney McClintock-Reaney, on the water. And there you go, opening pass 32 off, no worries there for her.
Yeah, I love the way she attacks in the course. She just creates a lot of space, and classic Whitney style for sure.
Absolutely, and
look at that focus.
All right, so as we look at this pass, as beautiful as it is, we're gonna cross over to Wade in just a moment or so, but. All right, so we're looking at Whitney McClintock, and our second skier to take to the water is going to be Vanessa Veek. So Vanessa Veek from Australia, but making her home very much in South Florida these days.
There's a rope stuck on the dock here.
Just a little bit there, and that's not going to be particularly conducive.
No, she's definitely not stalling either. It's happening.
Mm-hmm. And then we see Wade on dockside getting ready to interview one of our skiers.
We'll do it right now, actually.
Okay, Wade, let's go with Samantha.
Hey, I heard Tony say we're ready to go. So I've got Sam Damala, one of our finalists, some big scores yesterday. So a little nervous this morning?
A little nervous, a little cold, but I'm super happy to have made the final this weekend and get to even ski today.
And Sam is a graduate of Florida Southern, and she's in second year of med school. A lot of fans at home. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Wade. And this is Vanessa Veek, also coming in at 32 off.
So aligned, so still. Just love her skiing style.
Oh yeah, look at this. Good skiing, and a skier that's really come on form in the last few months, and really dedicated herself to the slalom game around about November of last season, where she just said to herself, you know what? If I'm gonna make some inroads in this sport, I might as well give it a try now, because the stars aligned for her in terms of making it through into the Masters competition and a number of other events when the qualification opened up in the Masters series that came around. And she's been on fire in recent months.
She has been absolutely killing it this year. Super happy for her. I've known her a long time, all the way back to the early Moomba days, and glad to see her skiing so well this year.
Yes, indeed, and I'm sure that her husband and her two kids are watching this right now on the webcast.
Back at home, staying warm.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure in Central Florida right now, or actually Southern Florida. She skis over at Chet Raley's place on occasion, so learning the good part of her trade out there on the slalom course with that. All right, then, here we go. This is Whitney McClintock-Reaney. This now is at 35 off, or 12 meters. Look at her go. Good strike on buoy number 1 and number 2 and number 3, just holding everything away. Former two-time world slalom champion from 2009 and 2011. Beautifully executed.
Yeah, just totally attacked that pass. I mean, it made it look like her 32 off and just completely killed that.
Yes, indeed, and a stalwart on the Canadian national water ski team. They haven't quite gotten to the point of announcing their World Elite Championship team, but rest assured that Whitney is very much part of Team Canada's plans going forward, and they should be coming into the World Championships with a fairly strong contingent of skiers to battle against the likes of the United States, Great Britain, Australia, and the other major nations.
Yeah, and the more I watch her this year, you can see the Whitney McClintock, as we know, she's coming back and she's stronger than ever. I mean, she's just looking just like we've seen her ski before.
All right, then. Looks like we've got Christy Overton Johnson messaging in, proud of all of these skiers. Karen saying that they grew up skiing together, and you're still growing, and proud of the two moms that are on the water, Vanessa Veek and also Whitney McClintock. And another message from Camille Duval, birds or pickles?
Classic Camille.
Absolutely. All right there, Vanessa Veek on 12 meters. Good strike off buoy number 2, keeping a good cross-course angle here, keeping a nice tight line. And ladies and gentlemen, some great skiing from both of our competitors, both running 12 meters. Let's give it up for both of them.
Solid pass, huh?
Yeah, very solid. Yeah, I mean, I am absolutely thoroughly impressed with Vanessa Veek this season, and actually got an opportunity to ride in the boat with her on this occasion just before the event, and good solid technique. We were actually experimenting a little bit with what type of line that she would like to use in this competition. Figures on going with the harder compound rope.
Yeah, we talked about it as well on the dock when she got here.
Yeah. All right then. So as we look at Vanessa Veek complete this 12-meter run, or 35 off, we're going to check in with Wade Cox on dockside and find out who he has with him. Wade, who do you have?
Hey guys, I've got Elizabeth Montavon here, and she's probably got some good vibes going because the third place finish here last year, rocking the Ski or Die hoodie.
Yeah, it's great to be here. This is probably one of the best run pro events I've been to in my career so far. We have more talent this year. Of course, we're missing Regina, and we wish her a speedy recovery as part of Team Good, but it's just going to be a great event.
Back to you guys.
All right then, some great energy exuded there by Elizabeth Montavon as we look at Whitney McClintock-Reaney at 11.25 meters. In the previous pairing, both skiers went through 11.25 meters. And looks like we could be continuing that trend. There you go, Whitney McClintock-Reaney. Let's give her a big cheer, folks. Getting through a difficult run. 11.25 meters.
Yeah, that was a really solid pass. I mean, a few hiccups here and there, but nothing that really stood out. And then, classic Whitney, creating her space, and then not the best one ball right there, but she was early at 6-ball. Little down course here, but she's actually making up ground as she's going down the lake here.
Well, there you go with Whitney McClintock-Rini. I mean, she does get down course a little bit, but she's in no hurry to rush at the end of each turn. Just allows that ski to rotate fully, and then once she's satisfied that that's happened, then she can get behind it and just slingshot away from one side to the next.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see in the replay the buoy that got her back into was at a 4, and then even earlier at 5, then earliest at 6. So that was pretty impressive. All right, here we go, Vanessa, 38 off.
All right, then. So here we go, Vanessa Veek.
Nice gate. Look at that. Super stacked. Nice. Yep.
Nicely done. Ooh. Look at this. Vanessa Veek at 38 off. Needs to maintain a composure here around buoying. Oh, big old slam on number 4. Have you ever seen one of our female competitors slam dunk? Nicely done.
Yeah, that was great. These pros, they just know how to stay with it. You've watched all these skiers so far, and if they get in a little bit of trouble, they've got the experience to go, okay, don't panic, don't rush, don't blow the ski out. No big deal. I'll just stay with it, let the ski finish, and just stay in the fight down the lake. You've seen both these girls right here in this bracket just make up ground as they go down the lake. Great skiing.
Oh, absolutely. Some great competitive action there, courtesy of Vanessa Veek. Now it comes down to 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. The same line length that we saw Jamie Ball compete on, and also Karen Truelove, with Jamie Ball advancing through to the semi-final round where she will ski against the winner of bracket number 4, which will consist of Ellie Nicholson and Samantha Dumala.
It's going to be a great bracket.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I've got absolutely no doubt about that as we take a look on dockside and check out
Manon
Costara about to get out onto the water very, very soon. But let's have a look at Whitney McClintock-Rini. 10.75 meters, rolls into that turn round buoy. Oh, takes a big hard snap off number 1. Is still there at 39.5 off. Look at her go. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. She's taken this fight all the way to the end. And my gosh. And our U.S. Open women's slalom champion, Whitney McClintock, there with 3 1/2 there. 4.5, I beg your pardon. That is 4 1/2. At 10.75 meters.
Right here was my favorite gate. Yeah, you watch where her feet and her ski release off the right-hand gate ball, and I think she made some adjustments throughout the set because that was the one right there. That got her the start, got her the space, and as you can see right here, she just stayed with it, worked herself down the lake, and I didn't jinx her, I didn't say it, but she had that pass run, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this pass like thinking, hang on a second, she might be on for 6 buoys here. And getting around buoy number 5, just took too much out of that one.
Yeah, that's some solid skiing. What a great start she had there. Man, nice.
And she didn't express too much in the way of disappointment then because she knows that in order for Vanessa Veek to advance, Vanessa herself has to basically get 5 buoys or more on this pass. And I'm not too sure what Vanessa's personal best is, but I think it's probably about halfway or a good solid 2/3 of the way down this run, which is going to mean every sinew of her being needs to be thrown into the mix here in order for our Australian competitor to advance.
Yeah, I think her PB is like 5 or like 5.5 at 39.
All right, then. So number 1, good start on there. Round number 2, and tried to get a decent turn off number 2, which means that Whitney McClintock-Rini advances. But give our Australian a big cheer with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Vanessa Veek bows out of the competition.
Great skiing, ladies. Good skiing, Whit.
Yes, indeed. And also give Whitney McClintock a big, big cheer as well, because she advances through to the next round of the competition with 4 1/2 at 10.75 meters. And with that, let's cross over to Wade to check out what's going on.
Hey, thanks, Tony. A old familiar face just happens to wander up today. So a lot of you guys would have known his father, Eddie Roberts II. And it's Eddie Roberts III. So very cool. Your father played a huge role in my life, and as well as yours, and many of the people that are here as well, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's cool just seeing how much everybody that my dad has helped out with their skiing careers and everything, and just old good friends. And it just means the world to come out and see you, Wade, and everybody out here. It's a really special event here at the Hilltop Pro-Am to just kind of see everyone reconnect, and just really, really cool to see everyone skiing their best out here today.
Well, I want to say hi to your mom and to your little sister Julia and to Miss Pam. Back to you guys.
All right, then. As we saw there with Eddie Roberts III, and notice in the back of that interview we saw Freddie Winter being photobombed, or actually photobombing.
Yeah,
but
I saw that too. Yeah, this is my favorite lefty to watch. Big fan of Manon. She's just. I think she's one of the best in the business, and I love watching her ski. We're both lefties, and we get to talk a little bit about, lefty skiers.
And she comes in at 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. That is Manon Costard, who comes to us out of France, and looking particularly good on this opening pass, just trying to stay fluid, just allowing her body and everything to run outside the buoy line and backside these turns.
Yeah, as you can see, like you're saying, Tony, just so dynamic off the wakes and lets that ski really cast out. And, if you watch right here, one thing she really does, she's just super calm back to the handle, lets the ski finish, stays aligned through the wakes, and just makes it look so easy.
Actually get an indication that she went in on the minimum starting line length, which is 14.25 meters. So if Elizabeth Montavon exits the dock from the dockside end, that means that she'll be coming into the course on that same line length. Otherwise, she would be transported to the opposite end of the lake to begin her challenge at 13. But all of that being said, being a little bit of a moot point, that means that Elizabeth Montavon also is going in on 14.25 meters.
I mean, Tony, they got to get the body warm and get warmed up, and then get prepared for 38 and 39.
I know, of course, but I mean, you have like competitors such as Whitney McClintock-Rini and Vanessa Veek going on 13 meters as well. That's the flip side of the coin.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's nice having that option to either have 28 or 32, and it's all good.
Alrighty, Roo, we've got on the water right now Elizabeth Montavon coming to us out of South Florida. Another skier that skis out of Chet Rayleigh's facility.
Yeah, if you watch her and Vanessa, they have very similar styles too. I know they probably ski together with Chet, and very, very powerful skiers, and they really attack off the backside of the buoy, and they create a lot of space very well.
All right, nicely done there for Elizabeth Montavon, who also credits her family for being a major influence upon her skiing, and her father still drives her for the odd set or three, down there in South Florida.
Oh, that's great. Always fun to go down there and ski in Boca Chet sometimes, and I mean, they're skiing with an absolute legend, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely, no two ways about it, and also as well, Steve Island, who is on dockside, she trains with him on a pretty much on a daily basis, and they run the Ski or Die podcast and clothing line. So let's have a look and see what Manon Costard can do. This now is the next pass of 32 off the standard 75-foot line.
Nice. I mean, there's so much space off the wakes. Making it look really easy.
Oh, yeah, very, very easy indeed. Continuing to roll with this pass, getting around buoy number 6, and yes, and absolutely fairly and squarely runs that one. A little unusual that Manon Costard goes in at 28 off. She's normally very, very accustomed to going in at 32, but wanting to try and warm up a little bit, I would fancy.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's probably the plan, is just kind of get warmed up and be feeling right for 38 and 39.
All right, so there is Manon Costard there with 32 off, and this decides the winner that will go against the pairing that is Whitney McClintock-Reaney and Vanessa Veek, and obviously Whitney McClintock wins that pairing. So they're gonna have to face a tough opponent, whoever gets out of this soup here.
You said with Whitney, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you can tell, Whitney's skiing with a lot of confidence right now. I mean, she had that 39, and I mean, she's on fire right now.
All right, so now we look down the course and see our second boat. Our second boat bringing Elizabeth Montavon into the course, as she skied here for the first time last season. Skied in the head-to-head portion of the event. Absolutely loved the event, she reliably tells me.
Powerful and still is what I see right now.
Absolutely, no two ways about it. Getting around all six buoys there very, very aggressively, and smooth with it as well.
Mm-hmm. So Stevie was my football buddy the last couple of days too, so that's been nice.
Yes, indeed. He can throw some heaters out there with that ball.
Yeah.
All right, so Elizabeth Montavon looking very, very stable there, and kind of has that double pump slalom style, especially coming into her 2-4-6 side, a neutral side turn.
Yeah, there's a few skiers that do it. I know, JT sometimes does it as well, and just kind of their preference. They probably want to jump on the front of the ski a little bit just to feel where that ski is in the water, and it works. They get it done, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm, yes, and I mean on a 1-3-5 side, which is a strong side turn, she puts that ski on an edge, and she feels more comfortable with that ski arcing out and backside in the turn than she does 2, 4, and 6. But that's pretty much consistent for everyone. All right then, so here we go. This is Manon Costard. This is now 12 meters.
Sorry, Tony, didn't mean to interrupt you there. But man, these camera angles are awesome, aren't they?
Absolutely. We can actually pick up absolutely everything out there on the slalom course. Beautiful skiing there from Manon Costard. And fine skiing there all the way through from start to finish. And anything you want to pick apart on this one?
Yeah, I mean, she just completely crushed that pass. I mean, she makes these shorter passes look like her openers. I mean, she creates a lot of space. I mean, both sides look the same. I mean, like I said earlier, she's just so dynamic off the wakes. And I think one thing that Manon does really, really well is she's so patient through the turn. As you see there, she's just so calm back to the handle, lets the ski finish all the way, then she gets into her pull, and she's super progressive to the first wake, and then just super dynamic off to the next side. It's really fun to watch.
All right then, so that is Manon Costard with that pass of 6 buoys on 12 meters. And a decent effort there from her, but also taking in consideration that Elizabeth Montavon now has to come back and run that to maintain the pairing. And whilst Elizabeth Montavon takes to the water, a reminder to all of you good folks here along the shoreline and also online that you can vote for your skier of the day. Vote for your skier of the day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for your skier of the day among our pros. All right then, folks, we've got on the water. This is Elizabeth Montavon. This is the 12-meter attempt, or 35 off. Good strike on number 1. Good counter rotation into number 2, keeping everything working forwards. And such a beautiful dynamic style, a lot of aggression there, but has enough in hand to back off on 5 and get round buoy number 6.
Yeah, like when you watch her ski on the replay here, look, her hips never trail. Like right here, her hips are up all the way through the turn. Hips are completely up and stacked right there, and never lost any of that down the pass. I mean, just completely crushed one ball. Look at that, stacked, aligned, hips up. early at 2, having an espresso, going down the lake, just absolutely no problem at all. She made that look so easy.
And I think a lot of people would actually go along with the espresso analogy here. I mean, they're a dime a dozen round this area. All right, and as we look at the tail end of this pass by Elizabeth Montavon, let's check in with Wade on dockside. Wade, who do you have?
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm with Allie Nicholson, who's become just a regular finalist these days. But a little different weather today, huh?
Definitely not in Florida today. We're cold. We're still wearing pants. Sam still has shoes on, and just minutes to go until we're on the water. So definitely not Florida for us today.
Okay, back to you guys.
All right then, Manon Costard on 11.25 meters. Look at her rip through these buoys there, 11.25. Gets a good extension round number 4, and with her attempt at number 6, let's give her a big cheer, folks. Manon Costard!
Completely crushed that pass from start to finish. I mean, you can see with the camera replay here is just she's got so much space in the 2-ball. I mean, really the pass was history after the start right here. Watch where her feet and her ski go into 2. She's just got so much space that she's got to rotate back to right there. Just so efficient, and then just worked her way down the pass. It was so easy.
A skier who first came to prominence at the world level by winning her first European women's slalom title in 2011, and has won that slalom a good few times since, as well as produced performances that have given her Pro Tour victories. And she is the current world slalom champion. That is Manon Costard of France. Let's see what her opponent has by way of a response. That opponent is Elizabeth Montavon.
So Manon does not drink coffee, so she was so early there, she was having a cup of tea.
Okay, we'll go along with that, or an espresso, which is like a really, really tiny cup there. That really gives you a good jolt in the morning. All right, then, here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon, 11.25 meters. Has run this on a few occasions and would dearly love to do something along those lines now. Look at her go round buoy number 4 and continuing this pairing all the way to 10.75 meters. There we go, Elizabeth Montavon!
Solid skiing. I mean, not the earliest start out of 1 ball, but, just stayed with it. And, man, that was just solid skiing down the lake there by Elizabeth Montavon. I mean, that's just, like when you're the second pairing, you got to go out there and you got some pressure on you. You got to run that pass, and kudos to Elizabeth on that pass right there.
Absolutely. I mean, she was absolutely dialed in on this run. Didn't have any unforced errors on this particular pass. Looked early enough, looked wide enough. She was definitely patient enough, because there were 1 or 2 instances where she could have gone down, but I tell you what, she held everything away from the boat a little bit late into number 6, but had a tight line and skied that pass out. So, yes, good, solid effort. Now, Manon Costard. Now, this now is going to be the 10.75 meter line. It's 39.5 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Here she comes, drives it on home. Round buoy number 1 takes the hit. Round number 2 takes an even bigger hit. Does she get round number 3? She does. Oh my word, she's about to get round buoy number 4 and attempt it the entire run. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it out for Manon Costard.
She's happy. Great skiing, Manon.
All right, then. So now she's thrown down the gauntlet at the feet of Elizabeth Montavon. Elizabeth Montavon now, as the second skier out, has to outright beat Manon Costard to advance through. Normally, in previous iterations of the head-to-head matchup, if a tie happened, then would go into runoff. But no, not in this instance. The second skier has to outright beat the first one in order to advance.
Yeah, and as you can see here in the replay with Manon, it was kind of like Whitney's deal at 5-ball. I mean, she was she almost got back to the handle and held that to possibly run the pass. That was some solid skiing.
All right, then. So here and now we have got Elizabeth Montavon coming into the course, 10.75 meters. She must get 4 or beyond that to advance. Let's see whether she has got the fire in the tank.
Got to get a good start, that's for sure. Here we go.
Round number 1. Boom. Hits that number 1. Keeps a good angle away. Round buoy number 2. And she stalls up on number 2. 2 buoys at 39.5 off. Let's give her a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. That is Elizabeth Montavon. That means that Manon will advance. And she'll be skiing up against Whitney.
That's going to be a great pairing. That was a really good one ball by Elizabeth there. She just didn't quite... She just finished on the back of the ski, and the ski didn't quite commit. But, man, just solid skiing, though, for Montavon.
All right, then. So, our skiers...
Dang, Whitney and Manon. That's going to be a heck of a battle, huh?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No worries about that. And, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Manon Costar. And to her opponent, Elizabeth Montavon. Some great skiing in this pairing.
All right, Tony. American versus American.
Yes, indeed.
Here we go. Allie and Sam.
All right, so Ali Nicholson versus Sam Dumala, both skiers who are resident in the state of Florida and probably not used to skiing in 50-degree weather.
No, I feel bad for these leaner skiers because they get cold easily. And but Ali looks really relaxed and focused, and got the Syndicate top on to match her Syndicate bib, Hilltop bib, looking good. Ali.
All right, then, as we continue to roll right along with this competition, a reminder to you, good fans out there that are watching, if you've got a favorite out there and a vote for skier of the day, then go to waterskibroadcasting.com, waterskibroadcasting.com, and put in your vote for skier of the day. Obviously, some of you might want to wait until the end to do that, but if you have a particular favorite and you want to submit your vote in right now, then you can do so. And the skier of the day vote coming to you courtesy of 2U Healthy Snacks. All right, so
here we go.
We've got a little bit of a delay before we bring in Ali Nicholson and Samantha Dumala. All right, then, and whilst we get ready for Ali Nicholson and Samantha Dumala, Manon, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Very happy with this first round of head-to-head and making it to the next one. So, yeah, doing good.
Good. Onwards and upwards. Your next opponent is going to be Whitney McClintock-Rini. That could well turn out to be a classic. You're prepared for that?
Yeah, I'm going to go and get ready. She skied really well on the first head-to-head round, so it's gonna be a tough one.
Excellent stuff. So we'll let you get ready, let you get yourself toweled off, dried off, warmed up, and all that kind of stuff. And we look forward to seeing you in the semi-final pairing number 2 against Whitney McClintock. Well done for advancing, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up, please, for Manon Costar.
Thank you very much.
All right then. So we'll welcome CP. Back in the announcing area. His seat's a little bit wet, but I don't think he minds all that much, if we're being honest. Ali Nicholson coming into the course right here, right now, on 30 meters. Deciding to go with a 32 off start.
Go, Ali, go. Go, Ali, go.
Ali Nicholson, who recently qualified as a registered nurse and works out of Pensacola in Florida, and skis over at the Ski Watch facility in Milton, which isn't too far away. and doing a vital and critical job given what we're witnessing right now with the worldwide pandemic.
Yeah, Allie's great. She's super excited about her new career, and man, love watching her ski too. I mean, she really gets across course quick, doesn't she?
And certainly one of our lightest skiers out there. I mean, she's, I don't know, she weighs about $115, I would say.
Yeah, I think so.
But I tell you, good skiing there, good little bit of rotation there, good counter rotation outside of buoy number 6. Samantha Dumoulin, who's also in academia as well, also, I believe, a medical student, I believe.
Yeah, no, she is as well, and you know, it'd be good to watch her ski here on our opening pass. And they went 13, right?
Yeah, but both of them go in on 30 meters. If they leave from the dock area and one of them goes on 30 meters, then that skier has to go in on the same line length.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. This is coming into the course. This is Sam Dumoulin.
All right, here we go.
Coming to us out of Central Florida, not too far away from Claremont, and you're going to see an entirely different way of slaloming with the counter rotation, with the lower half of a body twisting away from the boat.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about watching these pairings here in the head-to-head. Is like everybody has their own way of doing things and getting it done. You know, it's you know, that's what's so cool about the head-to-head bracket. You see the different styles in each bracket. You know.
So a great looking effort there from Sam Dumoulin on the opening pass. It is on 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. The winner of this pairing will go against the winner of pairing number 1, which was Jamie Bull. So they certainly will be looking forward to a tough round of skiing, provided they get through to that run.
Yeah, they don't get any easier, that's for sure. I had in Wisconsin, I had Cole the first round, then I had Nate the next round. I'm like, okay, this is a lot of fun.
All right, so looks like we're getting messages through. We got Mark Bozovic, or whatever his last name is.
Yeah, Mark Bozovic, yep.
Saying go more lefties.
Yep, I know Boz very well down in South Florida as well. My buddy Chris Pinner, who's not here right now, got the lefty love going.
Yeah, there's a lot of left-footed skiers around, and you know, I mean, I think it's worth our time a little bit as we go through this to explain the advantages, disadvantages of being left foot or right foot forward.
Yeah, so it's easier for lefties to go out on the pull-out for the gate, but harder to go into the gate, where it's the opposite. It's a little bit harder for them to pull out for the righties and a little bit easier to turn in. That's kind of my theory on lefties and righties for the gate pull out and turn in.
All right, here we go. Oh, I tell you what, some good skiing there from Ali Nicholson, crushing the living snot out of that pass, I tell you.
Even the birds flew off. They're like, I'm out of here. I'm not getting around this girl. I'm gone.
I thought they would have departed a few pairings ago, but they seem to be hanging around a little bit.
Yeah.
But a good solid strike there off buoy number 1, allowing the ski to come out wide, and solid skiing, as you can plainly see. Almost losing the balance a little bit on number 3, but still managing to drop everything into that inside edge and just working away out wide on the buoy number 5, and then taking the hit well in touch for buoy number 6. So that is the 35 off pass. We're at 35 off this soon into the pairing.
So I think Sam and Boz must have skied together because they're both from South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the lefties and we've got the Go Sam from Boz. That's very cool.
Yes, and Camille Duval were plinting in as well. All these chicks are ripping.
Yes, they are. And my good friend Camille Duval is on the Omega Max, Tony.
Oh, she is?
Yes, she is.
Is she making a comeback?
I would love that.
I certainly would too. Here we go. This is Sam Dumoulin. Oh, look at how early she was into buoy number 4 and number 5, and just maintaining her cross-course direction, just absolutely crushing that pass.
Yeah, tight line everywhere, just absolutely destroyed that pass, like you said, and man, that was a super, super strong Easy pass for Sam Dumala. Man.
All right then, and Cole McCormick here, just plinting in as well. FSC alum pairing, both the skiers are former moccasins out there for Florida Southern College. Thanks a lot for that information. A nice timely reminder there.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
All right, so
and Chris Penner is fired up, isn't he? That's like his.
Yep, looking in tremendous shape out there, and with the effort that she gave on that pass of 12 meters. Now we're on 11.25 meters. Still trying to maintain her composure and trying to run these passes whilst not to put in too much of a balance in a compromised state. Boat accelerating up to 55 kilometers an hour, which is 34 miles an hour for those of you that aren't quite in tune with the metric system. Here she comes, 38 off, 11.25 meters.
Stay with it.
Good strike on number 1 and number 2, continuing to roll there, getting good rhythm. Rhythm is certainly plays a big role in this, and she gets around all 6 buoys, no worries there.
Yeah, not the best start, but back in and out of 3 ball, and then by 4 and 5, 6, she was early again. But you'll see right here in the replay, just not the best one, as you can see right here.
Yeah, pulled long into it.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of slack, from the speed. Pulled a little bit long to 2, but then by 3, she was back in it.
And certainly our skiers in this event are skiing in some of the best conditions you'll probably find all season. The flag on each end of the lake almost totally limp, so no wind to speak of. So the strategy either way is not going to be affected too much. So there we go. That was Ellie Nicholson on that pass of what was that? That was
38.
Yeah, 38 off, 11.25 meters. All of our pairings so far, without exception, have been resolved on 10.75 meters off 39.5 off, which is remarkable skiing from each of our skiers that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think Sam's going to crush this pass. She's going to get a good start here, and I think she's going to work herself down the lake, and she's going to knock this pass out of the park.
Let's see if she does. Samantha Dumala getting round buoy number 2, getting good cross-course angle, good attacking posture into number 4. Little bit of a delay off number 4, as a matter of fact, but she gets round buoy number 5. And our latest pairing to be resolved at 10.75 meters. Give it up, please, for both of our skiers, Ellie Nicholson and Samantha Dumala.
And that was some solid skiing, wasn't it? I mean, just an awesome start here, and just kind of worked herself, down the lake. I mean, not
Chris.
Not.
So looking at Sam Dumala. So looking at Sam Dumala on the end of this latest pass at 11.25 meters, just looked in very good shape, even had enough time to do a safety check on buoy number 5 and just rolled her way into the latter portion of that run. So now it's going to be 10.75 meters. Now this the winner of this pairing will meet Jamie Bull in the semifinal pairing number 1. All right, so now we've got Ellie Nicholson, 39.5 off. None of our women have actually run this pass yet. The nearest that we've seen is 4.5. Oh, and Ellie Nicholson down around half a buoy at 10.75 meters. That has opened the door for Sam Dumala. But give her a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Half a buoy at 10.75 for Ellie Nicholson. So Ellie Nicholson down in the water with half a buoy on 10.75 meters, and that has opened the door wide open for Sam Dumala to burst through. And there you look at the scene there with Ellie Nicholson. She got that turn off buoy number 1, dropped everything on the inside, and has opened the door now, because Sam Dumoulin, in order for her to make her way through to the next round of the competition, only has to get round half a buoy into the wakes, because in order to advance, you've got to outright win, and she can do that by getting round 1 into the wakes of Sam Dumoulin.
Yeah, just bit off too much, huh?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, she knew that she had to get her fairways down that pass, and in order to do that, she has to have an exceptional number 1.
Yeah, I will say that's the thing about being the first skier out. The higher seed is, you know you've got to go for it, because the person behind you, and sometimes you can just bite off too much more than you can handle, and that's a unfortunate fall for Allie.
All right, here we go now. This is Sam Dumoulin. Entrance gate.
There it is.
And there it is. 1 buoy, that sees her advance. Let's give it up, please, for Sam Dumoulin. She will meet Jamie Bull in semi-final pairing number 1.
It's going to be good. Going to be good for sure.
So certainly smart skiing for Sam Dumoulin, and having seen that instant replay, let's check in on Wade Cox on the dockside. Wade, who do you have?
Sam swim in right now after her victory, and Tony, you've got maybe more memory on this than I do, but I don't know if I've ever seen all 8 women run 38 off like we just saw. So that was very exciting. I can't wait to see the semis and the finals, but I really can't wait to see what the men have to offer up next. So back to you guys.
Well, that's actually a rather interesting question, because, I mean, I don't have the stats to hand or anything like that, but to the best of my recollection, I don't think that's ever happened.
I don't think I've ever seen this before either. Have you?
No, absolutely not. I mean, these skiers are skiing lights out at the moment, skiing into 10.75 meters. So they should come away with out of this event, no matter where they finish up or where they're eliminated. Pretty proud of what they've achieved up to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody has just skied lights out today, and yeah, you're right. Just solid skiing by all the skiers for sure.
All right, then we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go on to semi-final pairing 1 and then pairing number 2. But this is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am of slalom skiing, and we'll return right after these. All right, then. Now, looks like we are about to go into the men's section of the event. We've gone through the quarterfinal phase of the women's competition. And now we are going to go into the quarterfinal stage of the men's competition. It is going to be Nate Smith versus Corey Vaughn. Now, the maximum boat speed has been set at 36 miles an hour. 32 off is going to be the starting line length.
All right, well, here we go. First pairing, Nate Smith and Corey Vaughn. It's going to be a good one for sure.
Most certainly. Nate Smith, Corey Vaughn. Nate Smith out of McCordsville in Indiana against another skier who skis in rather cold climbs in Bumpus in Virginia, Corey Vaughn. So they're both used to skiing in conditions like this with air temperatures around the 50s.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely no problem for them at all. And it's hard to believe this is Nate's first ever Hilltop Pro-Am.
Yeah, exactly. I would have thought that he would have skied at least a couple of these before in the past. But no, this is his first excursion up to this state, and except for visits to D3 or what have you. But there you go. That is Nate Smith opening up the proceedings. He is our number 1 seeded skier. and he has the pleasure of skiing first, or he could have decided to ski out second if he wanted to. That was his choice. And now Corey Vaughan has to chase him down.
And as you see, Nate had no top on, like you said, used to the cold weather.
Yeah, but chilly weather affects people in different ways. Let's see if that comes to pass. So far as Corey Vaughan is concerned, coming into the slalom course right here and now on 13 meters. Dropping in nice and hard there off buoy number 1 and number 2.
Ooh, what was that?
Oh, yeah. Little bit of a bobble there, but nothing for him to be too concerned about.
Yeah, as you can see here, Corey just super balanced on the gate and just, really over his feet here and just super nice turning for the gate. Super early, no problem, no sweat. Espresso time.
All right, I'm going to have to go back and do my research a little bit on this, but in concert with the women's competition, and my good friend from Louisiana Lafayette, Linda Jones, recalls that the women in that head-to-head competition, they all skied into 39.5 off as well. I'm just going to have to check out those results. Don't have too much of that information in front of me right now, but I certainly would definitely not dispute that.
Yeah, and I would say definitely no surprise there. I mean, Lake 38, another awesome lake to ski at, so I can see where that happened there as well, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So we've got Nate Smith. He'll be coming back into the course at 35 off the standard 75-foot line. At least 40 feet of line to get round the 6 buoys out there on the slalom course. 2.5 feet of excess line beyond the buoy width. And here we go. This is the 12-meter line. Just look at how easily he just puts that ski round and just establishes his position like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think he kind of does. Just classic Nate Smith, just stupid early, just making it look really, really easy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's Corey Vaughan. All right, then. So we saw there Nate Smith, and just defer to the fact that he ran that pass and made it look just about like every other pass that you've seen him run.
I see Nate telling the boat crew that he kind of was holding his eye there. I wonder if a bird hit him in the eye or something, because he's down there laughing about it.
And he certainly knows a thing or two about things that fly. He does have a private pilot's license.
Yeah, no, he does. And pretty cool next adventure for Nate.
So there was Nate Smith in the water, and our camera pans out towards the other end of the lake, and we should see Corey Vaughan come back on the same line length of 35 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Here we go. Here comes Corey Vaughan. Entrance now around buoy number 1.
Go, Corey. He's looking really, really solid right now.
Yes, he is. Such a beautiful skier to watch, from one side to the next, and just has a certain ease about him on that run.
Yeah, he's just so super balanced, and I think that's where it makes it, like you're saying, the ease there. Just looking good, Corey.
So there, Corey Vaughan settling down after running that pass of 35 off. So how do you reckon it's going to pale out from here? Do you reckon that we're going to be seeing scores into 41 off, I would say?
I would love to see some mid-deep 41 from Corey and Nate. That'd be great. As we see Corey down there just getting his heart rate back down and getting relaxed and focused and just thinking about, his keys that he's working on. And here we go. 38 off coming up here quickly. All right, guys, so here we go. Nate Smith coming back at 38 off.
All right, here we go. This is Nate Smith, 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. They're giving him 37 feet to get round all 6 buoys on this slalom course. Looking in good shape, got bags of width out there. Super early. And at 38 off, seems just like child's play there for him, I tell you.
That was complete child's play at 4-ball. Just hammered that turn. Made it look so easy. Classic Nate Smith for sure.
Certainly. And wonderful skiing. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and he is a CP. Chris Parrish, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great, man. I wish I was out there, but no, I'm doing really well.
Yeah, but you come away from this competition with 2 41 off, which is probably one of your better scores of the season.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no complaints at all. I mean, had a great second round, and yeah, all good.
All right, looking at Nate Smith once again, and just reveling in the performance out there. Good skiing so far behind that Nautique towboat. The Nautique towboat, the official towboat of the IWWF. They'll be pulling all of the World Championships that will be taking place this season, including the U17 Worlds, which are taking place right now in Santa Rosa Beach, the U21 Worlds, which will occur about a day or two afterwards at the same location, and the Elite World Championships, which will take place in Lake County in Central Florida, and they'll all be webcast for you exclusively live on TWBC. So here we go. This now is Corey Vaughn.
Yeah, he's going to smash this pass. He's got his A-game face on. You know, he's been skiing so well. I think he's going to really crush this pass here.
Celebrated the birth of his first child not too long ago.
Yeah, just looking good. This nice tempo here, just making it look easy. You know, just early at 4, you know, safety checks 5, and just, you know, out the gates at 6. No problem at all for Corey Vaughn.
Excellent stuff. All right, then, continuing to roll right along with this, and I tell you what, some great skiing there, and tempered by the fact that today a legend in the sport passed and left this world, the great Andy Mappel, MBE, and certainly a great way to celebrate his life and legacy with some of the great slalom skiing that we're seeing on the water right now.
Yeah, and I mean, the sport definitely misses Andy, and yeah, today is definitely a prayers up to Andy, and we truly miss having him around, that's for sure.
Most certainly, and certainly missed there, and a couple of other comments are coming in that respect from the likes of Camille Duval and Leonardo, and we certainly share those sentiments 100%. All right, here we go. This is Nate Smith approaching the slalom course now at 10.75 meters.
Man, holy cow.
Oh, making this pass look just crazy good at the moment. Round number 3. Destroys number 4. Halfway expected for him to do that. He is right foot forward, and look at that. Let's give it up for him, please. Nate Smith.
Just absolutely destroyed that pass from start to finish. As you see here on the replay, just coming up here, just completely, you know, out of 1. He was so early, and just after 1 and 2 ball, the pass was basically finito.
You think those birds will get the message by now?
Yeah, right.
All right, so that was Nate Smith on that pass of 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. Wow. He's getting some really good cross-course angle, and certainly Corey Vaughn is capable of doing the same. He's run into 41 off a number of occasions. I think he actually ran 41 off about a year or so ago, isn't that right?
Yeah, at La Pointe Ski Park he did, yeah, and I think the way Corey's skiing right now with his confidence and his ski setup, I think 39's going down, Tony.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if it does as we take a look at the starting dock with Team Aid gear with Freddie Winter, or Freddie I'm Not the Nightmare Winter.
Yeah, now he's looking nice and warm on the dock, getting ready to go ski.
It would be like you putting on
got his.
He looks like a bit like Ric Flair there, styling and profiling.
He's looking good.
All right, then, here we go. This is Corey Vaughn, 10.75 meters, 39.5 off.
Nice
Sets himself up well.
Come on, Corey. Down
Oh,
the leg,
look at
buddy.
this. A handle up a little bit high. A little jump into the edge change into number 4, but he's been known to do that and still run the pass. Look at that. There we go. Let's take it to 41 off next.
Great skiing, Corey. I love that 5 ball. Just the patience there at 5. He was a little bit down course, a little bit hot in the 5, and he was just so patient to make sure he didn't blow out the tail. And yeah, great skiing, Corey Vaughn.
Oh, yeah, just look at this approach into buoy number 1. A little on the back of the ski, handle coming up a little bit high, but he's very, very self-aware of where he is on the slalom course and his body position and everything that is needed to get him from one end of the course to the other. As I say, a little jump into number 4.
2 and 4, actually.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, when you put in that much force on the line and that much pressure on the ski, and to try and release it quickly, you do have to jump that ski into its head change.
Yeah, and Tony, that is a classic example of a safety check at 5 ball.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that famous Waycock safety check that he speaks about on occasion. And,
that's right.
All right, so while Corey Vaughn sits in the water, his opponent out ahead of him is Nate Smith. Boat accelerating up to 58 kilometers an hour, 36 miles an hour, 10.25 meters. Has been known to run this pass on a number of occasions. He hasn't run this pass recently, and he's not going to do it here, but that could well open the door.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of did. He kind of opened the door there. When he came out of 1, I thought this pass was done. He might have just pulled a little long into 2 and maybe carried a little bit too much speed, but I'm surprised he didn't get a little further there at 41 off.
So
what do you think, Tony?
It's going to be 3 at 41, 3 at 10.25.
Man, he had the space there at 2. I don't know. He just didn't quite get the turn he wanted, as you see right there. So he had to pull along to 3, and he knew he was fast and late, so he just pulled up, and he was smart. He got the full 3.
Yep, pulled up. So now, so far as Corey Vaughn is concerned, he's got to make a play on 4 to advance.
Yeah, I mean that's
a heck of a target, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean Nate's the only guy that's gotten a 4 ball this weekend. So I mean, I'm not saying that Corey can't do it. I mean, he can do it for sure. He's got to get a good start here and just work his way down and be patient. But also he's got to be aggressive too to get down to 4 ball.
All right, now this is going to have to be one of the best performances from Corey Vaughn in order for him to advance.
Yeah, he's got to get a good gate, good start. He's got to attack, but he can't back off either. So it's going to be good here. Let's see.
And about the only skier who's found a pair of shorts to match his bib. Here we go. Yeah. This is Corey Vaughn, round buoy number 1. Good to go round now. Backs out on number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give him kudos though. He went for it. He didn't back off there at 2. I mean, as you see, he definitely attacked and went for it, and it's just still great skiing with Corey here.
All right then. So I've got Nate Smith getting ready for his pairing against the winners of the number 4 pairing, which is Thomas DeGasperi and Will Asher. So that could have the potential of being an absolute instant classic there. But, wow,
oh boy, here we go.
Some great skiing from both of our competitors. So swimming into shore is Corey Vaughn, and being driven to the sliding dock is your winner of this pairing, Nate Smith.
Great skiing, Corey.
All right, and with that, let's cross over to the dock to get the latest word from Wade Cox. Wade, who do you have?
Hey guys, here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, getting ready for only his second quarterfinal head-to-head ever. So, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling warm. I've got all of my clothes on, all of other people's clothes on. That's why I look a bit puffy. But now I'm ready to go. Yeah, conditions look beautiful. There's some big scores going up. Every single girl, I believe, ran 38. So. Pressure's on, Pressure's on.
Well, we're going to see him out there soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Looks like between yourself and Wade Cox and Robert Hazelwood, looks like you're about to do like a 20-mile hike with like a backpack on in army fatigues.
Yeah, the thing is, it's really funny. I think Will's got them all beat. He's got a double Syndicate wool cap on, double hoodie, and the Syndicate jacket, so he's got us all beat today.
All right, then, and let's have a look at our head-to-head final. That's how it stands right now. Nate Smith getting set to meet up Thomas DeGasperi or Will Asher in semi-final pairing number 1. Our next pairing coming up will involve the number 2 pairing between Freddie Winter and Nicholas Adams. It is Great Britain versus Australia.
Yeah, this is actually my favorite pairing. I mean, these guys have had some great battles and competed against each other for a long time. As you know, Tony, it's going to be good.
All right, let's check in with Wade one more time.
Well, we've got the winner of our first men's bracket. How was it out there, Nate? A little chilly?
It's not too bad. They got a fire going back here, so I stood next to that and got all sweaty beforehand. But, again, the conditions are perfect. There's these little birds flying around, which is kind of weird out there while you're skiing. But, I didn't get the start I wanted there, but it was enough to go through to the next round.
Well, there's a certain amount of just survivability to head-to-head, right?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was put up the biggest score to see, try and get to the finals and be top seed. And today, like you said, survive, get to the next round. That's what counts.
All right, go stay warm. We'll see him again soon. Back to you guys.
Well, we're trying to stay warm as well. I'm about the only person in this commentary booth that doesn't have anything like what your guys are wearing. But you got to hook me up, CP. Come on.
I will definitely hook you up for sure. I know Team Syndicate will definitely hook you up, Tony, for sure.
In the meantime, I'm repping Team Raging Cajuns right now.
So the question is, what's up with the bird down there with Nate? Did a bird hit Nate, or what happened earlier? We got to talk to him later.
Well, maybe. Okay, but let's have a look and see. Freddie Winter,
reigning champ. He's got the
number 2 seed coming into this event, and he's paired up against Nicholas Adams. Now, Nicholas Adams is a seed number 7, and the only reason why he's a seeded 7 and Robert Hazelwood is number 6 is because of their IWWF ranking.
Yeah, I was talking to Freddie yesterday. He really wanted to get that 2nd seed, and kudos to him. He's got what he wanted, and he's got a good battle here with Nick Adams. So.
But be careful what you wish for, though. All right, then, so.
I won't sit down, Chris. I'm too wet. I'll get your butt all wet. Okay. I'll just kneel next to here.
All right, then. So we've got Freddie Winter on the water getting through his particular run. And also kneeling around about the dockside because he's so considerate and he wants to make sure he doesn't keep put wetness along the seat. This is Corey Vaughn. Corey, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good, Tony. Nice to be out there on the finals day. Water felt sweet. Honestly, it's warmer than the air. I'm a little bit chilly now, but enjoyed myself. Really appreciate being here.
Actually, scoot in here a little bit. You're not in the shot here, not in frame. Okay, we'll get you in there. But the one thing I just looked at your ski and your rear binding. Tell us a little bit about this plate here underneath. It seems to be raised up a bit.
Yeah, well, I have a little lift under my toe plate.
Yeah, put it in vision here.
Oh, okay. Here we go, everybody.
And now just turn it to the side. There you go.
See that in there?
Okay, we'll cross back to you in just a moment, but here comes Nick Adams on 10.7. It's on 13 meters for him to start off with. Almost putting the cart before the horse with 10.75 meters, but we sincerely hope that this pairing goes to that point and maybe a little bit beyond. There is Nicholas Adams. We'll take a look at the instant replay of him, and then why don't you comment a little bit about what you see from Nick Adams? It's a skier who we don't see an awful lot of on these shores.
Well, I think Nick's been stuck in Australia. I think he hasn't been over here on these shores, not by choice, but by law. But always a fierce competitor when he's in the game. I mean, yesterday ran 39 both rounds, and we got to remember he's just coming out of his winter in Australia, so it's not like he's had lots of training opportunity. He's just coming over here to really get dialed in, and I'm sure to prepare for the World Championship. So for him to come out and ski as well as he did yesterday and put himself in position in the finals today, I mean, hats off to him.
All right, then, having seen Nick Adams there, we'll cross over and take a look at Corey Vaughn's ski setup here, if we can possibly do that.
Tony's very curious about the little lift under my rear toe plate.
I'm extremely curious about that.
The real story there is just that my front leg's a little bit longer than my back leg. I think it's all the slalom. It's jammed that back hip up into the socket, And really all I'm trying to do is level my legs out here, level my hips out.
All right, then, going really, really scientific with that. We've got Freddie Winter on the slalom course right now. This is a pass of 35 off. Standard 75-foot line, gets around all 6 buoys, making that one look very, very simplistic, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to watch Freddie from the shore or the monitor yesterday, just from down by the starting dock, but this is pretty nice-looking skiing. He's looking dialed, and on a day like this, as good as the conditions are, he's going to be looking to go to that second half of 41.
All right, then. So before I let you go and get yourself dried off and everything, any messages to the good folks here for their support?
Oh, well, I mean, a huge thanks to everybody here at Hilltop. I mean, it's super nice people. I've been camping in a tent down at the end of the lake and behind a couple of motorhomes. The good folks have been inviting me inside, giving me coffee, feeding me spaghetti dinners. I wouldn't probably be here skiing in the finals if not the good hospitality of some old friends and some new friends here at the site. So I really appreciate that. And before I get off, just want to say hi, Mom. Hi, Amelia. Hi, little baby at home. I love you guys, and see you soon.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give it up for him, please. Mr. Peace, Love, and Water Skiing himself, Corey Vaughn. All right, so vote for your ski of the day. Could it be Corey Vaughn? Could it be Nate Smith? Could it be Freddie Winter? Or indeed Nicholas Adams? Or any of our other skiers, especially those among our ladies that we just saw a little bit earlier? Let's have a look and see what Nick Adams can do by way of a response to 35 off. There you go, not bad at all. Great skiing there. And Nick Adams recently trained over in Darwin, which is in the northern part of Australia. If you're unfamiliar with Australian geography, Darwin is about the northernmost city that you can get to in Australia. It's all the way up top, and it's about as close to the equator as you can get while still remaining in the land down under.
Now, where are the Crocs at? Are they up in the north or the south?
I think they're in Walkabout Creek, mate.
Okay, I like that. You got a knife? Where's my knife?
Yeah, I remember all of that, yeah, but just save all your Australian euphemisms for another time as we take a look at Nick Adams there on that particular run. Beautifully executed run, and no two ways about it. He is on form right now. And it's going to be staying over in these shores for a while because he's getting ready for the IWWF World Elite Championships, which will take place in the middle part of October. He's got a little while to train before then, and I'm sure he'll go to the California Pro-Am and a whole bunch of other tournaments before then. But let's have a look and see how he fares in this competition, in this pairing against Freddie Winter, who's coming into the course at 38 off for 11.25 meters.
Man, he's looking solid, isn't he?
As solid as you like.
Yep, he's just killing it today and looking really good.
No worries about that there from Freddie Winter, doing what Freddie Winter does, doing Freddie Winter things out there on the slalom course.
I just love these replays. You can just see all the movements that they do and the stuff that they're working on. And like I was saying earlier, everybody has their own way of doing things, and you can see all their different ways of getting it done. It's pretty cool to see here on the replay.
All right then, so and an extension to Corey is skiing a little bit. I mean, it's just amazing that he's nailed that whole thing down with the binding plate and it's being raised from the top, because I didn't know and that his one leg is actually shorter than the other by about that much.
I had no idea.
I had no clue either, but I mean, it's such an interesting thing. I mean, they had raised plates in the 80s when they were trying to get a little bit more leverage out of the ski, because, well, in the 1980s, slalom skis weren't really as technically advanced as they are today. So anything you can do by raising the plate up could have a dramatic effect. And I was figuring that's what might happen, but well, the answer to that question was very simple. Let's have a look at Nick Adams.
All right,
this now is at 38 off.
Yeah, just really nice start. A little slow at 2, but he's back in here at 3. And
11.25 meters. Oh, look at that. Good strike off number 4 and number 5 and number 6. Seems to have that pass dialed down and under control there from the Wonder Down Under. There is Nicholas Adams.
I mean, he's got to be pumped to be in the finals today. And, kudos to Nick. He's, one of our Team Syndicate athletes. And, yeah, good on Nick this weekend.
So it looks like we're getting a few comments here regarding Nick. Linda Jones, my good friend in Lafayette, Louisiana, saying that Nick has a super balanced turns for a lefty. It almost seems like skiing left foot forward is like a mark of Cain. I don't know. I'm left foot forward. You're left foot forward. I mean, what's up with that?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit tricky as a lefty. I know we've got just a couple turns to make.
Do we need to get blue badges on our own parking spot for this?
I think we do. I'm all for that.
Nice parking spaces.
Right, yeah.
Although that's going to be hard to explain to the judge. I mean, why are you requesting this? I'm left foot forward, mate.
Yeah, what's going on here?
All right, then. So here we go. We've got Freddie Winter, a righty. Let's have a look and see what he's got on 10.75 meters. Round buoy number 1.
Oh, man.
Good execution there.
Big 2-ball. A little slow at 3, but it's not going to bother him. He'll just stay with it and work himself down the pass, and here he is, out the gates, 39 off.
Yeah, good skiing there. And I tell you what, I spoke to Will Asher yesterday, right in the seat that you're in, and one of the questions, one of my offbeat questions was, how soon into a pass do you know, like 41 off, that you know that this pass is on? And he says the deep water start.
I mean, I gotta agree with him for sure. I mean, when you're in the zone and you're skiing at your A game, you kind of know that pass is going down. I mean, it is 41 off, Tony.
Yes.
So, I mean, things could happen, but I know what Will's saying.
I know, but here is Freddie Winter gritting his teeth at 39.5 off, realizing that he's going to have to work this one a little bit harder than the
35.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Little pummel there into number 6. And that's a good effort there. Now, a little bit earlier on, and we didn't really discuss this too much. I mean, I told you went in the boat and looked at Vanessa Veek skiing, and they were basically experimenting between a softer compound rope, the optimized rope, and the stiffer line. We can go into discussion on that after we see Nick Adams, but there's certainly a discernible difference between those two line compounds. Let's have a look and see. Nicholas Adams, round buoy number 1. Round number 2. Oh, look at this. Boom, 10.75 meters. Look at this.
Go, Nick.
Oh, go, Nick. Go, Nick. Round number 5. Little bit of a hitch there. Round number 6. Barely gets round number 6 and takes the snap of the line. Ow.
Man, he has run 39 every round. I mean, he is really having a great weekend.
All right, so line compounds. Looks like all of our skiers so far are not using the optimized compound of rope, but going with the black rope, which is the Syndicate branded line. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, the Syndicate rope is the stiffest rope that we have right now of all the different brands. And, honestly, some prefer it and some don't. I'm a big guy. I'm 6'5", 200-something pounds, so I like the stiff line. Some of the lighter skiers prefer the softer line, a little bit of give, and honestly, I don't like the give.
And then you've got lines of the 60 strands that are lighter just for the kiddaroos, right?
Yeah, you got those too. I think that's actually really good for them, but yeah, we all have our own preferences, and I like the HO rope.
All right, then. So we've got on the water right now Freddie Winter. Now he's been forced into a situation where he has to go deep into 41 off to deny Nick Adams a chance to get into the second semi-final pairing. Let's have a look and see. Freddie Winter, round buoy, dropping in hard on 41 off, round number 2. Continuing to roll here, and he gets round buoy number 3. So now, fairly and squarely, Nick Adams has got to have a play on buoy number 4, and there you see a typical Freddie Winter celebration after that particular effort.
Yeah, no, he's definitely pumped. He had a good start. I mean, he got the ski to rotate really good out of 1 ball, and he worked his way down to get a full 3. I mean, that's a tough score to beat for sure.
Wow, and it's certainly going to be a really, really tough competitive score, and for Nicholas Adams to match, let alone beat.
Yeah, just squeaked around 3.
Mm-hmm.
Did the huge S turn, and I did that yesterday at 2-ball at 41.
All right, so looks like we've got some more folks plinting in. Trevor says we need to hear more of you.
Oh, okay. I can do that.
Higher.
Okay, I hear you now. Here we go.
A little bit more projection.
Okay.
So here we go. We've got Nick Adams coming to us out of Australia, and I'm sure that Heather Barney, who's one of our biggest fans here in the webcast world, will be checking in and seeing what he's capable of. Not too sure what time it is in the morning in Australia. Might be into the wee small hours of the morning,
Probably
especially
is.
where she is from in Perth. But let's see what Nick Adams can do. He needs a piece of 4 at 10.25 meters. Round number 1. Oh, horrid number 1. Round buoy number 2. Does he continue on from there? Gets 2. And that will be about it for him. So Nick Adams bows out of the competition with 2 at 41 off.
He's got to be happy. I mean, he made the finals. He's run 39 every round. I think he's run 2 at 41 at least 2 out of the 3 rounds. And that's just awesome skiing for Nick. He's got to be happy.
Oh, most certainly. He's certainly sets himself up well and gives him a whole and boost of confidence going forward. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen, skiing into the dock. We have Freddie Winter, and we've got Nick Adams. Give it up for him, please.
Ooh. All right, so who's next?
Who is coming up next, you ask? It's Brian Detrick versus Robert Hazelwood. And there you see the jigsaw puzzle fin into place. Nate Smith is already through onto semi-final bracket 1, and in the semi-final bracket 2 is Freddie Winter. We'll see how things turn out there. And I'm certainly liking this format, and so are a lot of other people that are commenting online right now.
Yeah, just like I was saying earlier with this format, you can see the different skiing styles they're so similar, but they get the job done, and it's fun to watch for sure.
Absolutely. So
here we go, Brian Detrick and Rob Hazelwood,
or Handsome Bob.
Handsome Bob.
All right, then, let's check in with the starting dock and Wade Cox.
Hey, I think we're live here, yeah? So, a little out of breath, maybe a little bit of work done on that one, huh?
Yeah, I'm not really on my AA plus game quite yet. Hopefully I'm going to get there, but happy to be through because I gotta say I haven't come here feeling all that good. My gates are terrible. I keep pulling out in the wrong place too hard. Like my 41 gate was terrible, or too early. So anyway, happy to be through. I can figure things out and go to the next round hopefully.
So we were talking up here. That was a manly 3 because you worked out a 1, you worked out a 2 to really put a lot of pressure on Nick with that 3, which was obviously enough. There's a certain amount of survivability about this, right?
Yeah, it wasn't a pretty 3. I haven't really skied pretty all weekend, but I'm pretty. If there's one thing I'm proud of, it's the S turn. That was as good of an S turn as I can really do. So, yeah, happy with that at least.
All right, go get warm. We're going to see him again soon. Back to you guys.
Is it time?
Yeah, it's about time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme.
All right, here we go.
All right, then we got to Brian Detrick. I don't know where I went into Marky Mark or anything like that, but all right. So we got Brian Detrick, who comes to us out of Northern California, around the Sacramento area. Skis, I believe, at Short Line Lake on occasion.
Yeah. And doesn't ski a lot of events, but then when he does, he definitely brings his A game. And we've got looks like Rob Hazelwood going first.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and based upon their seeding, they have the choice of whether to go first or second, or the choice of boat. So here we go. Here is Rob Hazelwood. This is 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Every skier that we've seen so far in our men's competition deciding to go with 32 off.
Man, I just love how Rob comes out and just fully just turns it on and attacks this first pass, and he just creates so much space, and he's fun to watch.
Any comparisons that you can draw against Robert Hazelwood so far as his technique goes? Because I mean, his outside arm does a lot so far as the rotation is concerned, and getting a good tight turn at the end of the buoy.
Yeah, no, his offside turn is really interesting. It really works for him, and he reminds me a lot of Will Asher. I mean, I know they're related too, right, Tony?
They are cousins.
Yeah, they just look very similar, and just Rob is he's got such a bright future in this sport, and he gets a lot of angle too from the buoy to the wakes, as you see right here in the replay.
All right, then. Rob Hazelwood, originally out of Lincoln in England, and spends a good amount of time in Central Florida, and also has trained in a number of different places worldwide, including Chile. Actually, last season he spent a good amount of time recovering from an arm and I believe shoulder injury that he sustained there, but he recovered in time and continues to ski well to this day.
Yeah, and what a comeback that was for sure. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Thank you.
All right, then, and Brian Dektrick.
Thanks.
Getting through the opening pass, and that opening pass being 32 off, and he's someone that I've admired for a bit, for a good while, because of his technique and his workmanship and work ethic out there.
Yeah, Brian's definitely a gamer. I mean, he comes here, he brings on his A game. You can just kind of see his focus down on the dock and, by the starting dock. And, I mean, he's had an awesome season. He's not skied every event, but when he does, I mean, he definitely brings it for sure.
All right, so Brian Dektrick there, latter part of 32 feet off, and we talk about starting line lengths and passes and that kind of stuff, and how that affects the strategy and all that kind of thing. But I tell you, 32 off is certainly a pass that gets the blood flowing, it gets the adrenaline rushing through your body, and it's not a particularly easy pass to clear, is it?
No, it's not, and that's what you saw with Rob in the first pass. He came out, he's trying to ski his 32 like he would his 41. So I think Rob's going to have a great set here.
All right, here we go. This is Robert Hazelwood, 12 meters. Good strike, and I mean his body position going across. It is very much in your face, isn't it?
Sure is. I mean, just extremely across course and just creating a lot of space and he definitely gives it a go for sure.
Wow, and good skiing, and I tell you what, we've got things flying around. We got birds, we got drones. Marcus Brown almost took my head off there for a moment with that DJI drone, but all hilarity aside, we are looking at Robert Hazelwood right now, and he's very, very deliberate and knows exactly where his shoulders and his hips and everything's in perfect alignment with him.
Yeah, and it's great too. He has a YouTube channel that I actually have seen before, and he actually talks about the things that he does. I mean, he talks the talk and he walks the walk, and you can see some of these things that he talks about on his YouTube channel, and he gets a lot of space and angle across course. As you see right here, he's playing it smart and getting out of the water and getting warm on the platform.
Though actually, considering how cold the ambient temperature is, may not be the smartest idea. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a gamble, that's for sure.
All right, here we go. This is Brian Dektrick.
Yeah, just great start, good tempo, early, wide, just no problems at all here for Brian Dektrick.
I don't see much of anything so far as wasted motion is concerned. He just has this thing dialed down at 35 off. So there we go. So United States versus Great Britain matchup here with Brian Detrick versus Rob Hazelwood. And you know, as he dropped down there, he tried to keep his hands out of the water there a little bit. I don't know whether that whole ambient temperature thing plays into significance, but with the temperature, outside temperature here being in the 50s and the water temperature being in the 70s, that difference must have there must be a difference when it comes down to handle grip.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You want to make sure your hands are feeling good. I mean, that's like you said, that's where your power's coming from, and yeah, we all have our quirks and things that we like to do, and that's kind of Brian's thing.
All right, and looking through some of our comments, I did try to find out what time it is in Australia. Well, someone, kindly enough, said it's about, 25 past 8 in the morning there in Sydney and Melbourne and Brisbane and everywhere along the eastern seaboard of Australia. So we thank our good friend Nathan Vipond for that little bit of information, and I'm sure that he is continuing to watch the action out in the water and seeing Rob Hazelwood coming on 11.25 meters. Counts that number one.
Yeah, just another awesome start for Rob. I mean, now he's got some room to work with down the course, and he's just crushing this pass.
And crush it he does. There you go. Good effort there from Rob Hazelwood. That was 11.25 meters, just like that. A pass that was ran for the very first time in about the beginning to middle 1980s. Now it's a pass that, if you don't run it these days in the professional ranks, I mean, you're nowhere really.
No, you might as well just find something else to do.
I won't go so far as to say that, but at least try harder.
Yeah, try harder, exactly.
All right, so there we go, Robert Hazelwood. Good snap there of the end of buoy number 4 and good cruise into number 5. Safety checks it there. Yeah. If you see a little bit of slack at the end of the turn on a particularly good pass like that, chances are the skier is easing up a little bit and letting the ski flow round, so to maintain good balance and don't overcook the turn.
Yeah, and Tony, I love the replay too, as the slow-mo replay on the turn-in for the gate. You can just see the focus on these athletes today. It's pretty cool to see. I mean, Rob had total eye of the tiger on that turn-in for the gate.
Mm-hmm. All right, turning round the island and now getting set up. Boat speed 58 kilometers an hour. The line length 11.25 meters. That is the equivalent of 36 miles an hour at 38 off.
All right, here we go.
Line length is 37 feet in actuality.
Yeah, I just crushed that one ball early at 2.
Ooh, yeah, look at this.
Yeah, that looked like 32 off. That was pretty easy.
That was. I mean, it's sickeningly easy.
Yeah, nice pass for Brian.
All right, so Brian Detrick now, and he's firmly focused there, takes a good chunk of the turn and then just redirects that energy from that turn all the way through to number 1 and then does likewise into number 2. And, you know, I asked that flippant question earlier, that how soon do you know into the pass whether you got it. I can't suspect that Brian knew about the time that he exited number 1, that he got that pass.
No, it's true. I mean, that one ball, like where we are at 1, like, if we're early and we've got space, that gives us that confidence to just, you know, work our way down the pass. But if you get a bad start, I mean, the mind speeds up and you can go into panic mode and make mistakes, and you're in the water and going home early, and that's not a good feeling.
All right then, so let's see what we've got with our competitor next. This is 10.75 meters, don't forget. Every single one of our competitors so far has run this pass. We'd like to continue that trend as much as we can. We still got a pairing, a 4th and final pairing to go in this quarterfinal section. That's Thomas de Gasperi and Will Asher to determine who will face Nate Smith. The winner of this pairing will determine who Freddie Winter skis against.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting.
Top score that we've seen so far in this competition is 3 at 10.25 meters, both tied between Nate Smith and Freddie Winter.
Wow. I can hear Rob in the background, backside in the buoys. He is so freaking early on this
Ooh,
pass.
look at that. Oh, getting broken over. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Almost dumped it on 5. Let's give it up for Rob Hazelwood. Wow.
I just love the excitement this guy, as you see right here, he's just looking over at the boat driver. The excitement this guy brings to our sport. He's so focused, but he has fun. You can tell that Rob Hazelwood just absolutely loves to water ski. Great skiing, Rob.
And you just kind of get the impression that you made a comparison here between him and Will Asher. Well, there is actually a lot of substance to that, because when Will Asher was this age, he had pretty much the same type of slalom style. You know, very, very in your face, very aggressive off one side. And I'm guessing with a little bit of age, with a little bit of experience, I'm sure he'll come away with a modified style which will look every bit the same as Will Asher's going forward.
Absolutely, and it's so cool. I know obviously they're both teammates with HO, but I know Will works with Rob and they ski together, and I mean Rob's got a bright future ahead of him, that's for sure.
And skiing on the Syndicate Pro Slalom ski, actually a ski that he's only ridden about twice before up until this point. Had to make a late-minute ski change, but that seems to be working for him at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely not bothering him at all, that's for sure. I mean, he just completely stroked that 39.
All right, let's see what Brian Detrick can do by way of a response now, turning in, just keeping everything going.
Oh, holy moly.
Little bit of lift there into buoy number 2 with that edge change, but tell you what, Brian Detrick, a little down course there off number 4, a little further down course off 5, but he is earlier into number 6 than Robert Hazelwood was.
Yeah, he just made that pass look like a 35 off, and he just ran it so easy. His tempo
I heard a little bit of a ripple of a clap, but why don't you guys give him a big cheer, Brian Detrick, for his effort there at 10.75 meters, making that look remarkably simple.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about how you pace yourself on these particular runs as well. You know, just trying not to use too much of your strength, too much of your turn and energy out there on the earlier passes. Now he's into full-on lockdown, automatic mode out there on the slalom ski, and looking exceptional. Actually had to double grip the handle off number 5 into number 6, and. Still looked early, though.
That's why we love this replay that these guys do. I mean, you can just see all those little things, and yeah, here we go, 41 off. It's going to be good.
Wow. Okay, some beautiful, beautiful shots there, and there's Robert Hazelwood there in the background, and we'll see Brian Detrick in the foreground where he's still in the water, trying to stay warm that way. And Robert Hazelwood, fairly used to skiing in 50-degree water or air. Here we go, all round buoy number 1, 41 off, and is inside buoy number 2.
Dang it, just not the start that Rob was definitely looking for. I know he's bummed, he's frustrated. I know he's showing that right now. Dang it, he's going to be really bummed today.
Well, he scored 2 buoys at 41 off in the round previous to this. That's how he got to this stage in the competition, and with a decent backup score. But I tell you what, inside number 2, he is quite clearly frustrated. But I'll tell you what, this certainly isn't going to be the last time we see Robert Hazelwood in this type of situation. Yeah. Yeah. All right then. So that's Robert Hazelwood. He gets as far as number 1 at 10.25 meters, and this is going to open the door up for Brian Detrick now, because he's seeing what's happened. He knows the score that he has got to beat, and he has to beat it because he is the second skier out in this head-to-head pairing. If ties with 1, then Robert advances. If he gets more than 1, then Brian advances. So that is the situation right now. Those are the head-to-head rules in terms of resolving potential ties. So now just waiting for his turn. There's plenty of time for him to get settled into his rhythm here. Here he comes. Deep water start and now gets ready for 10.25 meters. 10.25 meters or 41 off. 34 feet of line to get round buoys on a slalom course which are set 37.5 feet apart. Here he comes. Round number 1, does he get a piece of 2? Yes, he advances, and that is enough. Let's give it up, please, for Brian Detrick. So Brian Detrick advances through to semi-final number 2, and he will meet up against Freddie Krueger in that particular section of the competition. We've got one more quarterfinal pairing to come in the men's competition. It's such a great competition so far between all of our competitors. We've seen Nate Smith advance, Freddie Winter advance, and now we see Brian Detrick advance. So one final pairing to come, Thomas DeGasperi versus Will Asher. But ladies and gentlemen, as you see in swimming, let's give it up, please, for Brian Detrick and Robert Hazelwood. All right, whilst Chris Parrish takes a little bit of a break, and we'll hear from him in a short while. We've got Corey Vaughan, Mr. Peace, Love and Water Skiing himself. How you doing this afternoon, sir?
Oh, it's good to be back here with you, Tony. I wanted to wait a little longer before I sat down with you again, but here we find ourselves, and we'll make the most of it.
All right, so we've got one more pairing, Thomas DeGasperi, Will Asher. This pairing is going to be a one for the ages. This is going to be an instant classic right here, I take it.
Well, yeah, it's a classic over time. We've seen this pairing go down over and over throughout the years, and I think you could say it's kind of a classic rivalry, and you know it's going to be a good battle.
All right, before we go on, let's check in with Wade on the dock.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Rob, and we're going to get a word with him. How was, man, you were looking good, 38 through 39. What happened there in the 41 gate?
Yeah, best 39 I've had. 38 was pretty solid. Just lost my hips. I felt really, really good on my edge changes out to 135. I was so wide on my 39. And then tried to kind of do the same thing, but took it a little too far. Just really tried to kind of square up and squared it way, way, way too much. Lost my hip. You'll see on the replay, my ski, I think, bounced and just flew straight into one. Had no chance of getting any sort of turn. I was so down course at the finish of it. But, hey, it's another experience, and hopefully we'll to do it a little better in California. But glad to be here.
Another final under the belt, more experience. We'll see you next week at the California Pro-Am. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we've got Thomas DeGasperi versus Will Asher, and I tell you, it's going to be a battle between those two to advance. And I tell you, I mean, Robert Hazelwood, that's not going to be the last time that we see him in this kind of a situation. So we wish him the best of luck going forwards. We've got one full pairing, the second semi-final pairing. The first semi-final pairing is yet to be complete, and we'll find out who will fill that one remaining spot. Is it going to be Thomas DeGasperi or Will Asher? Italy versus Great Britain in this battle here between two skiers who are both members of Team Malibu Boats. Here we go. This is Thomas DeGasperi.
Yeah, I mean, both guys are going to be starting at 32 off here. It's going to be a couple passes before anything gets really interesting. Nice solid opener there for T-Gas.
And just has a real ease about him as well. Thomas DeGasperi just rolls that in. A little bit of gritted teeth there at 32 off. It's not a particularly hard passer for many of these competitors to actually clear, but he's still nonetheless trying to get his aggression, get his heart rate and adrenaline going to make things a little bit easier for him going down the line.
Yeah, I mean, aside from being one of the taller guys, I think Thomas also has a really long reach. So 32 off for Thomas is just a cakewalk. He's got plenty of space to give out there. And that's actually the case, too, for our next skier, Will Asher. Not quite as tall as T-Gas, but he does have a really big wingspan. He's got long arms, and that certainly plays to your advantage as a slalom skier.
All right, then, and about to take to the water is going to be none other than Tom Asher himself, or actually Will Asher, I beg your pardon. Well, a little bit of a faux pas there, but I mean, that goes back to the days where both of these competitors were really at the top of their game and the top of the world and represented Great Britain to high honors.
Yeah, maybe if this was a jump event, we'd be seeing Tom out here hitting the ramp, but we got Will here. You can never really bet against Will Asher.
Okay, so with Thomas de Gasperi coming into the course, actually Will Asher coming into the course, I'm starting to lose it here. We've got, so much slalom skiing. We've seen Thomas de Gasperi, now we're seeing Will Asher, both of them coming into the course at 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. Not looking bad at all. A style that is basically redefined what it is to be a slalom skier out in the water.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, when I first got onto the pro scene, Will Asher was winning just about every event, and he was the guy to beat, so he was the guy that I was studying. And I kind of look at him as a interpretation of Andy Mapple's skiing, kind of just a new version of what Andy did, and then taken in his own way, and you can't argue with that.
All right, then, and as we see the tail end of Will Asher's pass on the 32 off, just looking at him just whipping that ski from side to side. Let's check in with Wade Cox on dockside.
Well, Tony, I heard you talk about the rivalry between these two guys. It's been, I think, Thomas just had his 40th birthday. Willie's maybe 38, 39 years old. They've been competing against each other since juniors, since the U13, so I wouldn't want to count how many times these two have finished first and second alone in a tournament, but it's a really interesting battle, and it's super cool that's happening here in the quarterfinal. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and worth pointing out as well is that both of these competitors have won the World Championship twice. They actually swapped titles between the years of 2005 all the way up through to and including 2011, and there we go. That's about as good as it gets out there with 35 off coming back, courtesy of Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, I mean, no struggle out there. You see all those swallows dive bombing around the water coming in from that far end. I really noticed it on my 39 pass. Right as you're coming into the gate, you'll see it on this next pass too. You see the birds in the background there. You got to not take your eye off the ball, literally, on the gate, because there are birds swooping in on you all over the place. Becky, the driver, pointed it out to me. They call them kamikaze swallows because they're dive bombing right in front of the boat out there, but didn't seem to phase Thomas.
Certainly not, and getting around all six buoys there at 35 off and doing a fantastic job out there. Thomas de Gasperi, the world slalom champion in 2007 and 2011, and conversely, Will Asher, the world slalom champion in 2005 and 2009. So yeah, there was a period there when either Thomas or Will won it, and then you had Nate Smith winning it back to back in 2013 and in 2015, and then you had Freddie Winter with 2017, and the latest world champion, unfortunately unable to travel to this part of the world, but eager to get to the World Championships, is Joel Howley.
Yeah, we missed Joel on the scene. Joel, if you're watching, it's probably in the middle of the night over there, but we do miss you and look forward to seeing you when you can escape Australia.
Actually, it's about 8:45 in the morning in New South Wales.
Tony, you're amazing that you can just know these things right off the top of your head.
No, actually, someone just messaged in just a while back and giving us the time in Australia right now. But aside from that, let's have a look at Will Asher. It's about an 8-hour time difference between here and in the United Kingdom. And I'm sure that there are folks over there in Lincoln that'll be checking in on what Will Asher is doing out there on the slalom course, and a little bit of the drizzle out there. And we'll see what he's got for us when he comes back and returns into slalom course on 11.25 meters. But preceding him will be Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, well, Will ought to feel super comfortable in these conditions. I mean, this is kind of like England weather from what I've experienced and what I understand. I mean, it's cold, overcast, a little rainy. Will and Freddie should feel right at home here as they continue on in this finals.
All right, so Will Asher. I'm sure his brother Tom Asher is probably watching this from wherever he happens to be. Makes his home with June in Central Florida, and he'll be coming back into the course. Thomas de Gasperi coming into the course at 38 off, 11.25 meters. There we go, and those Swallows are still making life difficult for both driver and skier at this time. But Thomas de Gasperi really pounding that pass. 11.25 meters, not much room for error here. Let's give it up for Thomas de Gasperi. 6 buoys there.
Yeah, he had a couple of turns with some big load at the finish right there, but that's kind of part of T-Gas's style. He's one of the few guys, and I think because it's his height and reach, he can actually let the skis shut down pretty hard at the finish of the turn, load up on it, and still have some space at the next side. Some of the shorter guys, they can't really do that. They really have to keep moving a lot more fluidly, but T-Gas has the size and the power to make that work for him.
And Thomas de Gasperi, certainly one of the more well-known skiers in terms of being in the public eye. In Italy, he was part of the Italian version of Dancing with the Stars. He's modeled for Lotto Sports. He's done a whole bunch of other stuff to raise his profile and that of water skiing within Italy, and does a fine job out there on the slalom course as well.
Yeah, I know he's really proud about those Dancing with the Stars days. Wants everybody to go to YouTube and try to dig up some videos. It's his finer moments for sure.
All right, then. So let's see if Will Asher can come through with a pass of 38 off, 11.25 meters. He got 2 at 41 off, or 10.25 meters, in the round previous to this. Oh, a little bit back on the ski, but managing to stay balanced, and even under extreme duress, he's still able to get that ski round number 6 and complete the run. That is Will Asher.
Yeah, I mean, 38 off is where you'd say it starts to not become a gimme. I mean, you can't really say that for the likes of Will Asher and Thomas de Gasperi. I mean, 38 off is not going to make any of their fans watching at home nervous just yet, but as we all know as slalom skiers, these are hard passes, and you're still threading the needle pretty tight here. This is short line skiing at its best, and but Will has been in this situation so many times. He can stay super calm even if something's not totally perfect. I think he's going to be looking for a little nicer gate and 1 at 39, so he can really just settle into the run, not feel like he's working hard to get through it. But as you see here, pretty early and easy at 6 ball.
And I mean, Will was actually sitting in that seat of yours yesterday, Akari. I mean, we had a fairly long discussion after he skied, and we know we should just shoot the breeze a little bit about slalom in technique and that kind of stuff, and very, very open and very, very, personable out there and in that seat, and able to explain the concepts of slalom skiing and how he feels personally about where it's going, and if he's been a part of it in the future. But let's have a look at Thomas de Gasperi. Here he comes off buoy number 1. This is 10.75 meters. This is 39.5 off. Oh, look at that. He is throwing everything into this one. And Thomas de Gasperi, who is the San Gervasio Pro Slalom Champion for this season, has gotten through 39.5 off. Let's give it up for him, please. Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, that was a nice looking 39 right there. I mean, that's kind of how you want it to feel. No elements of struggle along the way. You put a 39 like that down and you feel like you can go ahead and do something at 41. Thomas is out there first, so he's going to get to set the pace. Whatever he does at 41, Will's going to have to beat. We're going to go ahead and assume that Will's going to take down the 39.
And actually, Thomas de Gasperi, I reminded myself of something. He actually rides the wide ride, but it's also a little bit asymmetrical in his design.
Yeah, well, T-Gas is the only skier on the tour, as far as I know, that has a ski that's personally designed for him. I mean, it's not one of the... Good doesn't sell this ski to the general public. It's a mold that is just for him, customized shape, a little asymmetrical. I don't know all of the details, but I do know he's been riding it for a long time and always makes it work for him. I mean, he's kind of always good for 3 at 41 out there. And if he does that going first, that's going to put the pressure on Will.
Absolutely. Let's see if Will can respond to the pressure and duress. All of our pairings so far, the 3 pairings that we've seen between Nate Smith and you, Corey Vaughan, Ryan Dektrick, Robert Hazelwood, Freddie Winter, and Nicholas Adams, have all conjured up scores into 10.25 meters. And look at this from Will Asher. Come on, let's get it going. Round buoy number 3, round number 4. Ski riding up a little bit high on 4. A little bit of a safety check on 5. And this is our 4th pairing into 10.25 meters.
We might have the clean sweep on the men's side, too. We saw it with the women. I mean, I know it's unofficial. We'd have to go back and check the records. But from the talk around the dock, it was maybe the first final where every single female competitor got through 38 off, and we may see the same thing on the men's side at 39.
So absolutely fantastic skiing. A little bit of slack there off number 2, but still managing to keep everything moving. And that is a famous trait there from Will Asher. That little bit of slack line ski slide and just coming in, just getting the tight line and then going across. Just very, very patient there with that particular ski. He rides the Omega, by the way, which is one of Syndicate's line of skis, and it's kind of a slightly less aggressive version of the Syndicate Pro, but certainly works for skiers that need a little bit more lift in the ski, a little wider tip. So it works for him.
All right, now we got T-Gas coming in at 41. Let's see what he can put up there. This is going to be what Will has to beat.
And that has opened the door. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, and Thomas is not happy with that.
No, he's not. He's just at a complete loss as to what happened out there. And let's see if there's any cause for concern.
Kind of during his release there, you saw that outside hip go high. The ski didn't really move out from under him. His hip kind of went. The ski stayed a little flat. He had a little double pump move and lost the line there. Got a little tipped over to the inside. And at 41, things happen so fast. The next thing you know, one moment you feel like you're in it, the next one you are not, I can tell you.
Well, I tell you what, Christmas has just come early for Will Asher.
Yeah, we saw this on the ladies' side. Sam Dumala had the same situation. She just had to go around 1, stand up, and take the full buoy. And I imagine that's what Will do because 41 is so difficult. Going ahead and trying to get down the pass is too risky. I think he'll just go ahead, ski around 1, stand up, go back to the middle, and save more for the next round.
All right, so now, here is the situation. Will Asher has just got to ski 1. Because half a buoy was scored by Thomas de Gasperi at 41 off, 10.25 meters. This will determine Nate Smith's opponent in the semi-final bracket number 1. And he will just S-turn as easy as can be. Let's give it up, please, for Will Asher.
Yeah, that's the smart move. There's no reason to push for glory out there. It's not time to show off. Just time to go ahead, advance yourself to the next round, punch that ticket. And that's what Will does right here. Strong gate to make sure he's got plenty of clearance on 1. No trouble, just easing back to the wake right there.
All right, so that's about as good as it gets there for Will Asher, and
We should just point out, though, that when we're talking about leaving the door open, we're talking about scores into 41 still. I mean, it's still no gimme.
Oh, yeah.
Every single person had to run 39, so there was no freebie out there.
all right, then let's give it up, please, for our latest semi-finalist, Will Asher. All right, then. Now we've completed the semi-final pairings for both the women and the men's.
See, there's the showing off. That's when you get to show off. Once you're already in the finals, you can do wake jumps.
Yeah, indeed. So Will is going to be facing up against Nate Smith. Brian Detrick will be facing against Freddie Winter. And let's check in, why don't we, with Wade Cox, who is standing by on dockside for our latest interview. And it looks like we're waiting on Will Asher to swim into the shore, so he's going to get his ski off and do all that kind of business and have a quick word with our compadre on the dock. So ski off. Out of the water and right into the waiting of Wade Cox.
Hey, we're just catching Will literally straight out of the water. So, hey, you did what you had to do, right?
Yeah, I mean this is all about survival. I mean, unfortunately, that fatigue gas. I know he was really wanting to get a lot more than one half, obviously, but he kind of left the door wide open for me. It was basically just hammer the gate and then show off my best S turn at one. Yeah.
No, we're going to see him in the final again soon. Go get warm. That was fun. That was a really fun bracket. Back to you guys.
So great skiing there from Will Asher. His best S turn on number one, huh?
I mean, a best S turn is going to be like a 3-ball where you're hauling off a 2 or a 5-ball hauling off a 4, and you really got to zig and zag. That was a nice mellow S turn, very safe.
All right, then. So let's complete the puzzle here so far as the semi-final round is concerned, filling out those names. Nate Smith defeating yourself with 3 at 10.25 meters against your score of 1.5 at 10.25 meters. And then Freddie Winter against Nicholas Adams. He goes through to the next round as well, defeating him with 3 at 10.25 compared to 2. Will Asher, we just saw defeating Thomas de Gasperi with 1 buoy at 10.25 meters compared to Thomas de Gasperi's half a buoy. And Brian Detrick with 1 1/2 buoys at 10.25 meters, defeating Rob Hazelwood. So here are our semi-final brackets. We've got Nate Smith against William Asher and Freddie Winter versus Brian Detrick. Now, if the pairings go according to seeding, then we could have potentially an Asher and Winter final. But you just never know. You just never know how it's going to go.
Yeah, looking at the graphic on the screen right there, both of these matchups, we've got Great Britain against the United States, so it could be an All-American final, it could be an All-British final, or it could be USA versus Britain in the final.
Absolutely, and one of those 3 permutations. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but before that, let's have a look at our head-to-head brackets there. Jamie Ball defeating Karen Truelove. She's through. She'll take on Ellie Nicholson because she defeated Samantha Dumala. Manon Costard defeats Elizabeth Montavon. She goes up in the second semi-final bracket because against Whitney McClintock because she defeated Vanessa Vick of Australia 4.5 at 10.75 to 1.5 at 10.75. All right, then. So our brackets are complete. We're going to take a little bit of a break. This is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we will return right after these.
Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter.
All right, then, returning, and we're getting ready for our next round of competition. Apologies right from the get-go. I said that Ellie Nicholson advanced. Actually, Sam Dumala actually advanced through. I wasn't aware that I made that mistake, but obviously I did, so I do apologize to Sam Dumala's fans. And she'll be coming up in the first semi-final pairing, where she will go up against Jamie Bull. So it will be Jamie versus Sam Dumala. And also we've got Manon Costard versus Whitney McClintock. That's in the second pairing. So just to reiterate once more, in our first semi-final pairing, we got Jamie versus Sam and Manon versus Whitney. And then when we transition through to the men's competition, we've got Nate versus Will, and then Brian versus Freddie. So some pretty substantive semi-final pairings. We are six matchups away from determining our champion. The two semi-finals in each, and the finals in each.
Well, when you look here on the screen, when I saw these brackets yesterday, I knew we were going to have a great battle ahead of us, and I hope there are a lot of people tuned in right now because this is the best of the best. The conditions are great, aside from the fact that it is freezing cold in the air. If my voice is quivering here in the broadcast, it's not because I'm nervous, it's because I'm shivering in my body. But it's nice in the water, actually. It's a little long when you're dropped down on the end there in the finals. It's a long wait time. But you got a lot of adrenaline going, and all these ladies are going to go out there and kill it. I'm very excited to see how the chips fall right here. There's not a single mismatch or give me. This is going to be a battle to the end right here.
All right, then. So Jamie Bull, number one seed, expected to make it all the way through these pairings and all the way through to the final. Sam Dumala. That's going to be a rather intriguing pairing because Jamie, who has skied here before, actually set the world under-21 record around about this time last year by scoring two. I think it was two at 41 off. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she actually got into 41 off. Is the only female skier to get into 41 off in this competition, and I wonder if she feels frisky enough to do likewise here.
Yeah, she was the only one last year, and she's the only one so far in this competition. However, Manon and Whitney have been down at least as far as 4, and when you get into that second half of the pass, you are in striking range. So Jamie's going to have to keep the fire going, and she's been looking very dialed in. I'm excited to see how these matchups go. But, she's wearing that bib as the defending champion. That comes with a little bit of pressure. You want to defend your title. And we'll just wish her the best and hope that she can go out there and do what she does.
All right, then. Whilst you've got a little bit of time to grab your favorite seat and your favorite beverage, going over to waterskibroadcasting.com and make sure you submit your vote for Skier of the Day. Also check in with the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. Subscribe to that, and also hit the bell icon a couple of times to be informed as to when new content is uploaded to the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. And also check in on the Instagram feed as well. All of that courtesy of Waterski Broadcasting.
Yeah, and keep sending us the questions on YouTube. Tony's got the monitor in front of him. He'll keep an eye out for any fan feedback. We'll try to answer some questions in real time. I know there's a crew of people watching this broadcast from the Little Mountain site in North Carolina while a tournament's going on there. So shout out to Dane and Janina and the good people at Little Mountain. I'm looking forward to being there on the September 11th weekend, one of my very favorite places to ski. Beautiful site and always amazing conditions. So hey to you guys, and thanks for tuning in.
And they just recently got engaged, didn't they?
They did, yes. They are going to be tying the knot here at some point. I'm not sure exactly when that is, but super happy for those guys. They've been together for like 20 years or something like that.
Maybe not that long. No, ever since they both attended Louisiana Lafayette, the home of the Raging Cajuns. Go Cajuns.
Yeah, I might have been using some hyperbole there, but I know that they are long time.
It seems like it. That's what you're basically saying. They just look so compatible as a couple.
Yes. Yeah, they're made to be, and happy that they're going to be spending their life together. So wishing those guys the best. I know Dane's been out with injury. I'm hoping he's coming back soon because he's been skiing fierce this year. And then Janina just had a huge performance at the U.S. Open, took the overall, took the trick title. So keep an eye out for her.
And got a pending European women's trick record as well in the process.
Oh, incredible. I didn't even know that. So congrats to Janina.
All right, then, back to slaloming, and we see on the water approaching the course first. I don't know who had the choice or of going first or second, but by the looks of things, this is going to be Jamie Bull at 32 off.
So you know it's cold when Jamie Bull is wearing a Camaro because Jamie is Canadian and she's super tough, and if she's wearing the top, then that's when you know it's a little chilly outside.
Yeah, indeed. Come to us out of North Bay in Ontario, and looking pretty strong out there. She's working on her degree in I believe, in mechanical engineering, and will be graduating in May of next year, according to the podcast that I did just a day or so ago. So she's working hard towards that.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you just talk to Jamie, it doesn't take you very long to realize that she's got her head screwed on right. She's super smart. And I was throwing the football with her a little bit earlier today and a few others, and she's got a pretty good arm, too.
Maybe she should consider a career in the CFL. I'm not too sure.
I don't know about all that. I think she's probably less likely to suffer concussions out here on the water, but I do understand she's a fantastic snow skier, and that she at some point was considering that route versus pro water skiing. So I'm glad she's here. I know that, and she's on top of the world right now. So let's see if she can keep that going.
All right, then, and whilst all that happens, actually, you're shivering. I mean, you've got like about single percentage body fat, I would imagine, so you're probably shivering because of that. Why don't I bring in Robert Hazelwood to take over from you? But, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Corey Vaughn for his analysis out there on the microphone.
Yeah, I've understood.
And we'll introduce Robert Hazelwood into the mix.
Thanks, Tony. Always a pleasure to be on with you, and you guys enjoy.
All right, Sam Dumala coming in on 13 meters. Opening run. Comes to us out of South Florida, a medical student.
Yeah, this is the first time This is the first time I've seen Sam ski in quite a while. I think the last time I'd have seen her was probably in I think it was the under 17 Worlds. I think was the last time I skied with her at a tournament. So she looks really strong. Her style's really progressed from then, and yeah, nice first pass.
Yes, looking in very good shape there. You see a little bit of that counter-rotative stance on the ski. Very, very pronounced, very, very deliberate out there on the water. And as we look and see her approach into number 4 and number 5, and indeed number 6, let's cross over to Wade Cox and see who he has. Wade, who do you have?
I've got Manon Cassard, our reigning world champ. So you skied 3 times now. Now we're into the semis. So got any changes or a consistent plan?
No consistent plan. The plan is to try and feel a bit better every time. So I'll try and focus on my keys and see how it goes.
So you're obviously French, used to some cold weather. Is this weather affecting you at all so far?
So far it's fine. I'm not used to having head-to-heads in this cold weather. I'm used to skiing sometimes in this type of weather, but that's fine. It's just the wait in between the sets and in between the passes that is a bit tough to do. But honestly, the water is not that cold, so it's fine. The first set at least was fine. We'll see now.
We're gonna see you up soon. Back to you guys.
All right, back with Jamie Bull. This is 12 meters. Early as you like there, coming into buoy number 4, and in superb shape there into number 5, and Robert Hazelwood there. I'm sure you have a word to say about that.
Classic Jamie Bull. I mean, she looks as sturdy as ever. She's been skiing really, really well in practice. And yeah, just looks super easy. She can absolutely smash her offside turn. It's kind of funny, you can see those birds in the screen. They look like they've been green screened in, but those birds are everywhere. They can be a little bit distracting, so she's doing a great job of ignoring all that and looking awesome at the same time. Yeah, looking really smooth skiing.
Did you notice any of the birds?
It's just like when you're waiting for that pull out, when you're just about to pull out for your glide, they're just everywhere. It's kind of mad. And then you pull out, you focus on the gates, and they disappear. But I know a few people were saying they were a little weird in the course, and see how people deal with them today.
Yes, it's funny. Whenever you mention the word glide, it takes me back to that Bob Marley comedy clip that was released not too long ago. I've never commented with that, like saying he's in the glide, but for some reason he got hold of that and went with it, and now I'm getting that said to me every single time I meet up with some of the folks that watch our webcast on TWBC. It's gone absolutely mad.
Yeah, that Bob Marley skit was hilarious. I enjoyed that one a lot. But yeah, so we have Sam coming back in. I believe this is 35.
Indeed.
Should be a fairly routine pass for her. And yeah, smooth as ever. Her onside is really, really kicking. I mean, so smooth. There's absolutely minimal movement in the ski. It just whips around and off, and beautiful pass there. She's starting to get the feel for the boats. Boats and the wakes. I know she was saying she thought the wakes were a little big, and she looks like she's really starting to get into it, and yeah, smashing a lovely pass there.
Yes, from start to finish, looked in very, very good form indeed. Now, kind of give us your take a little bit with this pronounced counter-rotative form.
I think it's really good. I mean, but if you look at it, she doesn't do a crazy amount of counter-rotation actually off the handle. If you watch her hips right here coming into 3, she's super rotated off the handle, but then she never moves. It's just a still, which I really, really like. Like, she really gets that rotation when she keeps those 2 hands on the handle, keeps that ski working outbound, and then just looks amazing. Yeah, it looks really, really nice. Smooth skiing.
Yep, smooth as you like there from start to finish there. That is Sam Dumoulin there. And both of our skiers have gone through 32 and 35 off, which is 13 and 12 meters respectively. I like to keep the people outside of the United States informed in metric as much as our American fans love feet and inches, but I think that's important.
Yeah, we like to keep our European friends happy.
All right.
Here's Jamie Bull coming in on 38. Strong start, beautiful gate, amazing one. Coming into 2. Here we go. This is the setup that she needed. A little bit of a bobble at 4, but she should be okay. Massive 5.
All right, stomping that pass absolutely from start to finish, and possessing a fair amount of strength. I don't know how much she actually works out in the off season, but she's definitely got a lot of muscle and a lot of grunt behind her turns and a resistance behind the back of the boat.
Yeah, I know she's an ambassador for the flow point method. So with Marcus and Jenny, they do a lot of the programming for her, and I know she uses it. You can see in a slalom in how strong she is and how much she dominates the pass. It's especially with the girls going at 55 or 34 over 36. If you that little bit stronger, you can really dominate the boat a little bit more, and you can use that strength to your advantage. At 36, 58, strength is obviously a bonus. You need to be in that strong position, but yeah, you can't dominate it quite as much. It almost makes it harder. But yeah, she used that strength, and yeah, she looks good out there.
All right then. Gotta love that shot over there. Oh yes, indeed. Even the pets get involved. All right, here we go. We've got Sam Dumoulin coming into the course. Now it's going to be 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving 37 feet to get around a course that's 37.5 feet wide. Trying to make up a deficit of 6 inches on each turn.
Great start. Needs the good 2 to set herself up. She's got it. Coming into 3 nice and early. Beautiful 3. Big lean into 4.
Ooh.
Little bit of a check there at 4, but nice 5. Smooth pass. I'm sure she'll be pretty happy with that. it can get a little bit nerve-wracking. She knows that she can get through that 38 99% of the time, so you can be a little bit safe on that last offside turn. So for righties it's 5, for her as a lefty it's that 4, and you don't always need to have a perfect turn. And I mean, I think she used that to her advantage there. Great start, was up on the pass and could be a little bit safe through the finish.
And I noticed something with the handle as well. Whenever she turned in for the gate, she actually rolls the handle up and puts it high underneath her right armpit, so to speak, and then rotates and then just brings the handle diagonally to her left hip in order to aid that rotation. You notice some of that?
Yeah, I think you'll notice lefties versus righties. I think the lefties kind of use that handle to their advantage a lot more. Obviously, the gate's a little bit more awkward for the lefties. So if they can use that handle, it really, really helps them get everything rotated, get everything set, so that they can have a strong and consistent gate. But yeah, it's very, very pronounced. But I mean, it works for it's worked for in the past. So yeah, I don't see why there's a need to change it. Looks good.
All right then. So looks like our defeated quarterfinalists are huddling around the fire next to the starting dock. Robert Hazelwood accepted, of course. He's right here next to me, so he's got me for company. All right, then we have got Jamie Bull.
That's the start that she needs.
This is 39.
There we go.
Oh, look at this. Oh, and getting a little bit buffeted there. Gets round buoy number 4.
No, she was I'm pretty sure she was just inside that 4 there. But that was a good start. That should give her a little bit of confidence. Needed a better 2 to get down this 39. But that's a big score for Sam to follow. And yeah, we'll see. But really nice 1. Gate looks strong. You can see those birds flying around again. But yeah, really nice gate. Really staying stacked in that position. Beautiful out to 1. I mean, what a 1 ball. You can't get much better than that. And just a little bit popped up out of 2 there. She won't be that happy with that, but that's the start that she can run it with. Just not when you have to reach like that. She'll be a little bit annoyed with that. I think she just popped inside a 4. But that's a good start. That's a lot of pressure for Sam out there. I mean, she's got to get a piece of that 4, and it's going to need a good start. So we'll see coming in here.
Okay, so apparently it's 3.
Yeah, she was just inside that 4 there. Close. It's going to give her a little bit of confidence in the next round. She knows that she can run it like she did in the first round. But here's Sam coming in.
All right, then. So let's have a look and see. Sam has got to get a piece of 4 here to advance. Round number 1 gets the start that she needs. Round buoy number 2, a little bit wayward there. And inside buoy number 3, which sees Jamie Bull through to the final of the competition.
Yeah, you can see Jamie sat on the dock there. She wasn't the happiest with the score, but it's a hard score to go with. And I mean, that's a good gate. I think she got a pretty good 1. I mean, not perfect, but that's the start she needed. But just got super separated there, and just couldn't get the piece of 3 that she needed to turn it.
All right, then. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big cheer to our first semi-finalist, Sam Dumoulin. And advancing through to the final is Jamie Bull. Let's cross over to Wade and find out who he has with him.
Yeah, hey, thanks, honey. We have Jamie here. So, are you able to stay warm?
Yeah, I was able to stay warm between rounds. We had quite a bit of a break with the guys in between, so that was nice. I think it's going to be a little tougher this round because it's a little quicker turnaround, but I'm going to go and try and get as warm as I can.
So any changes, or will you just go flat, constant plan for the final?
Yeah, flat, constant plan for the final.
I love it. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So Jamie through to the final of the competition, but who will she face? Will it be Manon Costar, or will it be Whitney McClintock-Reaney? This is going to be a classic battle right here between 2 world champions.
I was going to say, this is one of those battles that, I mean, like someone said in the comments here, between Will and Tigas, this is another one of those. It's a coin flip. They're both absolutely amazing skiers. Whitney just coming back from giving birth. I think her baby just turned 1 a little bit ago.
Yeah.
And she's looking super, super strong. I know she... I think she got 4, was it, in the first round?
Yes.
And I think Manon also had a 4 somewhere in this event. So, I mean, both of them on seriously top form. So, yeah, let's see it. It's exciting.
Bring it on. All right, so there's our first bracket there. There's our semi-final bracket, seeing Jamie Bull defeating Sam Dumoulin with 3 as opposed to 2. So Sam is through to the final round, and Manon Costard and Whitney McClintock-Rini. That is the second semi-final bracket that we've seen right now, and Whitney is taking a look at this first. 13 meters. Let's see what's going on.
So Whitney just looking textbook here. I mean, she stands really tall on that ski. She whips around the turns and then just uses that alignment to get her where she needs to go. And that's a textbook 32 from Whitney. Really, really nice.
Yes, absolutely. On a very, very good pace there, and looks. And actually, one of the very few female skiers that I know of at this elite level to use the one-handed gate shot still.
Yeah, that's a little bit of Matt Rooney there, I'm sure, on the one-handed gate side of things. But it works for her. She's done it for years, and it gets her a ton of angle and a really nice start to the course. So yeah, it's maybe a little tricky timing and maybe a little tricky getting consistency, but she seems to have that down. So why change that now? I mean, that's a beautiful 32. You can't really run it any earlier or any smoother. So nice.
All right, so Whitney McClintock, her son Zane just turned 1 recently, as you said, Robert, and Zane is actually here on site, as a matter of fact, and probably sound asleep or something like that. But I'm sure if he is awake, he'll be watching very, very intently with what's going on out there. So Manon Costard gets ready to take to the water. The current world champion from 2019. We're on that title in Putrajaya in pretty atrocious conditions, one would have to say. So she is used to competing no matter what. Let's see what she can do on some of the finest water you'll ever see in the world. This is Manon Costard.
Oh, a little bit of a bobble there at 2. That was a little weird, but it's her first pass, just a little warm-up, maybe just testing the waters, seeing how she feels on this pass, and getting herself ready for this set. The rain, I don't know if you can see on the webcast, but the rain started to actually pick up a little bit down the bottom end. Whether that blows down, the wind's pretty flat. But yeah, you can see on the webcast there's a little bit of rain. It's not affecting things too much. I'm sure the goggles won't be coming out yet. But it can just kind of disorient. Can't say that word today, apparently. Which I'm sure is what happened there on 2. Just kind of shocked her a little bit, but once you get down the pass, she's not even going to notice it, and corrects it at 4 there, and a beautiful 4, and ready for her 35.
All right, 35 off comes up next for both of our female competitors, and Robert, if you had a choice to vote for someone as ski of the day, who would it be?
We haven't finished the day yet, Tony. I don't know. There's been some impressive performances. Obviously, Nate's been pretty damn consistent. Freddie took one hell of a hit, and I think Jamie showed a dominant force coming out in the first round, getting 1 at 41. So I'm not too sure yet. I don't know if there's a major standout, but let's see if Whitney can clinch that here. Coming in on 35. The rain's just got a lot heavier all of a sudden. I'm hoping that I zip my ski bag up.
All right, then, with that in mind.
She's ignoring the rain, and such a nice pass. Really showing everyone how she deals with the weather and why she's a true Canadian.
All right, then. So a good, solid effort there on that pass of, 35 off coming back, both completing the opening pass of 32 off.
So I see we have a comment here on the webcast. We're currently getting absolutely downpoured. So whether they're going to stop the event or not, it's coming down quite hard. But while we wait for Manon to come in, we've got a question here saying, could you say something about her preference for bending the knees as deeply as she does off the wake? I think that's something that she'll have done ever since she started skiing, and it's a habit. It's maybe not optimal for kind of holding your acceleration through the second wake and skiing wide, but it also keeps her angle on her feet really well. So I wouldn't say it's something that is perfect, and I imagine that she works on it, but it works for her, and that's the great thing about skiing. Styles change, and yeah, it obviously works for her. She does a great job of staying wide before the boy. I mean, I think she is one of the widest and earliest skiing females on her first pass. I mean, she really gets up on that boy. And I mean, a lovely start there at 1. Really ripping the start. She's forgot about that 2 on her 32. Getting back into the pass and ignoring the rain. Looking really, really nice and strong out there. Ooh, a little bit of a big 5, but nice pass.
All right you are there. That is the pass of 35 off. Just really crushing it out there. That was Manon Costar with that particular effort. And yes, you rightly say the rain is starting to come down a little bit, but I tell you what, our crowd has not dissipated one iota. They're all bundled up. They've all got their hoodies on. We're about the only people that don't...
I was just about to say, we are the only people here, Tony, not undercover. I'm not quite sure about this. But anyway, beautiful pass from Manon. Maybe a little bit heavier and a little bit more movie than she would have liked. But again, she's maybe just testing the waters today and seeing how she feels on the ski. This is where it really starts to get a little bit more down and dirty on 38. It looks like they're ignoring the rain and keeping going, which I like.
You know, that Syndicate tent looks really attractive right now down there. Right behind you.
It really does. But hey, if you're here, Tony, I'm here. We'll stick it out together. I'm going to put my hood up.
Yes, the best of
like
British. There we go.
Look like I'm... Right. Yeah, we're getting damp, as you can see. Okay, here's Whitney coming in for 38. This rain is starting to become maybe a little bit of an issue. It's going to be hurt in the eyes a little bit here, but she's going to ignore it as much as she can. Getting a strong 1. Handle comes up a little bit. Big 2. That's what she needed there. Really, really nice. Lovely 3. There we go. I mean, this is the... I wanted to say it, but I waited till the end. That was the best 38 I've seen her run all weekend. That was super easy, super smooth, and actually looked better than a 35, to be honest. Really, really nice pass. Maybe a little hiccup at 1, but we're nitpicking now, and really nice gate, making that one-handed gate work well. And that was a smooth, smooth pass from Whitney. She'll be happy with that, and that should give her a ton of confidence moving into a 39.
All right, I bet I'm willing to wait to at least 1 or 2 of these competitors here wish that they brought some goggles with them, but they seem to be skiing pretty well without them. And for those of you looking to vote for Skier of the Day, you can go to waterskibroadcasting.com. That is waterskibroadcasting.com to vote for a Skier of the Day. Could it be someone like Whitney McClintock or Manon Costar or even some of our male competitors? How about if you wanted to vote on Handsome Rob here for his efforts getting to where as far as he got in this competition? Make sure you vote. waterskibroadcasting.com/vote.
Looks like the rain started to ease off a little bit. It's pretty cloudy over here, but hopefully that was just a shower. Manon's got some perfect conditions. What little wind there was has pretty much fully died down, making this a really, truly fair event. And yeah, let's see how she does on this 38. Whitney just absolutely ripped it. Looked really, really good. So let's see if Manon can follow suit. And let's see how she does. Nice gate turn, really carrying good speed there. Beautiful start on 1. There we go, really whipping that ski round on 2. Little bobble at 3, but she'll be fine.
Oh, still there on 4. Now she's going to have to work this one out. Look at her go. Wow, there we go, 38 off.
That really showed the grit of Manon there. She got a little bit bobbled at 3 and then a huge bobble at 4. She really had to get back on it. Needed a big 5. She got it, and that's really tough skiing there. That was really, really good. Well done.
All right, good skiing there from Manon Costar, and just taking every bit that of target there that Whitney can push out in her general direction.
Yeah, she's gonna have to look at the start of that pass. 1, 2, 3 was a really nice set of boys, and then a little big bobble at 4, good save at 5. But she's got to forget the end of that pass, look to the start, and hopefully she can get that same start on 39. But let's see what Whitney can do. Again, she had a beautiful 38, so let's see if she can follow it with a nice 39. I know she wants to run it. I don't know if she's run a 39 yet this year, I could be wrong, but I believe she's had a 4.
Yeah, she's had a 4 in this competition so far. She's gotten as far as 4 buoys. Yeah, that's about as far as she's been this season so far, to the best of my knowledge and memory. She hasn't had that many tournaments this season.
Yeah, so I know she's going to want to run this, and let's see how she gets. Nice gate, textbook. There we go. That's the one that she's going to want. Let's see if she can follow that up with a good 2. There we go. Beautiful start. Come on, Whit.
This.
Oh,
Whoa.
is she going to get a piece of 4? Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to get the full 4 and tie her best score of this competition. There you go.
That is a big, big, big score for Manon to follow. This is the kind of drama that we wanted to see from this matchup. That's nice and exciting. I'm sure she'll be running off to get warm now. And watch Manon and see what Manon does. But that was the start. That's kind of textbook Whitney 135. Whips that ski around.
And I mean, I would be in two minds at this point, because the start on buoy number 2 was the kind of start that you would need in order to run the pass. And then you come up with this turn on number 3. Must be a little disappointed.
Yeah, she was not thinking about holding up there at all. She wanted to run that. I know she'd have been a little bit mad with that 3. That was such a good opportunity on that 1-2. That's the most annoying thing when you get a beautiful 1-2, good gate, and then make a little bit of a hash at 3, but lovely start. Again, if she makes it through to that next round, she's really going to build some confidence off that, and she knows that she can run it off a start like that.
Right, you are, Robert, and we'll see if that comes to fruition so far as Manon Costard is concerned.
All right, so we've got Manon coming in. Let's see if she can replicate those first few buoys on her 38. She's going to need to be aggressive here to get a piece of 5. As Whitney got the full 4, she's going to need to get at least 4 1/4. That's a big, big, big score. So let's see what she does. Gets a nice gate, pull out, lovely turn, maybe a little slow. There we go. That's the one that she'll need.
And let's not forget last season.
There we go.
There we go. That's the one. There's the 4. Oh, can she get broken over?
Oh, she got it.
Oh, she got a piece of 5. Yeah, there you go.
Throw in the fist. That's what we like to see. That was some gutsy skiing. Really, really good. The 1, 2, 3 was absolutely perfect. And she just, I hate to say it, but she safety checked it at 4. I know some people hate that phrase. But yeah, she nearly lost it at 4. Got a little rocked on her back foot. But that 2, look at that. Really strong 2. One of the best we've seen today. And I mean, that 3, that's the setup to run it. And then just got separated there at 4. Ski slid a little too far.
Just gotten broken over, and did the ski make it outside? Yeah. Oh yes, it most certainly did. At least
somehow managed to hold on. That is a big, big, big score. That's going to give her a ton of confidence. And I know I keep saying and talking about this confidence, but that's what skiing is. It's a confidence game.
All right, then. So Manon skis into the dock, and then once she's there, she is going to be interviewed by Wade. Wade, who do you have, sir?
So, wow, you had a pretty big score to top, and you were just able to do it, right?
Yeah, that was very, very, very close. I was super happy with the start, and then 4 was too big. I gave back, and then I think so. I always tend to forget what I do after the tournament. But yeah, fought 2 for 5, and I was very, very happy to get around it. Yeah.
Well, your weekend just keeps going like this. So, ladies' final next. So, any changes? You happy with what you're doing so far?
No, again, that's what I told you before skiing. Just the same game plan, just trying to feel a bit better every time. I'm happier with my gates, happier with how I feel on the ski, so I'm going to keep thinking about what I think about and try and make it work.
It's working so far. Ladies' final up coming soon. Back to you guys.
Some great skiing there from Manon Costard, and some fine performance there in defeat there by Whitney McClintock. And that score from Whitney McClintock, 4 at 10.75 meters, actually puts her in 3rd place, because her score in the semi-final was superior to that of Sam Dumoulin in the other semi-final bracket. So the only places that we know of for certain is Whitney McClintock is in 3rd, Sam Dumoulin in 4th, and then you have to calculate back into the quarterfinal to have a look at the other defeated skiers. And there is your head-to-head final bracket there. and looking at Jamie Ball versus Manon Costard. So let's check in with the starting dock and Wade. Who do you have?
Hey, so we have Miss Whitney McClintock here. So a third place after a championship last weekend, and you put up a huge score for for Manon, right?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I got a really good start and then just went a little forward at 3. Thought I could save it at 4 ball, just get a full 4. I knew Manon was more than capable of running it, of course, and she got a perfect start. So I was like, dang, to get 4 at 39 and end up 3rd in a pro event is always fun. Anyway, I mean, it means that the level of skiing this weekend, despite the freezing cold weather, is really high. The drivers, the boats, the site, everything's perfect here.
Awesome skiing, Miss Whitney. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
You can see on the comments there, someone's commented, yes, Manon, that was so awesome. And talking about her for being skier of the day, that was a really, really good performance from her there. That is a big, big score to follow up on.
Has that earned this trophy for skier of the day? What do you reckon?
I don't know. Again, there's a lot more skiing to go today. We're coming in with the men now, but that is a really, 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 really tough challenge to go and know that you pretty much have to get all the way down 39. I know that she hasn't run too many 39s this year, I don't think. So, yeah, big score. That's really impressive skiing from the both of them. I mean, Whitney going out there putting up a big score.
All right, and whilst we get ready for the men, let's have a look at some of the defeated quarterfinalists to determine the places from 5th down all the way down to 8th. So,
I can tell you if you like.
Okay, so what do you say? Elizabeth Montauban with 2 at 10.75.
Yeah. So I think Elizabeth was
5th.
Yeah.
Was 5th, and then we've got a tie with 1.5 at 10.75 between Vanessa Veek and Karen Truelove.
Yep, and I believe because Vanessa came in with a higher seed. Oh, here's Nate coming in with a 35. I know he's been liking this 35 start. He said the last time he went out at 32 was about 2 months ago. So he's really, really ripping up this 35. He's liking the little extra energy it gives him by the time he gets to his 41. And yeah, textbook start there from Nate. Really nice pass.
All right, then. Fantastic effort there from Nate Smith. There are a number 1 seed all the way through this competition. He's up against Will Asher. And Will Asher defeated Thomas de Gasperi with a score of 1 buoy at 10.25 meters against Thomas's half a buoy. So there's certainly a lot to play for here. And now it's a 35 off start. What changes?
To be honest, it's just a little bit more intense. I know a lot of skiers sometimes actually don't mind the difference. I personally almost prefer it. I don't choose to do it because it's a little bit more stressful, but you get straight into the skiing. You have 35 as a pretty easy warm-up pass, then 38, you can't make mistakes, but you can still feel things out. But I mean, for these guys, they've sure won a lot of tournaments, and I imagine a lot of them have been going out at 35, so they've done it as many times as you could count. And yeah, they're going to be feeling good. They're dialed in. Their setups are all dialed in here, so this is going to be another exciting head-to-head.
And so is the second semi-final bracket as well, because that feature Brian Detrick versus Freddie Winter. So we look forward to seeing that Titanic battle play out. But here comes Will Asher on his opening pass. This is going to be 35 off the standard 75-foot line.
Here comes Will, and here comes the torrential rain again. Well, torrential's maybe a little harsh, but Will's going to be used to this. As a kid growing up in England, he got the goggles out a lot, I'm sure. So beautiful start, really looking dialed in there. And yeah, this rain is starting to come down hard again, just like the start of I think Whitney and Manon. So let's hope it calms down by the time they get down to their 39s.
Yeah, I used to remember the days where I skied over at Hazelwood Ski World as well, with the likes of the late great Maurice Hazelwood over there, and he would actually encourage skiers to go out there and ski in the rain and the sleet and the rough water and everything. Built character and just made us tougher.
A good old British character building.
Yes.
But no, I'm sure no one's going to be liking the rain. No one enjoys skiing in this rain, but they're both prepared skiers. They both know how to deal with it. You just got to squint a little bit and hope that something doesn't hit you directly in the eye. But nice first pass, ignoring the rain, and those birds flying around. Someone needs to get a good picture of that.
What it does? It gets rid of the swallows, doesn't it?
It doesn't look like it does.
There are a few less of them, put it that way.
Yeah, they're still flying around. But yeah, I mean, people, it's just a shock when you first see them. You don't expect it. But people are going to know exactly what's there now. And if you notice, Willie's choosing a slightly different option of sitting on the back of the boat. A lot of them are thinking that the water's a little bit warmer than the air, so they're staying in. I personally chose the same approach as Will. Just kept me a little bit warmer. I felt like the water was kind of pushing the cold in. I mean, here's Nate coming on 38. It's really starting to rain now, so let's see how he puts it out of his mind. Little bubble there at 3. Very unlike Nate to see a little bit of a bite there on 135, but just through the pass. That's absolutely no stress. He knows how to deal with that, and yeah, he just makes it look boring, which is good in water skiing. So looking at this replay here, you'll see his ski just gets a little bit caught up at 1, but he can deal with that. I think he overcompensated a little bit at 3, but ripping 2 like nothing had happened. Heard Nick Adams speaking about skiers having the shortest memory in the world, and I think that is the perfect description. Squinting through that rain, but looking good, looking effortless, and staying really nice and up course.
All right, then, some great skiing there in the rain, and and Nate Smith, no stranger to skiing in these kind of conditions up in Indiana. He's been known to do some winter training up there as well. So skiing through the snow and the sleet and the rain and the God knows what else.
Yeah, it's one thing tricking in the ice, but slaloming in the ice is pretty hardcore. It's not easy at all. He's posted some videos of him in the past running 41 in a dry suit while he's had to break the ice, which is some seriously impressive skiing. And probably one of the things that shaped the slalom he is today. I mean, a lot of the best slalomers out there have done their fair share of winter training, unless they're from California. But let's see how Willie does. He's done his fair share of winter training. See those swallows flying around, coming into 1. Gets a lovely 1, really nice start. Hooking up at 2, the classic Willie Asher 2-4. Nice 3. Coming in. A little bit of a bite there at 5, but feeling it out, seeing how hard he can push it for his 39. And again, a lovely, easy, boring pass there for 38. Really nice. Good stuff.
No worries there for Will Asher. No worries for Will. Has gone through 38 off 11.25 meters and doesn't look too perturbed out there with the rain and the not so much in the way of wind.
The rain's starting to mess with the screen. Someone's saying they're 60 miles south of Hilltop and they've got cloudy blue skies. So can you blow some our way, please? But yeah, it's starting to rain, starting to die off a little bit. But that rain on Will's 38 there was pretty strong. That's going to be getting in your eyes and it's going to be very annoying. So let's hope that it calms off. Got a big pass coming here for 39. No one, I believe, has missed it yet today. So let's see if we can keep that streak going.
And someone's trying to do the Mexican wave along the shoreline here. They'll be better off actually bringing that tent over here to try and cover us up a little bit if that's not entirely too much to ask of. Here we go. This is Nate Smith. Good extension on buoy number 1. This is 10.75 meters.
What a hookup out of 2. This is exactly what he's going to want for his start. Big 4, but he's strong enough to hold it. Yeah. Textbook 39 for Nate. Every single one that he's ran this week has looked exactly the same. And that was just an easy pass.
Yep, too easy, I would say. And good strike there through the entrance gates and exceptional turns and exceptional acceleration from one side of the course to the other. That is Nate Smith, the current world record holder.
Yep, and he's showing us all why he has that record. And yeah, out there looking early, looking easy. He just does such a good job of getting into that stacked position there and really accelerating through the back of the boat.
And was the world record holder and a former world champion, extending back to 2013 and 2015. Kind of expected a little bit to run deep into 41 every single time he goes out, but you kind of get the impression a little bit that he's kind of lost his confidence a little bit with 41 off. He's had opportunities to run deep into that pass and actually get through it, and coming up short with like scores of 4, 4.5, that kind of thing. Kind of wonder about that a little bit.
Yeah, he's probably the only person that you would say is losing his confidence by getting 4.5 and 4 at 41 off. But yeah, I mean, he's had a little bit of, I think you could call it a dry streak on 41. I don't think he's run it a few weekends in a row now. But it is not an easy pass. It takes full commitment, it takes full effort, and he hasn't had to run it yet. So we'll see. Hopefully we can put some pressure on here. Willie coming through on his 39. Classic gait. A little bit of spray everywhere, but that's what he does best. Nice 1. A little bit of movement, but that's normal. Big 2. Keeping him really up on the pass.
Almost falling in on 3. And that one too, he just has that uncanny knack of a controlled fall, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think that was a little too uncontrolled for his liking, I imagine, but he's going to be feeling things out. Will is possibly one of the best in the world at really knowing exactly where the pressure is on his feet. He's going to be pushing that ski to feel where he needs to stand, where he's going to be optimal, so that when he gets to 41, he knows exactly what he needs to do. But I'm sure he's going to be thinking a little bit at the end what he needs to do there. His 1 was okay, but his 3 and his 5 were a little bit shaky. But he's through at the end. That's all you need. 6 and 6. So I'm sure he won't be thinking too hard.
And I tell you what, I mean, when it comes to slalom skiing, though, it comes down to how much training you do and how much of that training you feed into your instinct and to run these kind of things. Because the amount of speed that you bring into these turns and the amount of speed you get behind the boat, it almost seems to me that if you think, then it's already too late.
Yeah, well, here's Nate coming in. Let's see how much thinking he does here. Nice speed on the gate. There's swallows flying around him. Good one. He's going to be happy with that. Let's see. Oh, that's a shaky hook up at 2. Is he going to make it on 3? Just squeaks it. That'll be a full 3. He is not going to be that happy with that. Let's see what Will can do and see if he can follow up. But yeah, Nate taking a little bit of a dry spell on his 41 here. I mean, that looked like a good one. Ski got a little stuck behind him, but just got stuck out of that too. It's something that you don't see that often out of Nate. He normally almost safety checks too and gets away with it all the time, but just got a major pause there, all that loose line, and just squeaks it outside of 3. That's not something you see that often from Nate. He's showing a little bit of a chink in his armor, and I mean, he's left the door. It's not a very big gap. There's never a big gap on 41, but yeah, let's see if Willie what he can do here. But yeah, Nate's going to be a little bit annoyed with that, I'm sure.
I'm sure he is. He's at dockside right now, and we'll see what happens here with Will. That it provides a little bit of an opening there for him, but he's got to be fully committed from the start here.
He's going to be on it. Yeah, he's got to be on it. I mean, I sit with people watching webcasts, and I know a little bit more than I used to now, and everyone goes, 3, 4, that's easy, but it's not an easy task to get as far down the pass. But let's see what Willie can do. He's an experienced guy, so let's see how far he can get down it. Gets a nice gate pull out. Let's see how this gate goes. Gate and 1. Come on, Will.
All right. Oh, and goes down round buoy number 1, gets half a buoy, and is exhibiting the same kind of reactions as Thomas de Gasperi exhibited in the round in which he got beaten by Will. And just wondering what the heck just happened here.
Yeah, I thought he was good. I thought he had the movement. His ski was really ripping around, but just ripped around a little bit too much. Just popped through the finish.
All right.
He's going to be annoyed at that. But
let's check in with Wade on the dockside. I'm guessing you have Nate Smith.
Hey, so have Nate Smith who just moved into our final. So a little bit of rain out there. Maybe not as much as earlier, but it still was bugging you a bit, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of passes Will and I were kind of joking about. It feels like pins and needles in the eyes. It's kind of hard to see. And my 38, I about went in at 3-ball, actually. I just never saw it. So, I'm happy to move forwards. I really didn't think that was going to be enough. But one more round.
We'll see him up in the men's final soon. Back to you guys.
All right, so we've filled the one spot in the finals right now. That will go to Nate Smith, but who will take the second one? We wonder.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit awkward down there because there was quite a big gap in between the runoffs between obviously the 8 down to 4, but that gap's getting small. It's going to be hard to stay warm down there for Nate and whoever makes it in this next battle. There's a lovely little fire going on down there. Freddie Krueger's been relegated down to firekeeper and glove warmer, which I thought was quite funny. But yeah, it's not easy to stay warm. Whether they decide to stay in their suit or not, obviously, you get one pair of shorts wet. You only bring so many pairs of shorts, so it's an over. I never realised how much of an effect it has on these kind of head-to-heads, the weather and the cold and getting prepared. But Freddie's coming in. Hopefully, he's nice and warmed up, ready for the chilly water of Seattle. But let's see what he can do. Coming in on 35 off here, 12 meters. He's been looking good. His last set looked so much better than his first 2 preliminary rounds. So let's see if he can keep that momentum going.
And let's not forget, he recently recovered from a shoulder injury, which took him out of the contention for the San Gervasio Pro-Am Slalom event not too long ago in the first weekend in July. So he's rehabbing from that still. And he took a bit of a hit yesterday that might have unsettled him shoulder-wise. And we're looking at the instant replay there of Freddie Winter looking in very, very good shape. The opening pass is going to be 35 off naturally. At this stage in the game, 32 off, not an option for our skiers to come in on. And as we look at the tail end of 35 off and get ready for 38, let's check in with Wade. Wade, who do you have?
As you can see the bucket on the dock here, it's so cold. It has stopped raining, but it's 55 degrees. Brian Detrick's got a bucket of semi-warm water just to keep his feet warmer. He's jumping into warm water, but really cold and still air. Back to you guys.
I like the comments. I like reading these. To the person who put 3 at 41 is leaving the door open as a question mark. It's leaving the door of a hell of a lot more open than a 4 or a 5. So, I mean, we all know Will. We've seen him ski plenty of times. We know he can get down to 3, and I know he's going to be a little bit annoyed at that. But yeah, what can you do? Anyway, so this is going to be.
This is Brian Detrick.
Had a brain fart then. So this is Brian Detrick. He obviously beat me in the first round. He skied really, really well. His 39 looked absolutely money from my viewpoint.
All right, so Brian Detrick on the slalom course now, 12 meters opener. So looking at Brian Detrick on that opening run. Oh, have a Neil then. Okay.
That was the start right there. Oh, I can kneel or something. Okay. I'm freezing, so I don't want to stand too long.
All right, then. So as we look at Brian Detrick running through that opening pass, we've got Will Asher in, and he's standing pretty tall. He should be pretty proud of what he's achieved so far in this event. But how was that experience out there for you, or Will?
Honestly, I'd say that was probably the best round I had all weekend. First time I was kind of able to get off the wakes and to the buoy in the position I wanted to be in, more centered on the ski. And my approach there to 41, I'd say, is by far the best of any gate I had all weekend. And then I was kind of having to push my feet all weekend, and I changed something up, moved the bindings back a little bit, and it came through, and I just wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
But, I was super happy. Yeah, super happy with how that went. Just, he puts out a 3, I got to get to 4. So
that's what it looked like. That was a really good start. And then the fin blew, but...
I'm going to go get warm. I'm freezing my cherries off.
All right, then. We certainly don't blame you for taking a quick exit from this commentary point as we look at Freddie Winter right here.
Yeah, Freddie making easy work of that 38. And I know Will's going to be a little bit annoyed at that, but like I say, he's getting that ski dialed in, he's getting the settings going, and he's going to be ready going to be ready to attack that California Pro-Am next weekend. But Freddie, let's see at this 38 coming in, really nice start. It looks like he's really started to get the feeling for this water. It's going to be a hell of a lot colder than coming from the boarding school where he skis and works. So really starting to get the feel for it. A little bit of spray in his face there out of 3, but all in his stride.
All right, then. Looking at Freddie Winter there on the tail end of that run, that was a 38 off. And no, hard to imagine that that these passes that he's seen at 38 off, he makes them look as easy as 32 or 35. And a lot of that is just like pure, flat-out practice and training and just honing your technique and just having the patience, really, to allow that ski to come round and finish off the turn on its own without trying to feel compelled to rush things.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing for me. It took me a long time to figure out that move, and it's something that I'm still working on personally. Really trying to whip those feet round and be patient. But here's Brian coming on 38. It's going to be his 4th set of the weekend. This is going to be a lot colder than California for him, but looking really, really strong out there. Running a nice 38 so far. No safety checks in sight, which is what we like to see. Committing to that pass fully, and yeah, that was an easy pass for Brian. He's going to be warming up to this weather, and yeah, that was a textbook 38. He's going to be happy with that, I'm sure.
And of course, Brian Detrick coming into this into the semi-final, meaning that he's guaranteed a top 4 finish, but he'd definitely want to be in the top 2 if he can possibly manage it. And in order to do that, he's got to dispose of Freddie Winter in this second semi-final round. And I notice a little bit with Brian Detrick, he holds his handle up a little bit higher than most skiers. I don't know if he gains any more advantage by doing that, but he seems to make that work for him. It is an extremely effective slalom skier out there.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, to me, I never really noticed that his handle does come a touch higher than maybe some of the others, but it starts a little bit higher. It never comes up once he's released. But yeah, it works for him. He's a deceptively tall guy. I never thought he was that tall until you meet him. He's like, whoa. I think he must be around kind of 6'2", 6'3". So if you can keep that handle a touch higher, it can help your reach and it can help your balance. If that's where he feels it's the most balanced, that's where it's going to be. So here's Freddie coming in on 39. Another tall guy. A little slow off 1, but good start. Hooking up out of 2. Really, really nice there. Big turn at 3.
Oh, nice. Oh, getting in a little bit deep off number 4. But I tell you what, safety checks 5 and gets round buoy number 6 at 10.75.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a messy there. From the angle we were looking at, I couldn't quite see that 3. It looked like he came out of it well, but looked late and inside in 4. That's not where he wanted to be on that 39. I'm sure he wanted to stay composed and calm, but he needed to pull out the big turn, and I think he did.
Absolutely, and a little deep there off number 2, and there was that number 3 that you mentioned, getting in a little bit there, and even had a little bit of an inside shoulder charge on number 4.
Yeah, that was some old school skiing, dropping the shoulder in. And yeah, Freddie's not quite looking like himself out there in this tournament. I know he's been battling with that big shoulder injury, but yeah, that was a big 4, and he's not going to want that. He's gonna want him to run in that 39 smooth and easy to give him some confidence if he makes it for that next round. But he's through it, 6 and 6. Put on the pressure to Brian. It's not an easy pass, this 39, so let's see how he does.
All right, you are with Freddie Winter, but now here's his opponent coming in on the same line length for 10.75 meters. He's been running this consistently from round to round.
Very fast on the gate. Let's see how he manages with that. Had a little bit of loose line, but he's going to have forgotten that by now. Oh, a little bit loose out of 3.
But he's used to running these passes, being a little bit down course, and another skier that's into 41 off. Look at that.
That is, I think, every single 39 and 38 of the day ran, so that was some impressive stuff. It's the first time I've seen Brian, I think, in a long time from the boat, and yeah, he does run a little bit more down course than you'd expect, but again, he's a very tall guy, so he can maybe use that height to his advantage to really stretch for what maybe some wouldn't be able to reach to, but yeah, a little bit of a bobble there out of 2, but kept it calm. Ran a little down course out of 3, but smooth turn. And yeah, that's looking confident. That's nice.
Yes, a good-looking run there. A little bit flat-footed off number 4, but still able to achieve maximum angle and strike into buoy number 6.
And yeah, that's all you need. That's all you need out of a 39 is a 6, boys, and he's going to forget that pass and hopefully get down this 41.
Yes, and if you feel like Brian Detrick is your favorite skier of the day, go vote at woodskibroadcasting.com. Go to the play button at the top and then enter for the vote for skier of the day. Vote for skier of the day at woodskibroadcasting.com. All right, then.
This is a big pass coming in here for Freddie. He's going to need to get down it to put some pressure on it. Let's see how he does. Oh, a little bit of a bobble out of 1. Oh, is he going to get it out to 3? Just squeaks outside it and makes it back for those boys.
Yes.
He's pretty happy with that. He's been really consistent. He's been a little bit stuck at that 3, but that was not a good 2. I'm impressed he made it to that 3 there.
Okay, he believes he's done enough to advance, but the person that could potentially deny him is about to come back into the course at 41 off, and I tell you what, if there is someone who could potentially come out from out of the shadows and come in with a performance that could go into the finals, it's Brian Detrick.
Brian has done this before. I remember, I think it was California, can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but I remember he was against Will, and Will put in a 3 and was chuffed, and it kind of, I think, thought he'd clinched it, and Brian came kind of out of nowhere and ran a 4 and absolutely, was made up with it. So Brian can do it. He can upset the great skier that Freddie is, so let's see if he can do it.
And actually, Will mentioned something like that yesterday, that he was rather glad that he didn't have to meet up with Brian Detrick in the quarterfinal, and Will kind of... Brian Detrick's kind of skied himself out of that pairing, or whether it was Will anyway. But yeah, Brian Detrick is certainly a skier to be feared among the pro competitors that are out there for this competition.
He's really started to show what he's worth, and let's see if he can do that now. So he's going to have to get a piece of 4, as he is the second skier. Good gate, much better with his speed on that one. Good 1. Let's see if he can get a good hook up out of 2. Didn't get it. He's gonna be
not annoyed.
Yeah, I don't know. He's gonna be happy as a start, because that was the one. That was such a good start. Really ripped that ski around. Maybe his shoulders got a little bit of a head, and he lost his hips a little bit at the finish. You'll see those hips just got a little bit left behind there. So he had to pull a touch long, but needed that tail to slide around, and it just did not. You could see him as soon as he hooked up, he knew exactly what had happened. If you're going to get a piece of 4, your 2 needs to be near
impeccable.
Perfect.
Yeah,
and he just did not get that. So, but again, good skiing from Brian. I don't think he's done a ton of pro tournaments kind of for his age, so these kind of things are going to be building up his confidence. And
all right, and whilst we ponder that, let's go over to the dock and see Wade and Freddie.
Hey guys, here with our finalist. How was it out there?
I mean, same as I keep saying, ugly. I mean, I'm not getting through it because I'm skiing good. I'm getting through it because, I don't know, I'm trying to be a warrior, I guess. It's funny. I mean, I said to the driver, like, I didn't ski for a lot of time, and since then I've skied, like, because of injury, and I've skied a lot since, and trying to get my fitness back in the gym and stuff. So I came into this tournament exhausted, but I'm trying to build my fitness back up so I can get to a good level, in the next few weeks. But so it's not good, but I'm happy to be in the final, super happy, like second last week and at least second today. So it's funny, we're all doing the exact same thing. We're all coming in, like all the righties, solid 1s, terrible 2s. Me, Nate, Brian, all the same. It's funny, it's something we're doing something a bit weird, but I'm happy doing the final.
All right, we'll let him get and have a word with his girl, Manon, who's in the ladies' final, and we'll see him in about 10 minutes in the men's final. Back to you guys.
All right, then, the makings of an instant classic there. Nate versus Freddie and Jamie versus Manon.
And just a little temperature update for the people who aren't on site. The lake is now steaming. That is not a good sign. That means that the lake is getting colder. So yeah, that's going to be be getting colder and colder.
Or maybe the outside temperature is getting colder, and the ambient reaction with the high temperature of the water is causing that little frosting.
Either way, I know steam means cold, whether it's in or out the water.
All right, let's hope it maintains a little bit more of its temperature for just a while longer as we get ready for our head-to-head final. There are our brackets all the way through to the final. Nate Smith versus Freddie Winter. Freddie Winter defeating Brian Detrick 3 buoys to 2 on 10.25 meters. And Nate Smith defeating Will Asher with 3 against 1.5, also on 10.25 meters. Wow. Now we come down to our final 2 pairings. The women's final, men's final. And you see Jamie Bull versus Manon Costard, and it looks like, Jamie Bull obviously has the choice because she's number 1 seed all the way throughout. So looks like she is wanting to go out second and forcing Manon Costard to take to the water first.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know that the rules now have changed slightly, I believe, in that actually in the finals there is no first skier gets the advantage. So in the finals, it's straight out. If the skiers tie, then it is a runoff. So that is why in the final, I believe that Jamie gets the choice of the boat and whether to go first or second. And she obviously chose her preferred boat. I would imagine just the boats feel slightly different, and every little thing. I don't think she minds whether she goes first or second. She's one confident skier, so she's going to want to go out there and win no matter what. And interestingly, you can see on the camera down at the dock, we're not getting any rain up here, but down on the dock, the rain is starting to get a little bit heavier, so I imagine that's going to be making its way down the lake pretty soon. The lake is super still. Other than this rain, the conditions are absolutely perfect, so no real excuses for the girls as long as this rain stays off, and we're going to see Manon there coming out the water ready. I believe she'll be coming in at 32 off, and let's see how she deals.
And I tell you what, they certainly know about doing a head-to-head competitions here. The pairings seem to occur very, very quickly indeed. Once one, the pairing's gone. Less than 3 minutes later, they're on to the next pairing. They certainly know how to execute this format.
Yeah, and that's actually something that I don't know whether a lot of people realise is actually the fatigue will really start setting in. This is a lot of passes in one day with very, very little rest. So. Yeah, it's really not easy. By the time you get into that third set, it's the third 32, and you've got a lot of skiing after that. The chill is going to be taking away a lot of energy out of the skiers. And yeah, it's really not easy. It's something that I didn't quite realise until I kind of turned up to my first pro event. You do a lot of skiing. You do a lot of skiing. There's a lot of passes. It's a lot of stress. It's a lot of kind of deciding. Obviously, we haven't had the same win decision here, whether you opt up. But it's tough. It's tough mentally. It's tough physically. So they're going to be feeling it right about now, and let's see how their technique holds up under quite a bit of fatigue.
You're absolutely right there. That is Manon Costard with the opening pass of 32 off, which gives the skiers 43 feet to get round all 6 buoys on the slalom course, and there with the yellow bib signifying that she is the defending champion from last season. It is Jamie Bull riding on that HO Syndicate to slalom ski. Anything you want to tell us about that ski?
She loves that ski. That's all I can say about that ski. She absolutely loves it. She has so much confidence in that ski, and you can see when she skis, she's so strong. She has a little bit of a distinctive style that's a little bit different to all the other girls. She really kind of uses that handle through the second wake. You'll see her really using it to pull up on the front of the ski, and look. Ripping 1-2 there, staying nice and tight on the boys, making it look early, making it look easy. And I mean, this is textbook Jamie Bull, 32. It's a super easy pass for her.
All right then. So we've got Jamie Bull, who's gotten through every single attempt, almost every single attempt at a 38 off that we've seen so far. Has even had a crack at 41 off in one of our previous rounds. So she's been skiing she's been on a tear out there on the water, and looking to do the same thing here in the finals and trying to come through and take the title. Certainly last season her competition wasn't nearly as fierce that time compared to this season, but she's about a few passes away from replicating that same result.
Yeah, to be honest, she's really kind of grown year on year. I think her first kind of major, she leapt out on the scene in Paris Worlds. I think it was 2017. She leapt out, and I think she made a third at the Worlds there in some real challenging conditions. And very challenging conditions. And every year she's just come on after that. She's really started to get confident on those 38s lately. And let's see how she does today. But yeah, she's looking like she always does, nice and strong, nice and stable. And let's see if Manon can replicate that and get a nice 35 under her belt. Hopefully another warm-up pass for her. She comes in on a gate. Nice hook up at 1. Looking much calmer this set. Really starting to get a feel for the water. And so much more still on top of the ski. Making sure every single movement is meaningful. And every single meaningful movement is doing the perfect thing. That's really nice skiing.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more there, Robert, with that particular run at 35 off. Both skiers starting at 32. And just hooks up and then just goes very, very patient at the end of the turn, no matter what. A lefty, which means that she has the advantage of having a better 135 on the right-hand side of the course. Obviously at the expense of having to ski a neutral gate in 2-4. But very, very even-sided, I would say, taking all of that into account, Rob.
Yeah, she's just a very good skier. Both sides are really, really strong, and that's the biggest thing, I think. As we see people starting to get a lot, the women getting a lot more consistently down 38 and into 39, and even making it through. The biggest thing is that consistency. They're all learning to trust that offside turn and really use that onside turn to their advantage. And yeah, Manon, yes, her onside turn is very, very good, but her offside turn is just ripping, especially on her early passes. She really gets that ski moving. So Jamie, she's pulling out the glasses.
Oh, there you go.
She's going for the look. We like it. Confident stuff. So a nice one there. The glasses obviously aren't hindering her too much. A little bit of a bobble at 2. Just getting used to the new look.
Very nicely done there, and working with the glasses.
Yeah, that's a slightly odd choice. I thought the rain, obviously, she's feeling like it's getting in her eyes. And it's one of those things, some people like the glasses, some people don't. I personally...
Rain-X on them?
Yeah, I imagine she's got Rain-X on those glasses. It's a personal choice. I prefer to just squint a little bit, and I find the glasses actually a little bit off-putting, how the rain's kind of looks like it's hitting you in the eyes, but it's actually not. And they're the little things that can make it feel good or make it feel bad, but just getting used to that slightly different view with the glasses, it can just distort things a little bit. But an easy 35 there for Jamie. As I say, it's her third set of the day. She's done a lot of skiing. But she trains hard. She trains with the flow point method just for days like this. When you need to do 3 sets in about 3 hours, you got to be ready for it.
Wasn't it someone who said or sang, Mama said there'll be days like this?
I have no idea, but it's a very good quote. Days like this is when it's needed.
Absolutely. All right, then. We got to Manon Costar. Now it's going to be 11.25 meters, or 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people see Manon winning this 5 sets this weekend. But again, not an easy pass, one mistake, and it can really kind of catch up with you quick. So let's see how the start goes. Nice one. That's a good start. She's going to want that to calm her down.
Handle up high. Now she's going to really have to battle this one out and come through.
Oh!
Whoa! And comes away. Wow, that is 4. And dare we say that that's opened the door?
I think the YouTube commenters will allow me to say that is the door slightly open there for Jamie. But yeah, Manon looked like she got a good one, but just did not trust that ski on 2. And got a little bit complacent there. Like I say, it's easy to forget how hard this pass is. Not that many females have ran this pass. It is really not easy, so just getting a little bit complacent there. Rocking out of the back at 2 and doing the exact same thing out of 4. And just could not hold it. Didn't get outside of 5, so that'll be 4 boys from Manon. So Jamie is going to just need to get a piece of 5 to take the win.
And just knocking herself on the head there, and as much to say that is all on me. Nothing, no one to blame.
Oh God, no! It's sad to see when when she's done some great skiing all weekend and she just kind of falters at the last minute. But hopefully she can pick herself up and get back for California. But we're not done yet. Here's Jamie coming in on 38 off. She's shaking off the nerves and getting ready to go.
And actually, trust one of our commenters to attribute that song to Van Morrison. Mama said there'll be days like this, and let's see.
Come on, Jamie. Let's see what she can do here. Getting a good gate. She's going to have to stay calm. Nice one. See if she can get a good 2. Good hook up out of 2. Good 3. She just needs a nice smooth 4. I mean, that was skied just like
outside of number 5. She takes the win, and there you go. Number 1, Supremo, the winner. There you go. Is that going to be enough? Is she going to ski in from there, or will she have a crack at 39?
Knowing Jamie, I'm pretty sure she's going to take a crack at that 39. She really wants to run that again this weekend. But that just shows the competitor that Jamie is. Yeah, she can get 5 at 38 all day, every day, with her eyes shut. But to do it when there's money on the line and there's a lot of nerves there, it almost makes it worse when the score's low because it's so expected of you. But she just skied that like a true pro. And lovely 4, even though that was all she needed to do. Really nice skiing. And let's hope she comes in on this 39 and see if she can get through it.
Well, I think she'll keep the bib.
I'm pretty sure she'll keep that bib, yeah. Keep it in a closet and keep it ready for next year. But throwing the fist there. Her fist throws can be a little bit weak on some days, so it's good to see her showing some emotion and really throwing that iron fist. That's good stuff.
Well, very good. Now we've crowned a winner, but let's see how far she can get down on 39.5 or 10.75 meters. Has Jamie Bull won your vote for skier of the day? If so, go to waterskibroadcasting.com, vote for your skier of the day, and if your vote carries the most, if your skier carries the most fun, then they would win this Toyu Healthy Snacks Skier of the Day.
There's Manon skiing down. It'll be interesting to see. I believe it looks like Jamie is taking that 39 still, but Manon's just getting the boat out of the way. I don't know about you, but I want to see if she can take down 39 and see what she can get on that 41. We have radio silence, but let's see what she does. Let's see if she decides to take it. She is a very competitive woman, so I know that she's going to want to kind of show people what she can do, and kind of and show how it looks on the day. But
yeah. Okay, so Manon Costard has been transported back to the dock. We'll probably get a word or two from her in just a short while, but. We're now looking at Jamie Bull to come back from the same direction and attempt 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters.
Yeah, it looks like she's coming in, getting ready. Yep, she's pulling out. Here's Jamie coming in. Let's see how she goes. She's got no pressure, so she can just have some fun. Good one. That's the start she needs. Let's see if she can hook up out of 2.
Oh, look at this.
Come on, let's...
Oh, look at this.
There we go.
Does she get this run to go? Look at that. Round...
just up to the
one
last
is just
minute.
so close.
Let's see the fist throw. Again, she really needs to work on those fist throws, but that's great stuff from the winner there, Jamie Bull. She is going to be so chuffed. Really good skiing. And she really showed that she's a dominant force to be reckoned with. Really good stuff out there.
No final word being said there, but there you go. That was the run there for Jamie Bull that ends up being the top scorer. And as we look at this instant replay and see the full extent of Jamie Bull's performance, we're going to catch up with Wade Cox in just a moment. Just look at that turn off number 3, a good-looking number 4, and tried to play catch-up a little bit on number 5. And as she swims into the boat, let's catch up with the dock and catch up with Wade and Manon.
We've got our third place finisher in the men's event with us, Brian Detrick. So, solid weekend for you, huh?
Yeah, it was a great weekend. You know, obviously we were battling the weather a bit today, but yeah, it was a great weekend and definitely pleased with it.
So what else do you have for the fall?
Well, we go California Pro-Am at my home site next weekend, and then probably Malibu Open into Worlds, and then, a handful of events after that.
Good for you, man, and good weekend. Well done and safe travels, huh? Back to you guys.
All right. Obviously, that was Brian Detrick, our latest comment. Why don't you read that out?
Yeah, so we have one of possibly the most asked questions. What is Rob's relationship to Mike Hazelwood? He is my uncle, so he's my dad's brother, obviously. And yeah, it's pretty inspiring to have a family member that's done such great things and that's so well known. So yeah, he's my uncle, and yeah, he's back skiing if that helps. He's just came second at nationals. His brother beat him, Tim. But there's some healthy competition going on there, so keep an eye out on that. It's good stuff.
All right, then. Let's go back to Wade. And, Wade, who do you have?
Hey, guys. Here we're having a chat. Past champion, Deluxe here. 2 in a row now. Right? Feels good, huh?
Yeah, it feels super good. Yeah.
So, and you, had it going at 39. Your skiing just seemed to kept getting better every round. Am I right there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I had a bit of an interesting start this morning, and then second round was a little better, and I felt pretty solid. Kind of made more of a strategic move maybe in the second round. That round I kind of knew I needed to leave it all out on the water. So good 38, 39 start was really good. I was good out of 4 and kind of just lost focus into 5, to be honest, which is frustrating, but I'm happy.
Well, so because we have you and you have the floor, who do you want to say thank you to or hi to?
Well, first off, I want to say thanks to Gordon for putting on this event again and really building it up, and all the sponsors who have kind of helped grow this event. I always love coming out here, so it's a fun one. And then HO and a bunch of all these guys here for kind of helping me out and keeping me on the water, and then coaches and parents and family and everyone. So
yeah, it's got to feel good being a Syndicate skier, wearing the Syndicate, and being able to win, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like our team tournament a little bit, and then it's morphed into a pro event. So it's definitely special to take a win kind of at the HO place. So I'm stoked.
Awesome, and I'm probably going to get to have dinner with the champion tonight. Yay! Okay, back to you guys.
Jamie there, flying the flag for Team Syndicate, doing what we all wish we could do. Winning at the Syndicate Pro, but that was some awesome skiing there. And we have a question. Why do they call Rob handsome? First of all, I mean, taking a little bit of offence there, is it not obvious? But apparently, apparently something to do with Jason Statham. Which
Yes, it is.
Isn't that bad? I mean,
Well,
he's pretty ripped at 60, so.
Yeah, he used to be an Olympic level diver for Team GB.
I'm not very good at diving.
Yes, but obviously, obvious reference made to Jason Statham in his role in the latest incarnation of the Italian Job, which starred Jason Statham and Charlize Theron and a whole bunch of others in that one. And yeah,
if it helps, I was a little concerned too until they explained the whole reasoning behind it when Wade was calling me handsome.
Handsome Bob.
Apparently so, but let's not let that catch on too far, hey?
Yeah, we'll get that out. We'll get that out, no worries. Okay, so Nate versus Freddie now in the one final matchup that we have remaining, the men's championship. Nate Smith versus Freddie Winter. Who do you think prevails here?
I mean, who knows? They're both some fantastic skiers, and both of them have actually been looking, well, I say shaky, but that's getting a little bit picky. It's quite easy to get confident while you sat in the commentator's chair. They both had 3 at 41, 2 rounds in a row, which is some pretty great skiing. But we all know that both of them are better than that. They can get down it. They have got down it many times. So I have no idea. It depends on who's feeling a little bit better on the day. They've both been struggling on their 2.4s, so I'm sure they'll be both through 39. But again, not an easy pass. So hopefully it gets down to 41. We'll see who goes out there first and see whether, obviously, Nate is the top seed, so he will get to pick whether he goes out first or he gets to pick the driver. You can't pick both. And obviously the second seed then picks, so Freddie picks whichever one Freddie hasn't picked, whether he'll be out there first or picking the driver. Looks like they may be putting a little bit of gas in the boat, so there might be a minute break. But the conditions now are absolutely perfect. There is no ripple on the water. The only thing is the steam.
And while we're waiting for them to dump some gas in the boat, why not take a break, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself your favourite chair once again, and then we'll return in about a minute or so. This is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we'll be back right after this.
I'm personally having I think I'm on.
All right, you are on.
A great time looking at the comments. The comment section on the YouTube is where it's at, apart from a few harsh people.
Apparently, I'm Handsome Tony now. Never been called that before.
I don't know if that one's going to catch on, to be honest, Tony, but we'll have to see.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Hey, what can you say? I think you're very handsome, Tony. We'll stick with that one.
No, you just keep that comment to yourself. Thank you very much. All right, then. Looks like Freddie's going to take to the water first.
Yeah, so the conditions here are glass. The conditions here are absolutely glass flat now. Again, steam is coming off the water, so hoping people are getting out their wetsuits for the rest of the week. But here's Freddie coming in on, I assume, will be 35 off. We'll see when that graphic comes up. Glass flat water. There best be some good pictures of this pass. Focusing on that gate, eyes are dialed in. Nice one. Hooking up strong out of two, looking really good, making it look easy. That reflection shining strong. And I'm sure a lot of you skiers will know, skiing in glass is actually not the easiest. And then going out at 35, skiing in glass while you're in the final of a head-to-head against Nate Smith is probably even trickier. So that's some good stuff from Freddie. A nice, smooth pass. Again, his early passes are starting to really smooth out. And let's see how he looks as he goes down the line. But showing Nate who's boss, trying to puff out his chest with a nice first pass, and let's see how it goes.
Looks like the sun's trying to creep in through the clouds, you know. Was it that? What was the song? Sunshine After the Rain? I'm guessing someone already has the name and the credit for that song.
When I sit next to you, Tony, my pop culture knowledge feels like it's expanding massively. My pop culture is horrendous, I must say.
Well, it depends upon what era that you're talking about, you know. I mean, if we're talking about
any era, I'm pretty bad at it.
You're pretty bad.
Pretty shocking. Hey, give me some skiing questions, and I can answer them all day long. But
how about fin settings? I mean, what would you do to the tip of your fin if you are experiencing a little bit of drag at the end of the turn?
So one thing I've learned very quickly is you can either take it out or you can put it in. Depends on wherever the hell you are.
Either way until it feels right. Okay.
No one knows. But here's Freddie. I'm sure his fin's going to be dialed in. Here comes Nate.
12-meter start for each of our competitors, as was the case in the round previous to this.
Just notice how he swings up on the boat. He gets up so high on that boat, means that he can just stay so tall on the top of his ski, and that ski just rotates as easy as can be. That was a nice pass. Yeah, making it look easy.
So, yeah, I mean, we had that question skiing in glass conditions. I mean, just seeing your reflection on the water, with the first pass is a little bit disconcerting, isn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, it's like you notice if you ever see divers or high divers, they rough up the water before they go, and obviously they're impacting the water. It's when it's clear, it becomes very clear. It's almost hard to see where the top of the water is, and it just kind of rocks your balance. The buoy looks like it's almost moving, and it sure does feel good when it's going well, and it gets some good pictures, but it can feel a little bit funky.
Yes, that diving reference, I mean, our favourite diver here in Great Britain is a guy named Tom Daly, who just won his first gold medal.
Olympic champion.
Olympic champion, yes, in the 3-meter synchro dive.
Yeah, he's one skilled chap, I must say.
Yes, all right then. So, red versus blue ski. Yeah, that's something to notice between the two models on the brand that they're using right now.
I believe there's a few pounds of difference in between the two of them. But anyway, here comes Freddie on the 38 off, getting a nice skate, looking really composed there. Beautiful one. Really staying nice and calm on the top of that ski and showing us how it's done, really. Really nice 4. That's by far the most composed pass I feel like we've seen from Freddie. He's started to look a little bit movie, a little bit shaky on the top of his ski, and kind of using a bit more strength than he usually does. But that was such a smooth pass, and really, really effortless.
Last chance to vote for skier of the day is now. If you want to vote for skier of the day, do it now. Should you think Freddie is good enough to win that, or Jamie, or maybe Nate, or any of our other skiers, such as Manon Costar, or some of our earlier combatants, maybe Brian Detrick has earned your vote for the dark horse of the day. Who knows? Skier of the Day vote will be concluding very, very soon, so get your vote in now at waterskibroadcasting.com.
Don't forget that cool guy, Rob Hazelwood. He did okay.
He's handsome. I'll
win the handsome award.
All right then. So
also good to see a fellow diabetic on the YouTube comments box. What's up, diabetics?
Oh yes, you wear one of those things, don't you? The little white disc there to measure your blood sugar.
Yep, that's the one. A bottle cap. There's a few things it's been likened to and what people have thought it is. But let's see. Here's Nate coming in on 38, seeing if he can follow Freddie. Good one, looking really composed again. Trying to figure out that 2-4, see if he can get it all balanced up for 41. I mean, did someone short on the rope, or are we watching the same thing? That's a really, really nice pass.
He just has that knack, doesn't he, of just making the turn, just slipping the ski underneath the line and then just going cross-course. So light on the ski.
Yeah. He's a man that a lot of people have tried to emulate, and he just does it so well. He stays so light on the handle and makes it look easy. He's got a very distinctive style. You can see how early he turns his head, how light he keeps himself on that handle, and really just waits for the boat to do all of the work for him. He brings that ski round, gets a ton of angle, and just rips from there. Looking really, really strong out there on the water today. And for a man who didn't practice, it looked like he really doesn't need it. Really nice skiing.
Absolutely. And a skier that both these skiers are well used to skiing in 50-degree water, I would say.
Yeah, I know Freddie did. Obviously, Freddie was, I believe, a SARM specialist all the way through, so he had to. In England, you have to SARM through the winter if you want to be good. Unless I did a lot more tricking in the winter because I was an overall-er, but unless you're going to sit on your hands all winter and wait for it to warm up, which it barely ever does at the best of times, you got to get that SARM ski on and you got to rip. And both Freddie and Nate both know that, and look at them here today in the finals of the Hilltop Pro-Am and really showing where all that work goes. So let's see, here he comes in on 39, looking such an effortless gait. A little bit of a reach at 1 there. He's going to need to pull it out of the bag at 2, gets it. Looking good out of 3.
39.5 off.
In that big 4 again.
Look at him go. Let's give it up for Freddie Winter, 39.5 off in the bag.
That's one of the best 39s I think we've seen. I mean, the first round he took a huge hit. His second round again wasn't too good. But he's going to have a lot of confidence for his 41 there. That's the best skiing we've seen from him this weekend. And just look at that gait. He gets so effortless, but he uses his alignment, he uses his power, and it just makes it look easy. Needed this big 2 here. You can't quite see because the boat's in the way, but a little bit down course. and just ripping it up. Really nice skiing. And
all right.
Regarding the coldest temperature you've skied in, cold. We had to break the ice. That's CJ there. Yeah, the ice was broken.
When Princess was operating back in the day, I used to ski in the winter and ski behind. I think it was a Bosch back in the day, and then had to break off the ice around the lake, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's from England. It never really gets that cold. It just kind of stays a bit miserable. So it's like the lake freezes.
You were begging for the fire at Prince's Club, though.
Yeah, we were begging for it here today. So here's Nate coming in at 39. Get the eyes on the water now. This is going to be. It's the must-run pass. There is no choice but to run this. Again, not an easy pass. One mistake and you're done. Good one coming into 2. Beautiful hookup. Looks like he's figured out that 246. Hooking up out of 3. And again, looks like his first pass. Really, really nice. Whipping that ski around, getting all that angle. And that was, again, a lovely pass from Nate. Not showing any sign of nerves or pressure from Freddie. But this is where the real pressure is. They've both been stuck at 3 at 41 this tournament. Or this head-to-head kind of day. And so let's see if Freddie can break that and get a piece of 4. We all know Nate is very capable of getting very near the end, and if not through it. So Freddie's going to be sat in that water knowing he is going to need the start. He's going to need a strong gate, and he's going to need to get down at 3.
Yeah.
It's going to be.
Yeah, this is where the rubber meets the road, folks, with a 41 off or 10.25 meters. With the line at 41 off, that means you have 34 feet of line to get round a slalom course that's 37.5 feet wide. So you do the math on that one. I mean, that is quite an amount of distance. And when you get 43 off, only a select amount of skiers are even tall enough to even attempt that run.
I was going to say, I can tell you from experience, 41 is very, very, very short. You should do it one day. If you're ever out on the lake, chuck the rope on 41. On a slalom ski and see if you can get out of one. It's a very tough pass, but come on, Freddie, let's see what he can do. Flying the flag for GB here in the final. He's getting a good start at 1. That is the start he needs. Come on, big hook up at 2. Oh, he's going to need to turn 3. Oh, he's not going to be happy with that. That was the start. He had such a good one, by far the best one he's had all weekend, and just put it to waste there at 2. Like he said with the interview with Wade, he's been struggling on that 2 at 41. He just hasn't quite figured it out.
Maybe that's the remnants of the shoulder injury that he had a little bit earlier on the season, although he has shown no signs of it this time.
That one, his shoulder was plenty strong enough there. Really nice, so wide. But it's just, the ski is just not moving through that 2-4. It keeps doing that same thing, stopping and knocking him up. Let's see. I mean, Nate's been stuck at 3 again today. There is no guarantee of getting past 3. So.
And don't forget, in this final round, if you tie, then it goes to a runoff.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm down for Nate to get 3, and let's let's see it again. But yeah, again, the door, as we said, the door is a little bit open. We all know Nate. We know he can get down this pass, and he has done it probably more than anyone else in the world. But again, doing it on the day in the final, a lot of pressure on. Let's see if that was enough.
All right, we see Manon on the starting dock. We see Freddie Winter in the water.
And here's Nate coming in, getting himself all amped up. You can see him tugging on that handle. Let's see if he can get the start that he needs to get out of 3. He's been getting good ones.
Eyes on the course now.
Nice speed on the gate. Gets a good one. That is the start. What's he going to do at 2? Oh,
yes, he's got
this.
this.
To turn this 3.
He's got this. He's got the win here. He gets round buoy number 4. And I tell you what, for the first time in as many attempts, he gets round 6 and he gets 41 off. I tell you.
That was some impressive skiing. Again, looked like someone didn't shorten the rope. Coming into 2 then, he had so much space. Not a beat of slack rope there. The ski whipping around. That is a textbook style. If anyone's on the webcast, screen record that and watch it and and watch it again and again. That was such a fantastic pass. And I mean,
I'm not too sure, but is that the first time he's run that this season?
No, I'm pretty sure he ran it at Swiss. I think it's the first time. He missed it at US Open, which to Nate is a dry spell, to be honest. But you're looking good. I mean, look at that movement into 2. Figures out that 2-4. There was no remnants of any struggle 2s, and just rips it up.
All right, then let's check in with Wade on the starting dock. Right after the instant replay, as we see
I mean, that
Nate Smith get through this particular run. Now that we've seen his instant replay, let's go over to the dock and check in with Wade. Wade, who do you have?
Past champion who wanted to be the champ again today, but man, 5 times you run 3 at 41, you didn't beat yourself.
No, it was stupid. I got a really good one, and I messed up 2 same as I've just been thinking. I mean, if there's one guy in the world I would say can turn 2 fairly consistently, it's me. I mean, I feel good about that. My offside's ugly, but I mean, didn't turn 2. Embarrassing.
We'll go back to watch this, and we'll come back to you.
Here's Nate coming in on 43. Let's see what he can do. Let's hope he turns it. Okay, big one. Let's see if he can get across to 2. Oh, and does he make it round it? I don't think so. He's not making a play on it, so we will see. But that, you don't see many people turning 1 like that on 43 on 975. So
that might actually be the Lake record. I'm not too sure, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I don't know whether Freddie ran it last year. I don't think Nate was here last year, but we're going to go back to Wade at the dock and let's see what he has to say.
So, you're a professional's professional. You said you were struggling. You sort of took some time off. You made your way all the way through to the final. And so I say job well done.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said it to Tony last week when I came second. I'd have bitten your hand off to 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I wasn't sure I was going to be skiing. And I feel out of shape. I feel that wasn't good skiing the whole weekend, but I managed to get a second out of it. So, I mean, there's been tournaments where I've gone to feeling way better and got a way worse result. So, I mean, can't complain. A bit upsetting that he managed to save his best skiing for me, but, there you go.
Okay, back to you guys, Tony.
All right then, folks, and with that action there for Nate Smith, that concludes these championships. Our spectators on the bank, they've been absolutely wonderful. If they can make themselves over to the presentation area, it would certainly be of greatly appreciated. But Rob Hazelwood, with that performance, such a great run of skiing there for Nate Smith. Actually, we kind of surmised that might be one of his first runs into 43 off this season. He actually scored into 43 off 3 times over the Stillwater tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's 100% correct, but maybe it was. I don't know. I was watching, but I know he ran it at Swiss for sure, and he ran it quite a few times at the LCQs. But that was just some pretty dominant skiing there from Nate. He showed what he's made of, and kind of got rid of that dry spell on 41, ready to move into California next week. But that's how you run 41, and making it look about as easy as you can. That's some pretty amazing skiing out there to watch.
All right, and we're going to get Nate Smith coming in to the announcement area. You stick around, Rob, for a moment or two. I'm not going to let you completely off the hook as yet, but vote for skier of the day. You've still got a few more moments to put your vote in. Is it going to be Nate Smith? Is it going to be Freddie Winter? Who knows? Put your vote in for skier of the day. Is it this guy coming in? And kneel down in the middle here. There we go. So, Nate Smith, wow, getting into 43 off and basically putting a halt on that little bit of a dry spell that you had at 41 off in the last few weeks, and you did it in style.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I'm just super happy to finally get through that pass and obviously come out here and win, but yeah, that dry spell you keep talking about, I had to make sure I'd stop you from saying that. But yeah, I think I did that just for you, Tony.
I know, but I mean, you were kind of expected to do it at the Nationals in more or less your region, and then almost every round except this one, you come up a little bit short on 41. So we wondered if there's a little bit of a chink in the armor, but hey, you've come through, and you've gone into 43 off, and a well-deserved win.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you got to do what you have to get through each round. So there's a little bit of just being strategic, make sure you get through. I was a little upset not getting past 3 well that first round, but this last round I came out of 1 perfect and said I got to turn 2 and go. It was either stand up at 3 and S-turn it and go for a runoff, or fall trying. So I wanted to commit and turn, and it worked out.
All right then. So congratulations to you. What comes up next?
I go back home tonight and come back out west for Sacramento, the California Pro-Am next weekend.
All right, then. So congratulations to you, and big cheer for Nate Smith, the winner of the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro and Men's Slalom Competition. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, guys.
All right, then. We'll hand that microphone back to you, Robert Hazelwood, and big ups to you, my man. I mean, you did a fantastic job out there. Brits rule the waves so far as the microphone action is concerned. I'm from the county of Essex. You're from the county of, what is it, Lincolnshire?
Yeah, from the county of Lincolnshire, Lincoln.
Yep.
The greatest in the world, even though it is a little chilly. Hey, it's made me feel like home this weekend, and I'm glad to be out here. Happy with my own skiing. Obviously went to a little bit more in the finals, but you can't ask for everything in the finals. Got to be happy with that, so... But yeah, and it's to be honest, it's an honour to be out here and watching these guys really ripping it up, showing me how it's done, and I can learn a lot from events like this, seeing how people prepare, seeing how people act when they've got these head-to-heads. I mean, it's not easy. You see people doing some sneaky things like putting their bibs over the fire and keeping warm and putting clothes on and double hatting and stuff like that.
Buckets of warm water in the bindings and stuff.
Yeah, stuff like that. So it's these kind of events you can learn a lot from, and watching the greatest in the world is something that I don't think will ever get old, and if it ever does get old, then we don't deserve to be in this sport. So a great event, and a great job that everyone put on, from Gordon to Becky to the drivers to absolutely everyone. The place looked immaculate, skied immaculate. The boats were amazing, and yeah, thanks to everyone, the sponsors, my sponsors, and yeah, it was a great event.
You know what? We got a presentation to go to, right?
We do. Let's go cheer on those great skiers, and we'll be back next weekend with California Pro-Am.
All right, then. That has been the on-water action with the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Our presentation comes up next, and we'll return with that in a few minutes, right after these.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Guys, thank you for sticking around. We're getting ready to do the awards presentations for the ladies and the men's finalists. But first, I'd like to say a few words of thanks. I would like to, first of all, say thank you to Gordon Skoog, our lake owner. Thanks, Gordon. He said I could do this as long as I... Yeah. He said I could do this as long as I didn't invite him up to say a few words with me. So we'd like to also thank his son, Matt, who's been busting it all week, getting the site ready and doing all the little honeydews for his father. We would like to thank Sue Pickrell. Where's Sue? Yeah, there we go. Who's sort of the brains of the operation. And where's our buddy Greg Tate? Yeah, there he is. Yeah. So Greg's job was to make Rob Hazelwood really stressful this weekend. So hey, there's two more people, actually three more total. First, a big shout out to Syndicate being our title sponsor. This is the 6th year. Thanks, Dave, allowing us to wear cool hoodies on cold days. And then a massive shout out to Mark, Tim, and to Miles Sand and Gravel. Yeah, man. So we needed their help, and, man, they filled in a huge way, as did another person I want to say a thank you to, Shannon Strickland. Yes. And she sort of helped with some fundraising with the Hilltop Ski Club, who helped add to the prize money, and the prize money was rather large. So thank all of you guys for your help behind the scenes, for you guys with your financial support. Yeah, it means a huge deal. So that gets us right into the ladies, and we are paying, I have 9 checks. So the first check is to Jill Knutson. Come on, Jill. Yeah, so Jill used to ski at my lake 100 years ago, so it's very, very cool to have her out. Yeah, we all love her. So our next check is for Allie Nicholson in 8th spot. And so maybe we'll put you over here, Allie. Maybe we'll eventually put Jill. You'll be over on this side, I think. So our next check in the ladies' finals, Karen Truelove in 7th spot. Yeah, I think you'll end up being there, and then Jill over there. So our next check, and I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but I've butchered her last name in the past. So our 6th place is Vanessa. This says Leopold. Yeah, I'm like, I thought it was Vanessa Veek. So she says she hasn't fully changed her legal name, so I'm going to butcher it either way. So our 5th place in the ladies' final, Elizabeth Montavon. I guess I should have been saying the amounts already. This is the first time I've done this. I've been on the other end of this, but that check's already for $1,300. So our 4th place goes to Miss Sam Damala. $2,000 for Miss Sam. That can go into her college fund, right? The medical fund. Our next check with a huge weekend of skiing, Miss Whitney McClintock. 3rd place, back-to-back podium finishes. And a check for $3,300. Get Zane some new shoes already. So our 2nd place, she just kept skiing better all weekend. Our reigning world champion, Miss Manon Costard. Miss Manon's 2nd place check is for $4,620. Yeah! So you guys can go hug the sponsors right after this, right? So our defending champion, who's already got a few victories under her belt, and now she's got a big check to cash, Miss Jamie Bull. So Miss Jamie's check is for $6,600. Champion. We got hands full. This is awesome.
Give a couple extra things here to these guys. I'm nobody. I'm just rod throwing a shit out here, but I love the ladies. So I mean, something that you guys can do at the airport tonight. So, open those things up.
Rodney, the star of the Lake Sammamish Water Ski Club.
Yeah, one more thing for Tony. Tony, come over here. Me? Yeah, you. This is something for you. Maybe you can buy a beer, some pizza for you boys. It's something for you guys.
Oh, why? Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so thanks, Rodney. We really appreciate that. We'll get one. Do you need to give that?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact, because the skier of the day, I'm going to present it to one of you ladies with a vote of 21%. The skier of the day is Manon Costard. Let's give it up for the ladies!
Hey, thank you guys so much. Awesome. So our 8th place finisher already had the split. I guess he had to go make a flight or something. Mr. Thomas DeGaspre. So our first that'll be coming up is Mr. Rob Hazelwood in 7th spot.
Handsome Bob!
Well done, Rob. Yeah. So our next place is our sixth place finisher, Mr. Corey Vaughn. Well done, Corey. Next is our fifth place finisher, an Australian mate, Mr. Nicholas Adams. There you go, Nick. Well done, mate. And so our fourth place with another final, over the years, just unbelievable how many finals, Mr. William Asher. Well done, Willie.
Thanks a lot.
Our third place with an awesome finish this weekend, Mr. Brian Detrick.
Yay!
$2,650. Well done, Brian. In second spot, another podium finish for our past world champ and our past champion from last year, Mr. Fred Winter. Check for $3,750, so I think the household did okay this weekend. And our 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am champion, his first trip to the state of Washington and actually water skied, Mr. Nate Smith. Check for $5,350. Well done, guys.
Let's give it up for the guys! Well, ladies and gentlemen, that once again concludes the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. A big shout of thanks to every single one that participated in this tournament, the officials, the skiers, the organisers, those who provided the checks. Everyone that was involved in these championships, we give a big thanks for. We hope to do this next year for the 2022 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. But on the behalf of TWBC, our entire crew, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and we look forward to seeing you next time for our next broadcast, which comes to you from Santa Rosa Beach. It is the IWWF U17 World Championships continuing coverage. It carries on tomorrow all the way through to Wednesday, and then we have the U21 World Championships also under the banner of the IWWF. So on behalf of everybody here, it is goodbye, ciao for now.